Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. We are covering the state of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell trial, and we are currently on day 6 of trial testimony. We are starting the day a little behind like we normally do, as most of you know, so we'll be able to fast forward through some of the breaks and whatnot. It seems that they were going over some motion at the very beginning of the day, so we'll probably start there, where the judge doesn't speak into a microphone, so we can barely hear what he says. So, let's see. Indiana Girl says, "Hey T, there's a post in the Facebook chat that says it's Hunter with Evelyn. I don't think it's him. If it's the one where Evelyn looks really young, it's not. It's Caleb. I'll double check it. I'll look in there. I haven't been on Facebook yet. But a lot of people have posted it everywhere. They've done it since the beginning of the case. But it's Caleb, and Caleb actually looks a lot like Hunter, but Caleb has glasses, so that's kind of the way. If the picture of the guy has glasses, they're kind of like square. But I'll double check it. But it's Caleb. Caleb Stacy, the one that his mom Erica Stacy testified. So hi Carla, what's up Tennessee? Let's go. Hi Thomas. What's up, Legal Lacey? Hey, Amanda. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Teresa. Hi, BGOG. What's up, Twisted Gemini? Good to see ya. Hi, Post Punk Mama. Hey, Hillary. Hey, Shaz. Hi, Sleuthie Go See. I think today's gonna be spicy. Indiana Girl says, I need an ME, some digital forensics, and some lab results. I think we're headed in that direction. They've done, I think, about all they can on this other front. I think we might have one police interview left. Maybe 2. Oh, there you go, Indiana Girl. I heard at least there's at least one interview already this morning, but I don't know how long it is. I'm over those. I'm over her stories. I'm over the defense asking about Miranda. Heck, they asked about Miranda yesterday when they watched the same video that we did, and they know damn well that they read her Miranda rights and had her sign them. At least those 2 detectives did, or officers. Hey, Joanna. Hey, Angie, baby. Hi, Tay. Okay. So I waited for T to come on. I didn't start watching this morning. Aww, look at you weren't jumping ahead of us. Thanks, Carla. It's okay. Sometimes it's nice to have other people come in and be like, all right, well, you're gonna get ready for this or get ready for that or whatever, and then it kind of keeps the suspense going of what's happening. So update on the pup before we get started on the trial day, on testimony day. Last night he was playing with the big dog for the first time all week. It only lasted about 2 minutes, but he was up and playing. So I was like, hey, that's a good sign, right? And he's still not great, but he seems to be improving every day. So that's the update on the pup. I'll keep you guys posted if anything changes. Oh, look at you guys. I waited for my crew. I waited. All right, so let me bring this on the screen. It's still good. I know, it's great news. I'm trying to remain somewhat hopeful, but not too hopeful where I get, crash and burn. But okay. And I'm going to ask you guys if you guys can hear this, and the answer is probably going to be no, because I think it's the judge talking right off the bat. Finished. ACH. Can you guys hear that? I know, like I said, it's probably it's tough because we can never hear the judge anyway. But just like let me know if you could hear like the crackling and stuff of the live stream so that I know that it's working. You can hear the mumbling? Perfect. That's what I needed, Sleuthy. As long as you can hear the mumbling. Okay.
Yes.
Let me see if I can hear him.
We'll come back to that issue that was raised. Probably not much time.
He's going to come back to an issue. They don't have much time.
We did.
State versus Guilty,
Yeah. Yes. No.
2011.
There's also state versus Barter, Judge.
Now they're just citing law, but I don't actually know what they're talking about, so I have no opinion.
Not much other guidance. Other than
Correct. Well, Barter talks about the fact it's rare and
We'll,
it's like,
we'll take that up when we get back from lunch.
okay, thank you.
If you all
So we'll take it up after lunch.
or email.
Would you prefer an email? Oh,
That's fine. Okay. Is the state ready to proceed?
we are, Judge.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. Actually, you have a copy of that.
-11. That's just stupid. That should be illegal. We should charge Reagan Boswell with that. Hey, Christy.
And I've emailed the Evelyn case to you.
Somebody the other day said that the court reporter looks like Paula Dean, and I can't unsee it.
That's the case sheet now.
The law in that area does not seem very well developed. But
Well, it's a use of discretion. Unless
So that use of discretion, there's not much law when it comes to that. But I still don't know what they're referring to.
Before we go to jury in, I am almost have the second draft of the charge.
I was talking about the charging documents and
Had it over the last 10 years to define the words that have to be defined in a definition section.
it's been his habit over the last 10 years to define the words that need to be defined in a separate section of like a definition section.
I was talking to Ms. Jones about this. I think that's fine with regard to like the definition of child or the definition of son. But when it comes to mens rea terms, knowing for the homicide counts, I have to define those within the count.
Has to define the homicide charges within the count.
Intentional means you formed an intent to kill on a case that's not a homicide count. And then I got to looking at there's two ways that you can form intent or knowing or even reckless. You've got nature of the conduct,
Nature of conduct
result of the conduct.
and results of the conduct.
And additionally, I have put both in the definition section. But I have gone back and so this is the reason you don't have the second draft.
Initially, he put both.
Have to put for certain charges the definition of knowing in the count.
He thinks he needs to have the definition of knowing in certain counts.
Assault, the definition of knowing is nature or result.
The definition of knowing is nature or result.
The definition of knowing is nature only, not result.
On some counts, the nature of
I want that to be correct.
is just knowing.
I want correct and all. So it may be this afternoon.
So that's why you guys don't have a copy of the second draft.
Okay. I have them marked, but I don't have them in front of me to tell you what they are.
I found where on the felony murder, I still have to their second draft.
Yes, it will count there. You have the wrong name of the defendant.
Yeah.
So to fix whatever is under the first degree murder charge.
I didn't read the verdict.
And then they talked about the verdict form.
We're at 77 pages.
77 pages so far.
Get that in 15 minutes.
They said it took him 2 minutes to page, so that would have been 2.5 hours.
Right. Well, that assumes no.
I don't think I want to say on the record.
Now they're making fun of another judge who said it took him 2 minutes to read a page. Each page of jury instructions. Thomas.
Everyone stand, please.
Ask her if it was from a box. Hi, Travis. We ended yesterday with nobody on the stand, if I remember correctly, right? And we were done. We were done, and we should have a brand new witness this morning. Postpone.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Let me turn my mic down. Hey, Ash.
As we start off each court session, I gave you certain.
Don't get Thomas started on that.
Does any juror have anything to report with regard to those admonitions? Nope. If you do, raise your right hand. Nobody's raised their hand. General argument witness.
State will call Christopher Wilhoit.
Christopher Wilhoit.
Raise your hand, sir. State your name.
Chris Wilhoit.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
You are Christopher Wilhoit, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your position there?
I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Johnson City Criminal Investigation Division.
And how long have you been employed with the TBI?
Since 2001.
What was your assignment back in February of 2020?
Same assignment. I was the Assistant Special Agent in charge of that unit and working on the Evelyn Boswell case.
Okay. You anticipated my next question. So you did in fact assist the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office in their investigation into the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was your role as far as within the TBI or in that investigation?
Just participated in the investigation in any way possible. We also had a case agent that was assigned to the case, a number of agents that also worked on the case. And I was here to, for lack of a better term, lend a hand and help in any way possible.
All right. Specifically, I want to draw your attention to February the 23rd of 2020. Did you encounter the defendant, Megan Boswell, on that day?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you would kind of tell the jury what the circumstances around you talking with Miss Boswell.
So I was at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office that day. Miss Boswell had been interviewed that day, and following her interview, she left and went downstairs. I walked downstairs, or I guess I took the elevator downstairs and went outside where she was located and merely asked her if she was waiting on a ride. And at that point, she began talking to me about Evelyn. So I asked her if she wouldn't mind coming back inside and if I could take a statement from her.
All right. Now, where all this occurred, is this over here at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Right as you walk out the front door there, it's kind of a ramp that goes down, and she was standing against those bars there.
Okay. That's right around the corner from where we are right now here in Blumpville, Sullivan County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that she began speaking with you. Did she know who you were?
I don't know. I mean, I at some point in time, you know, I'm confident she knew that I was with the TBI or that I was law enforcement.
Okay. Did you identify yourself to her?
Yeah. At some point in time, I told her, you know, that I was Chris Wilhoit and I was with TBI.
All right. And I think you said this earlier, but when you actually went to speak with Miss Boswell, where did you go? Where over in the building did you all talk?
I went back upstairs because I asked her to come back into the lobby, and I went back upstairs to get a pad, a piece of paper to write on, and a writing to her, a pen. And so I came back downstairs and I sat in the lobby and talked to her there.
Okay. So this was downstairs, not upstairs in the interview rooms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Kind of tell the jury how this interview process went about. I mean, how did you conduct the interview with Miss Boswell?
Well, I don't know that it's I don't know that this is the correct term, but I call it a cognitive interview. And so what I try to do is just ask her kind of what happened. And when I do, I try to get the details to the nth degree, if I can, just, to find out, just so that there's nothing missing, just so that we can find out what happened.
Okay. So did you write that down as you were speaking with Miss Boswell?
I did, sir.
All right. And did you record this interview?
I did.
How did you record it?
I had a digital tape recorder, or digital recorder. It's not tape, digital recorder that I used.
So you recorded it audio only. Is that correct?
Well, recorded it on paper and recorded it audio.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess to be a little more specific, there was no video recording of this.
No, sir, there wasn't.
Okay. You had a chance to listen to that recording of the interview that you did with Miss Boswell?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And the recording that you listened to, was it a true and accurate recording of your interview with her on February the 23rd of 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that an exhibit at this time.
No, sir.
Be exhibit 228. Yes, Judge. I would ask at this time to publish that to the jury.
Okay.
If this is too bad, because this station doesn't offer closed captions, but Court TV does, I'll switch it over to Court TV so we can do closed captions if we can't understand it. See, legal Lacey, that's exactly it. As soon as I reread that, I was like, wait a minute, this guy's not my husband. That's why punctuation is important. But I should have, yeah, people are going to read it and go like, wait a minute, this guy is my husband. No, this is not my husband. I needed to know what date it was because I missed it because my husband started talking. Oh, what's up, Greenie? Hey, Law Junkie. Okay, so we'll start it, and then if it's too bad, I'll switch it to Court TV so we can put on closed caption.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
February 23rd, 11:22 p.m. I've been sitting down across from you the whole time. What's your full name?
Oh, that's nice of him. That was nice of him to put that up there for us. Never mind. I guess around 4 months too. So he says February 23rd at about 11:20 something in the morning. So we do have they did put it up for us on the screen. So here you go.
M-E-A-G-A-N?
Yeah. N-I-C-O-L-E.
I-C-O-L-E. What's your date of birth?
3/21/01. That girl that hung now if my mom went missing the same time Evelyn did, what if my mom gave her to her? Well, what if you find her and she doesn't want to get Evelyn back?
I'm just trying to make sure, hell, I'm just being honest with you. Because do you know that's not what happened?
I mean, no, but they went missing like around the same time.
Who did?
That Steffi girl, I never knew her name, just like I would see her in the car with my mom sometimes. I'm pretty sure they did drugs together, to be honest with you.
Okay.
My mom doesn't really hang out with a lot of people.
You told me, right outside here. Then on the 14th and the 16th.
Yeah.
So tell me what happened again.
Okay, I just wanted a break. So I kept Evelyn for.
So did you call your mom? Okay. Do you remember what day it was? Was it?
I don't, to be honest with you.
Tell me what had happened that day. Why it was that you had decided on that day you wanted a break.
I was just a little tired, going to work every day and then coming back. I just wanted a break.
So where was your baby at? Had been staying at before while you were going? You were working at the chicken shack.
Yeah, either with the mom or a babysitter.
See, I was working at the chicken shack.
I think the camera guy realized you could see the jury, and now we don't get the subtitles.
Oh, mommy.
Oh, mommy.
No, I mean, a mommy for the first one. I'm a babysitter. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
You guys tell me if you want me to switch to Court TV.
Four. Babysitter.
I don't know, there's a couple times my mom did watch Evelyn just because like criminal and then we go.
Child. Was old mommy keeping the child all the way up to the 14th and the 16th?
I went back and forth between people because sometimes she wouldn't feel good and like sometimes babies were gonna watch her and it was just a mess.
But she kept her
A lot.
alive.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Can we just start there and then get this over with?
yeah.
Okay. I called my mom just because I wanted a break and she told me that her and what we were gonna go that night.
Call my mom. This was sometime between December
Yeah.
14th and 16th. So did your mom come to where you were, which was where?
And she wasn't supposed to know I was staying there, so I didn't want her around. He told me if she came over and like that I couldn't stay there anymore and he wouldn't like help me out or anything like that.
Okay, to my trailer. How did you call your mom? All right, what phone number did she have?
It was whatever Jude's number is now.
Jude?
Yeah.
So this interview is audio only. If you guys want me to switch so I can turn on closed captioning from Court TV, just let me know. Right now they're just going over the exact same timeline of that, the 14th through the 16th when she's saying she last saw Evelyn with her mom. They're not going to go back to the screen because you can see the reflection of the jurors in the screen. You can't tell the details of the jurors, but I mean, it's enough that I think the judge would be freaking pissed. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. Okay. Yeah, I'll make the switch. I already have it up. It's just going to take me a second to get to the exact same spot. Hold on. Let's see if they work.
No, I'm only for the first one. I'm a babysitter. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Hold on.
Those captions are a little bit behind though too, so that could become irritating.
I don't know why there's a couple times when I did watch Evelyn just because like her look and then we go.
Was old mommy keeping the child all the way up to the 14th or the 16th?
I went back and forth between people because sometimes she wouldn't feel good and like sometimes babies are gonna watch her and it was just a mess.
But she kept her
A lot.
a lot. Okay. So,
Can we just start there and then we just say real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. I called my mom just because I wanted to break and she told me that I heard what we were going to do that night.
call my mom. Sorry. They break.
He repeats everything she says when he writes it down. That's kind of actually an irritating interview.
Between December
Yeah.
14th
Hey, Journey.
and 16th.
Hey, Ems.
So did your mom come to where you were, which was where?
That's right. She wasn't supposed to know I was staying there, so I didn't want her around. He told me if she came over and like that I couldn't stay there anymore and he wouldn't like help me out or anything like that.
Okay, to my trailer. How did you call your mom? All right, what phone number did she have?
It was whatever Jude's number is now.
Jude?
Yeah.
Okay, phone
See, yeah, it's just this is all just lies anyway, so
number
not sure it matters. Overly listening to her.
is the number.
She's had like 10 different phones since then. And I just,
Jude. Who, Jude?
this guy that they live with.
Man, you don't remember the number? Okay.
I'm sorry, like she's had 10 different numbers since then. I remember 3 of them, the rest of them just kind of, I just don't remember.
So you called her? What time was it she came over?
Not time. It wasn't too long after I was working for like 7.
So you got off work?
Yeah.
And you went over to the trailer?
Mhm.
The trailer.
What happens if we don't find Evelyn? Am I gonna get her back or if the person wants to keep her?
Let's work on finding her. Okay,
Can you give me an answer on that?
I will. I'll do my best to find out what we can do. I got off work and went to the trailer. That's where you called your mom from?
I called her on the way to work. My car, well, the cruise had
The way
like
home from
Bluetooth.
work?
Yeah, it had like a touch screen where, you could just hit like phone, contacts, whatever, like you didn't have to like pick up your cell phone. You know what I'm saying?
You had the number that you had back then. What was the number?
My 579 number.
On the way.
Like I said, my car had like a touch screen where you could plug your phone up and it'd be like contacts, calls, like, I'm talking about, they had like Apple Play or in the car.
Yeah. Call. Call.
Okay, I told her this morning break. I was supposed to get one next day.
you're supposed to get her the next day?
Supposed to pick her up the next day.
From your mom?
Mhm.
So mom comes over there. What's she driving? Who's she with?
She's with Will. I don't remember what car they were, to be honest with you, it was dark. It was a little sedan, if that matters to me.
Who's with?
Her boyfriend. You know that.
Will, what's his last name?
Um,
Small sedan, color, you know anything? What color was it?
It was a dark car, and it was not on. And unfortunately, it didn't work at the time, so I mean, like, you know.
Well, now she's also saying, so she's changed it to that she asked her mom to pick up Evelyn because she wanted a break, and that she's also saying her mom picked up Evelyn and took her with her, and then she was supposed to pick up Evelyn from her mom the next day, which doesn't add up either because she said in the other interviews that her mom was staying at the trailer, and then she came back to the trailer and they were just gone.
I came in the door for maybe like 10 seconds, handed Evelyn to her, and then went back in.
And the mom didn't come in the car. Okay. So what was Evelyn wearing when what was your mom?
I already told you about that little pink,
I wasn't in there.
it's a little hot pink tracksuit, the matching belt and shoes. It's a Puma tracksuit.
Had she been wearing this all day?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just asking.
Does that make it bad because she's wearing it?
No, no.
No,
so-
she was wearing it all day.
Evelyn was wearing
She didn't get dirty,
Hey.
so I didn't change
a small,
her. A Puma
a Puma
tracksuit, it's hot pink.
track suit.
It's hot pink and she had a belly match. And the shoes.
Huh?
With shoes that matched too.
Shoes were pink.
Mm-hmm. They were Puma shoes. They matched the tracksuit. Okay, so she takes her.
What time had you picked? So had old mommy had her that day?
Mm-hmm. To be honest with you, that was one of the days, like, her mommy kept it for a little bit, and like, the babysitter kept it for a little bit, and I just can't honestly remember which one I picked her up from, I think it was a mommy.
How did she get from old mommy to the babysitter?
I like what?
When?
I don't remember when, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, it's tired, I'm sleepy.
Who was the babysitter?
So,
You left work like around lunch or when?
it was after lunch. I really don't remember the exact time, to be honest with you.
You realize that's important though, right? I mean, these details are very important for us to try to find the child. Also kept it. Left work sometime.
Yeah.
And then,
Okay, so mom picks her up.
hold on. Evelyn. Sue's trailer, house, what's she live in?
I think it's a double wide. I think you consider it a double wide.
Home. me this. Why did you have to pick her up from old mommy and take her to Sue's? Why for the change?
Mom would get tired watching it.
So did old mommy call you and tell you she was tired that day?
She's old, she's 70 years old.
So she called and told you, I'm tired, I can't watch her.
Mhm. She never meant it in a bad way.
Mommy called. Me that day.
Dad used to do that too, like, if I left somewhere and I was gone longer than I was supposed
She
to.
was tired and could not keep her any longer. That is why I took her to Sue. I left work to do that. Did you call Sue before you took her over there?
Mhm. Her name on my phone was literally Sue Babysitter.
Huh?
Her name on my phone was literally Sue Babysitter.
So, so then you must have picked her up from Sue that day.
Like I said, I really don't remember who hit her first and who dropped her off.
I know, but at this point, we're confident that old mommy had her, that you picked her up and took her to Sue. You wouldn't have taken her back to old mommy at any point in time.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Okay, so you went and picked her up from Sue on that day.
Can you get back to my mom?
We can as soon as we get this finished.
Okay.
All right, so what time did you pick her up from Sue?
Whenever I got off work.
Which was about what time?
Probably 6:30.
So you pick her up at 6:30. Anybody with you? Just you. Nobody at Sue's.
I don't know if her husband was there or not. I didn't see him. Sue still has Evelyn's pack and play to city up and some of her clothes.
From that day.
Yeah. I didn't look back in the
So you had taken that from old mommy's to over there that day?
My mommy never kept a pack and play there.
Okay, so did Sue have this that day? She already had it?
Yeah, but it was Evelyn's pack and play. It's like pink, got flowers on it. Well, like the insert of the bed playpen is pink and it's got like the edges of it's like white. It's got pink roses on it.
Okay.
Like, have you seen a pack and play?
Mhm.
I'm assuming you have a kid. Okay, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like the design or whatever around it.
Yeah.
On the very top part, like that part, it's like a red coat pack and play. It's
Yeah.
white. Pink roses.
Got it. But Sue,
Already has a pack and play.
Okay.
I've left it there before.
Yeah.
And some clothes.
so she had clothes, so.
And she maybe had. a
But
couple
you had
tools.
dressed Evelyn that day, right?
Yes.
In this Puma outfit.
Yeah.
So she didn't change clothes or anything like that.
Well, no, Sue still has clothes that I dropped off there for Evelyn.
No
because
problem.
they could change.
So you pick up Evelyn,
Yeah.
right? 6:30. Did you call your mom from when you were going from Evelyn's house or Sue's house to your trailer?
Mhm.
Okay. Tell me this. Were you or were you not living with Hunter at the time?
On and off.
On and off.
Mhm. I wasn't necessarily like living there, but I stayed a couple nights there. Okay, so mom picks Evelyn up.
Uh-huh.
You know, they're going to Dover. I'm like, okay.
So wait a minute. So your mom doesn't come inside. So is this conversation you're having with your mom, is it standing at the door?
She's like, we're going to Mendota. I'm like, here's Evelyn's stuff, Bob. Like, it was really quick.
Okay, how far is Mendota?
I don't know. I've never been. How far is Mendota? Do you know?
I don't, the reason I'm asking though is did you ask like, does she need a toothbrush? Does she, or not a toothbrush, but does she need like overnight stuff?
I did send her overnight stuff. Mine was supposed to be overnight, supposed to be the next morning.
Okay, so you had a bag that you gave to your
It
mom.
wasn't a bag, it was a little basket.
It was a basket.
It's blue. It had like diapers and like I gave like some milk.
Did Will get out of the car and come with her to the door?
No.
Okay, so when my mom came to the door,
Mhm.
okay, were you planning on your mom keeping her that night?
Mhm.
Okay,
So I sent overnight stuff.
when mom came to the door, did you tell her that on the phone?
Yeah, she knew.
Okay,
She was aware. So I just gave her that stuff.
into the door, I gave her basket
It was a blue basket. Does that matter?
that was blue.
Does that matter at all?
It had overnight clothes.
Yeah. Well, anytime I ever took Evelyn anywhere, I sent with extra clothes. Because babies get dirty.
Overnight clothes
Diapers, milk.
and extra clothes. It also had
You're really thorough.
diapers and milk.
Yeah.
What kind of milk?
All milk.
Whole milk, not any kind of formula or anything like that. She just drank whole milk.
Yeah, around 9 months old, like, she started spitting formula back up. So I switched her on whole milk. My pediatrician told me not to, but like, she never spit up again and she was fine, so I just kept her on whole milk.
Just whole milk. Did you put some kind of cold thing in there to keep the milk cold?
I gave it to her like out of the, whatchamacallit, the fridge. I'm sorry, I'm half asleep. Please bear with me. I can't remember.
My mom. Out of the fridge.
Should I not have done that?
I don't know. I don't know where she was going or what the deal was. So what did your mom say to you when she left?
That I can get her tomorrow and pick her up.
Okay. My mom said,
I can get her tomorrow and pick her up.
tomorrow, pick her up. So at some point, she's got to tell you where she's going.
Mendota.
I know that, Megan, but it's important about how and when she told you. Did she tell you that at the beginning of the conversation while you were on the phone or at the door or at the end?
Well, we were on the phone. She told me her little guy Mendota tonight.
Yeah. Her and Will, we're going to Mendota.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, did she say we're going over there to camp or to see somebody, or what did she say?
I mean, I just assumed camp. I'm not gonna lie to you. They always camped out there. Will has a camper.
At Mendota? What's it look like?
I've never seen it, to be honest with you. It's just a camper. I think it's at Jude's now. Or it was at Jude's. It's just a camper.
What kind of camper is it?
A camper. I've never laid eyes on it to tell you that it was camper. Like what kind of camper it was or anything like that. I'm sorry.
Did Did your mom say we were going camping?
I don't know anywhere else she could stay in Mendota other than
I
camping.
understand that, but what else did she say?
That was it. I was literally like, here's Evelyn, here's your stuff, see you, Bob. It was a quick exchange. It's like along like Holston River, I guess. That's what my dad told me.
How'd your dad know?
Because my mom got like a trespassing charge. She like walked over property one day, like in Scott County. But he was like, that river flows through Mendota. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he knows what he's talking about. I guess. What time is it?
I'm not really sure. So, your mom leaves.
The next day she calls. And she's mad. That's
What
she-
time?
In the morning.
I mean, were you still in bed?
You know, it's all good. I was getting ready.
You were getting ready for,
Work.
so what day was that? Huh?
The 15th and the 17th. And she's like, oh, but like, you don't deserve Evelyn, you're a bad mom. Like, she was money better, some treated better, took care of you better. She kept telling me stuff like, oh, like, you don't deserve her.
Mom said Evelyn was with.
Somebody who would take better care of her. She'd be happy with it. Do you think I was a bad mom?
I didn't say that. I don't know that anybody said that. You know why? Because we don't know what happened. And Megan, I'm not sitting here saying this isn't feasible, but I'm confident that you know more than what you're saying to me. That's all. I'm not sitting here saying this isn't. I'm confident that you know
I don't know more than what I'm
at the minimum your mom has told you where this child is. At the minimum,
I think it's somewhere in Mendota.
take better care. Somebody who would take better care.
Do you know the day that you ordered that press release or whatever?
Mhm.
She kept trying to take me back up there, and I told her, I was like, look, you just give her to me. I was like, so help me God, I will not put your name into it. I will walk my ass up there with Evelyn on my hip and be like, it's mad at my dad and don't want him to see the baby, like, you know, think of some bullshit. And I was like, I will let them just see the baby. I was like, you're taking me to her, just tell me.
I
that's
want
where
you to
you're taking
listen to what you just said.
Um,
Your mom kept trying to take you back up there.
me. But she wouldn't tell me why.
Megan, that is not feasible whatsoever.
Why do you think that's not?
Why would your mom say, I want to take you up there, but wouldn't say, this is where
Well,
that
she wouldn't
kid
tell me
is?
that's where we were going. That's just where the road signs were pointing to. She was taking me somewhere way up in Virginia. And the road signs were like pointing towards Mendota.
Okay. And you didn't go?
No, because she wouldn't tell me. She just kept telling me that I don't need to talk to you all, that I need to like go with her and just like leave the whole situation.
And she told you that you needed to know where the child was.
No, she never mentioned.
Why else would she be taking you?
She wouldn't tell me. I kept asking, she wouldn't answer me.
That makes no
And then I
sense.
told her that if she didn't take me, drop me off back up here and come talk to you, I was reading a press release that I was gonna call and be myself and you can get me.
She told me that somebody who would take better care, Evelyn was with somebody who would take better care of the child. She told you that next morning that.
You know,
What else?
that I didn't deserve Evelyn. That I was mad mom, not meant to support her. Strong who she was with loved her.
She told you what?
Then who she was with loved her.
That the person or the people?
The person she was with loved her. And if she was safe, we would want for anything. Then if I left my child, I'd let her have a better life.
I love my child, what?
I would let her have the better life. But she had with me. That's all.
Thinking that your mom bring you any money?
No,
Just ask.
the only time she's ever given me money is when me and her started hanging out again. She gave me like $20 one time because I had done in the car was with me on gas and her and I
No, I'm talking about this somebody.
No.
Okay.
No, she never gave me money.
What else did your mom tell you?
That's it. She just kept repeating the same like phrases over and over again. Just kept on saying if I wanted Evelyn to have a good life, it wasn't me. Sorry.
I just want to know why you didn't tell us this in the first place.
Because when she's happier, she doesn't want to be with me.
Megan,
Everybody keeps telling me I'm a bad mom and she'd be better off with anybody but me.
I want to know something.
What?
Do you think Evelyn is alive? You do. Are you confident of that? You're shaking your head yes. Does that mean yes?
Yeah,
Megan,
just don't know what it is.
Megan, I want you to know something.
What?
If Evelyn is alive and she's okay, it's okay. Okay? And I even go back to the fact that if she's not, and something just accidentally happened, it happens. It's sad, but it happens. I can't go out here though and find this child, no matter how it is, and turn around and make it okay. If when I talk to the people, they say, Megan knew this. Do you understand that? And I'm telling you, that's more feasible than you don't know at this point because I've already told a couple of different stories. If you know where the child is, I need to put my hands on it so that I can help you with this. You need to tell me, honey.
I don't have an exact idea. I just think so when I'm done and my mom was out with that too.
That your mom hangs out with. Tell me who your mom hangs out with.
Nobody else heard me about the movie. Already,
What names do you know?
you're gonna have to give me a second, I think. There's like Travis, Tristan, Gilly, Christy.
These are all people in Mendoza.
No. I don't know anybody that she knows in Mendoza. My mom has a little like sketchy friends and they move around a lot. And Will has a lot of sketchy friends that move around a lot.
I really am trying to help, honey.
Did you find everybody that ever did that?
I'm just telling you. This is the problem. The only problem is that this is, I know that you want to sit here and say, hey, this first part or whatever, but if that story was true, there's no reason why you wouldn't have told me the whole thing or told those guys the whole thing the first time. Before I get up from this chair, I need to know every bit of this.
I'm telling you everything I know. Even when we started hanging out again, that's just all she would tell me.
You do realize, Megan, that I know that you sat in that seat up there and you told those guys the last time that was everything you knew. But it wasn't, was it?
I'm really taking a lot of time just sorry. I think you promised you that your schedule will have to come get me on right up to the all day.
What are you going to do with them? This shows that you're not being truthful. What are you going to do?
I know. I know that.
See, I've got to sit here and believe you, honey. I also believe that you feel confident that your child is still alive.
Right? Was that a bad thing?
No. But what the bad thing is if you have an idea of where it's at and you're not telling me.
I know a general area.
All right, where?
Mendoza. That's the general area.
You know what I mean.
Well, no, I don't know exactly this section of Mendoza, like that one.
I feel pretty confident that your mom probably would have said she's here or she's with so-and-so.
She never gave me the name. The only coincidence I could think of that was really like, oh, that's weird. It's like that girl that mom used to hang out with just kind of disappeared, like almost exactly when it was doing. And the day mom got arrested, like she messaged him on Facebook and just went back into like whatever. I've never said people, it's always person, like singular, not like
Why is it? Would you have said that if you didn't know?
said one.
Person?
No, she never said people, it was always person. It's always the person who has it. It wasn't like, oh, the people were like, you know, it's always like one person.
Just listen. We'll go to the ends of the earth for this kid. Okay.
Okay.
But I'm telling you right now, lots of problems. If what you're telling me is a made-up story,
Okay.
you've done this twice.
Okay.
You can't do this.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
I know you're young, but you're now an adult. And I'm willing to tear every word up and tear this paper off and take another statement from you and forget it.
I appreciate that.
I would. I would sit right here. Because I don't want to see you at the age of 18 ruining your life. If an accident happened to this child, I'm willing to write it down. If you know where your child is, I'm willing to write it
Accidents
down.
never happened to Evelyn where she bruised her face or something while she was walking.
I'm willing to write down what happened. And if there's more that you know, I've got to know.
There's not, I just have theories and I've told you that. Like
And
I
this
said,
is it.
that one girl that went missing around the same time Evelyn did, like my mom hung out.
Do you know the child to be with that girl?
No, but don't you think it's weird they went missing around the same time? And literally, like, almost down to the moment my mom was arrested, she talked to somebody.
What's the girl's name?
It's Lucy Staffy. Do I need to find her ride home for me and Christy? Thank you, Lord. Can I ask you something?
I'm listening.
What if my mom told this girl that she was adopted Evelyn? Would you get her back? Because somebody up there told me no. If they thought that under the pretenses of adoption, you couldn't get back.
I don't think your mom has the right to let her be adopted out.
Well, still, like,
Her name is what?
Lucy Staffy.
Spell Steffi.
I think it's Stefy maybe. I'm sorry if I spelled her last name wrong.
I was working at the chicken shack. Old mommy or the babysitter was keeping the child. I called my mom because I needed a break. This was sometime between December 14th and 16th. My mom came to my trailer. My mom had a phone, and the number is the number that Jude has
It was
now.
always Jude's phone, she just used it. Does that matter? They shared a phone.
It was
Sorry, I didn't catch that one.
always Jude's phone. My mom shared it with Jude. Right? I got off work and went to the trailer. I had the 579 number. I called my mom on the way home from work. My car had Apple Play, and I called her from the car. I told her I just wanted a break.
Well, take my car from the babysitter's house, but to me, that's still on the way from work. So if you get down here, you're like, oh, well, you called from Sue's house, like, that means the same thing to me.
But you called her from the car, right?
Right.
And on your phone.
Right.
Okay. I told her I just wanted a break. My mom came to the trailer with Will McLeod in a small sedan. It was a dark car and it was dark outside. My mom did not come in the trailer. I handed Evelyn to her while she was outside. Evelyn was wearing a Puma track suit that was hot pink with a bow to match. The shoes were pink Puma and matched the suit. Old mommy had kept the child that day. The babysitter, Sue, also kept her that day. I left work sometime in the afternoon and picked up Evelyn. I took her to Sue's home that I think is a double wide, right?
I mean, I don't know what you call it, it's just like double line. But it's not as long as double line. What do you want me to do?
Initial right here, so that I don't add anything to your statement.
Okay. Right here.
You see where I've marked this out?
Yeah.
Initial everywhere where I marked that and that out.
Above it?
Here's the initial right here where we added this. And initial right here at the bottom. So I don't add anything to your statement. All right. Old mommy called. Me that day and and said she was tired and could not keep her any longer. That is why I took her to Sue. I left work to do that. I called Sue and asked her to keep Evelyn that day. I went to Sue's and picked up Evelyn after work, which was around 6:30 p.m. I called my mom on my way from Sue's to my trailer. When my mom came to the door, I gave her a basket that was blue. It had overnight clothes and extra clothes. It also had diapers and milk, which was whole milk. I gave my mom the milk right out of the fridge. My mom and I could meet her tomorrow. My mom said I could meet her tomorrow and pick her up. When I called her to ask her, I'm going to say it, Evelyn, and pick Evelyn up. When I called her to ask her to keep Evelyn, she told me that her and Will were going to Minnesota. I assumed they were going camping because Will has a camper, and that is why I assumed that. My mom called the next morning. I was getting ready for work. It was either the 15th or the 17th. My mom said that I was a bad mom and that I did not deserve Evelyn. My mom said Evelyn was with somebody who would take better care of the child. My mom said I did not deserve Evelyn. She said I was a bad mom and could not support her. All that right? Where I mark things out?
Right here.
Uh-huh. My mom said that the person she, Evelyn, was with loved her. My mom said she was safe and would not want for anything. My mom said that if I loved my child, I would let her have a better life than she would have with me. A friend of my mom's went missing around the same time Evelyn went missing. Her name is Lucy Stephanie. Is that right? Initial right there at that. Initial at the very end. Now sign and date, please.
What's this?
Good question. 24.
Oh, if I can remember.
Mhm. 20. Okay.
Did you want to tell me that? How is it?
It's a good question. $12:08 a.m.
Well,
I'm pretty sure, I'm just thinking. Megan. Oh, mommy quit touching the baby before that.
no. She must have her dates wrong because she didn't know it. I know for a fact that she didn't know it. Because I had nobody else to watch her except for 2 people. Mom is also 78 years old and calls me the wrong name almost every time I see her.
I mean, I call my kids the wrong name half the time. That
And my
doesn't mean
dad.
there's anything wrong with my
And
mind.
then when I was going in and out of there, my dad's like, oh, I didn't see her after Thanksgiving. Like, he literally like actually has pictures of her after Thanksgiving. Or she used to before I got rid of that white phone that she had.
I don't want us to get up from this chair and miss any opportunity. I've got an 18-year-old daughter. It worries me that if I say let's get up from this chair and that there's more knowledge in your head,
There's not.
that I can,
and
that
if
I can
I
help
think
fix,
of
that I can help fix this problem
I'm not.
that I can't get.
If I think of anything, I'm like, oh, like, you know,
You
I
need
just
to think
thought
of
it
it
was-
right now.
I can't think of what it was right now. It's just so 12 right now.
your child's missing. I'm worried about you. I'm worried about your child. Okay? Anything else? Sure.
Are you gonna read it, Kristen? Okay. Are you taking this home or something?
I'll either take you home or get somebody. Give me just a minute.
Is it gonna be like a swap, like you can just hold
I don't know.
the pathology?
We'll make it a good, safe ride home. $12:11 a.m.
Agent Wilhoit, we could kind of tell as you were speaking with Ms. Boswell, you writing that statement down
Yes, sir.
on a pad. Okay. Did you go over that statement with her?
Yes, sir.
Did you allow her to correct or make any changes to what you were writing down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that indicated on the statement as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at the end of the statement, did you have her sign and date it?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign and date it as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you took this statement, you started talking with her, I guess, shortly before midnight on the 23rd.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And then you finished, I believe you turned off the recording at 12:11 a.m. on the 24th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Objection.
Agent Wilhoit, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Is that a copy of the statement that you took from Megan Boswell on the February 23rd into February 24th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you recognize her signature at the end of that statement?
Yes, sir.
And do you sign that as well?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we move to make that Exhibit 229.
The full exhibit 229 over.
Agent Wilhoit, during the course of your all's investigation, did you all ever receive or discover any evidence that Evelyn had been given to another person in Mendota, Virginia?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Morning, Agent Wilhoit. How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. You took this statement on February the 23rd. It appears it started up into the night. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
How long had Megan been at the sheriff's department that day prior to that statement being taken? You know?
I don't.
Did you Mirandize her?
No, sir.
The statement, the subject matter of the statement, obviously you're aware that several other statements have been taken from her.
Yes, sir.
You're in charge of the field office in Johnson City, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
So that means you review and sign off on everything that's done in every case.
In the field division. Yes, sir.
So everything that Agent Gratz is doing, you're reviewing and you're signing off on.
Yes, sir.
So you were aware that she'd been interviewed several times prior to your interview.
Several being, I guess, I don't know, but yes, she had been interviewed prior to that, Mr. Scott. You are correct.
Okay. And your interview was essentially a continuation on the same subject matter of the prior interviews.
Did you repeat the question?
Your interview was a continuation of the subject matter of the prior interviews, being the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell.
Well, it was a different interview, but I guess I was questioning her about Evelyn, which I think was the subject of every interview.
Sure. That's all the questions I have, Judge. Actually, no, I can ask one more thing. Were you aware that the TBI had provided Megan with a cell phone on the 23rd?
I apologize, Mr. Scott. I can't recall that. I believe that was the case. Yes, but I don't know. I don't know the details of that. I'm sorry.
So you don't know that cell phone could have been used to track her to see if she'd went to the location after the 23rd where the body was found? If you know.
I don't.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go?
For the statement.
Just an FYI, this interview was instigated by her. It was taking place downstairs, not in an interview room or an interrogation room. It is an interview versus an interrogation. So the Miranda isn't necessarily needed in an interview. You have to have it in a custodial interrogation. That's when Miranda is important. So this, not to mention she already had been Mirandized, and if he's in charge of the investigation, he should know that, but she's not being interrogated. So I think that what they're just trying to do is create this pattern because some Mirandizers, some don't. And a jury's not going to necessarily know the difference, but he did not have to actually, he didn't have, the Miranda was not required by him in the circumstances of this non-custodial interview. For anybody who's interested in that, I did an entire live in the Delphi case of custodial interviews versus non-custodial interviews, versus when Miranda is needed and when Miranda is not. I did it with Travis, who's an attorney, and we went through every step of when you actually have to have one. It's in the Delphi playlist. It's titled something along the lines of like to Miranda or not, or something like that. So if you're interested in that, you can go back and look. But he's fine. It's done in the lobby. It was instigated by her. It's literally an interview, not an interrogation. So that's not going to be a mistrial.
Judge, yes, I'd ask that he be subject to recall, but free to leave the courthouse.
Agent Wilhoit, your testimony right now is over. However, you are subject to being recalled. You don't have to stay at the courthouse. Just make sure you can get home and get you your seat.
Yes, sir.
Right, next.
Correct. I agree with you, and my dad would have agreed with you too.
Special Agent Paul Durant.
My dad was a very big believer in Mirandize always, and that's what he would always say. He's like, just Mirandize regardless, so that you just cover your ass no matter what, because you don't know what it's going to turn into. And in the words of Jerry Holman, you could always have an accidental interrogation, right? So Miranda is always best policy. We're serious about Miranda up in here. We like Miranda.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name, please. You solemnly swear.
My daughter would disagree. She thinks there's never too much mayonnaise.
I swear.
Hey, Snappy. All right, we're going to get into some tech stuff, I think. Some forensic cell phone data.
Please tell the jury your name and where you're employed.
My name is Paul Durant. I'm a special agent with the FBI assigned to the Johnson City RA.
Okay. And is your last name spelled D-U-R-A-N-T?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been employed with the FBI for about 5.5 years.
Okay. And you stated your title was special agent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a brief description of your current duties with the FBI?
So as a special agent with the FBI, I'm primarily assigned to investigate crimes against children. So anything with sexual exploitation, kidnapping, human trafficking, things of that nature.
Okay. Can you give the jury a brief summation of your education?
Yes. So I have a bachelor's degree in finance that I attained from the University of Central Florida. I have a second bachelor's degree in biomedical science, which I also attained from the University of Central Florida.
Okay. And during the time you were employed with the FBI, were you asked to aid in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
I was.
What were you tasked with doing at that time?
So the FBI in general was tasked with supporting our local and state partners. We did anything from interviews to phone extractions to assisting interviews outside of the state. Primarily, my responsibility was reviewing all of our documentation and looking for any patterns and things like that.
Okay. When you say documentation, are you referencing digital documentation or other items?
Mostly digital documentation, as well as like interviews and notes and stuff like that from the other investigative agents.
Okay. And from the time you first assisted until now, have you continued to receive training in the area of forensic examination of digital devices?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jury briefly what type of training you've received?
I received training through the FBI as part of the computer analyst response team technician, as well as the digital evidence examination technician.
Okay. When you say response team, what does that mean exactly?
Essentially, like any of the response teams, are teams that can be deployed. We can go to search warrants. For example, like we call it CART for short. The CART team would join investigative agents in the field. We would examine any computers that were on and available during the time, as well as cell phones, and then bring those back to our office for further examination and extraction.
So CART is short for Computer Analysis Response Team?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been a part of that team?
I believe about 3 years now.
Okay. And have we sufficiently covered your training regarding digital evidence, or is there anything else you would like the jury to know?
So that's the majority of my training with digital evidence.
Does the FBI utilize forensic digital evidence equipment to aid you in your investigations?
Yes. So we have several different forensic softwares that are FBI approved, as well as specific devices to help us extract and image electronic devices.
Okay. And we'll briefly go into what the FBI utilizes. When it comes to cellular devices like telephones, what would a digital analysis entail regarding cell phones?
So regarding cell phones, we do what we call extractions of cell phones. So we use a forensic software to extract different data from the cell phones. There's several different extraction methods that you can use. 3 main ones. The first one is kind of a logical extraction. Essentially what that does is we ask the cell phone, what can you provide us? And the cell phone will provide us X data. The next analysis that we can do or extraction that we can do is called a file system extraction. That's kind of where our software goes into the cell phone and then tries to pull as much data as we can from that cell phone. The last extraction that we can perform is called a physical extraction. Essentially, that is a bit-for-bit copy of whatever that electronic device is.
Okay. And just so we know, when you say extraction, do you mean taking the information off of that device to be able to utilize what you're looking at?
By extraction, yes, we don't take anything physically off of that device, but we make a copy of those items on that device and put it onto another, like electronic storage media.
Okay.
So we're not changing anything on the device. We have different methods that ensure that we have made a what we call a forensic copy of that device.
So it's essentially a copy of what was on that device.
Correct.
Okay. And you've done this a little bit, can you tell the jury how that's done? How does a technician take that copy from a cellular device and put it into another place?
Yeah, so we'll connect that electronic device up to like our computers and our forensic extraction software. We use things like write blockers to ensure that no information from our devices or our computer is transferred over to the cell phone. Once the Once the data is extracted from that device, we'll go ahead and ensure that a copy has been made, a forensic copy. We do that through hash verification. There's two different ones that we use. One is MD5 hash, and the other one is SHA-256 hash. Essentially, what a hash is like a fingerprint of that electronic device. It just shows that we made a exact forensic copy of that content.
Okay.
Once that content is created, we transfer that to another electronic storage medium, whether that's a USB drive, whether that's just any kind of external media drive. And then we run a hash verification to ensure that that copy was not altered during that transfer process.
Okay.
That is typically what is done as best practice.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what types of You have just a moment, Your Honor.
I think this is just her unprepared. I don't think she's sidebarring. I think she just doesn't have her shit together, which is really not a surprise. Hi, Glenda.
Okay. Agent Durant, have you previously performed digital analysis of cellular telephones?
Yes.
Have you previously performed analysis of social media extractions from search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that he be made an expert in the area of forensic analysis of digital devices.
That's Lord our Sir, how long have you been employed by the FBI?
I've been employed by the FBI for about 5.5 years, since September of 2019.
And in that time, how many times have you been qualified as an expert in court? Or have you?
I don't believe I've been qualified as one as per a digital evidence extraction. So I've been qualified in the areas of child investigation, like child crime investigations.
But as far as digital forensics, you have not been qualified previously?
No, I don't believe so.
And if we could go back to your training, if you would go over that again with me, specifically as it relates to digital forensics, what training do you have?
In terms of digital forensics, so I have two trainings that I pretty much attended to. One was the computer analyst response team technician. Essentially, that is the one that I explained that you kind of go out there and you're able to collect the electronic devices and then kind of take them back, prepare to do like the digital extraction portion.
Okay. And how long was that course?
So that course was 2 weeks.
Okay. What other training do you have?
So I also am authorized as a digital evidence examination technician. Essentially what that one is that's the actual like extraction process of being able to extract the data and search through the data for information, evidence of crime.
Did you go to a course for that?
Yes.
How long was that course?
It was about 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks.
Yeah. So both courses were 2 weeks long.
You have specialized training in the software you're using?
In the software?
Yes.
Yeah. We were shown how to use the software and we use that software in our cases.
Okay. When you say you were shown how to use the software, what type of training do you actually have with the software?
That was part of that training program where we actually get the software, we review what the software can do, and then we use that in order to extract digital evidence.
And your formal education background is a degree in finance and a degree in biomedical science.
Yes.
Do you have any formal education as far as college or anything like that as it relates to digital forensics, downloading phones, so forth?
No college experience with that now.
Thank you.
Agent Durant.
Yes.
During the course of your career, how many of these digital forensic analysis have you done?
I've extracted and analyzed, I would say, approximately 30 cell phones or mobile devices, kind of cell phones, iPads, stuff like that. And in terms of computers, probably about another 20 for computers in terms of like laptops, external hard drives, and things like that.
General, what field were you asking if you had any qualified? Specifically.
In forensic analysis of digital devices.
I'm going to overrule the defendant's objection. He'll be declared to be an expert in forensic analysis of digital devices
Thank you, Your Honor.
based on his training and his experience.
Okay. So we're going to back up just a few questions back to the cellular. I believe you were testifying as to the cellular phone analysis and software that the FBI used. I believe we talked about the types of data that can be, and I think that was actually my next question. When we're talking about cellular phones or cellular devices, can you tell the jury what types of data can be obtained from an extraction of a cellular device?
Yes, so extractions of cellular devices can provide a lot of different data, such as images, videos, text messages. You can do web searches, GPS, pretty much anything that could be stored on a cell phone can be found through an extraction of the cell phone.
Okay. And is every cell phone the same, or are you able to obtain duplicate copies of, like, say, two individuals have Facebook on their phones? Do you always get full records on each device, or can that be different depending on the device itself?
It really depends upon the device, depends upon what the software update is. If some have older software versus newer software updates, there's a lot of different factors that can play into what can be extracted from an electronic device. In terms of social media, when you're extracting social media information from the device, it's only the information that is found on it. So a lot of social media companies will store stuff in like the cloud or off of your cell phone. So when you do an extraction, you may only get a couple of days of social media conversations. You may get more, you may get less, you may not get any at all. It really just depends upon the extraction method used and the data that was stored on the actual electronic device.
Okay. Do you also, as part of your training and experience, also analyze social media extractions based on search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Do those tend to offer more information than pulling social media directly from a cellular device?
Yes. So information that you obtain through a search warrant for a social media company is going to have a more complete record of the conversations and the activity on that account, as opposed to one that is pulled from an electronic device.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why that is?
So kind of like I stated before, the information that you're going to get from an extraction of an electronic device is only going to be the information that's found on that device when you do the extraction. So So one of the things that we do when we do an extraction is we put, like, for example, the cell phone in airplane mode. And in airplane mode, the cell phone is not able to communicate with any of the servers, the social media servers. So it's just whatever's on that device at that time is what you can get. However, when you do legal process through social media, they have access to all the information that they would store. All that information that would be on a cloud account can then be provided to law enforcement through legal process.
Okay. You may have already asked this when the judge asked you these questions. Have you previously performed a digital analysis of cellular telephones?
Yes.
Have you also performed analysis of computers?
Yes.
And what about social media extractions from search warrants?
Yes.
And were you provided with digital extractions in the case we're here on today?
I was.
Okay. Do you know what types of digital extractions you were provided with?
Yes. So the two main ones were a few cell phone extractions as well as social media search warrant returns.
Okay. Were any of those directly linked to the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. What were you specifically asked to do with the information that you were given?
I was asked to review the social media search warrant proceeds from Ms. Boswell's Facebook account and Instagram account.
Okay. And tell us what proceeds are.
Proceeds. So when you submit a search warrant to social media companies, essentially what they send you back is the proceeds of that warrant. So when I say search warrant proceeds, I mean all the information that's Facebook or Instagram or any social media has provided the law enforcement officer.
Okay. And were you actually able to perform an analysis on the defendant's social media that was provided to you?
Yes, I reviewed both the Facebook and Instagram accounts.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go with y'all.
Everyone stand, please.
Come out.
You may be seated. Thank you.
So glad we get to fast forward until we get caught up. We'll find out what they want to talk about, because it's not a break. It's just a remove the jury so they can talk about something. Absolutely, because I don't know. Did they put like something on his screen so that you can't see it? You see what I mean? Like now it's dark, and we were seeing it the other day. I almost feel like they put something on there to make like a glare. You know it, Christy. I don't even know what they're doing, to be honest with you. They're just looking up stuff.
First, the state of Tennessee has fulfilled the notice requirement by filing a written notice of intent to introduce these documents, and we were not at any time notified by the defense that they were going to be opposing these. But also under Rule 902, it falls under a self-authenticating document because it is records of regularly conducted activity, and the case law is clear that a self-authenticating affidavit is sufficient on being able to bring these records in.
Judges, it relates to pretrial notice. A reading of Rule 12 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure basically sets out 5 things that must be raised pretrial: defects in the institution of the prosecution, defect in the indictment, so forth, motion to suppress, request for discovery, and a motion to sever. None of those things include this. I've objected because that affidavit is not an affidavit. It's a statement, and it should be sworn to in front of someone who is qualified to give an oath. And for it to qualify under 902, I think it has to be an actual affidavit sworn to by someone qualified to give an oath.
Well, Lacey, I hope you get the 8 inches. Woman to woman. Don't settle for the 4.
Your Honor, if you would like, we would be happy to provide you with a case that allows this document to be sufficient. It's on page 16.
Could I see it?
Yeah.
You got it.
I'm trying to find it. Yep.
You can never hear the judge. I have to turn up my mic full or my speaker full blast. To hear this judge. So I'll try to interpret if he does actually say anything. He hasn't really said anything yet. Well, apparently she wants to put an affidavit into the record or the evidence, and he's saying no because this affidavit is probably not signed under penalty of perjury or something. I couldn't really understand exactly what the legal argument was behind it. Hey, Anja.
In looking at the written notice, the certificate of service signed by General Harper says it was emailed to defense counsel on the 31st day of January 2025. It was filed February 3rd at the clerk's office. It included a copy of the certificate of authenticity of domestic records of regulated activity. Scott is correct. It does not appear on this document a notary.
There's no notary from the state of California.
But in every other respect, that the certificate of authenticity complies with.
It does have a certificate of authenticity that complies with Tennessee code.
And the certificate of authenticity declares under penalty of perjury.
And the certificate does declare under penalty of perjury.
And it has the logo of Facebook on the document itself. looking at the case that's handed up, State versus Benitez, 2022 Westlaw 123.
And it was given to the defense attorney in January of this year.
Quoting State versus Ferguson, 741 Southwest 2nd, 125. The circumstances must only show with reasonable assurance the identity of the evidence. And the court satisfied that this certificate complies with that standard. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
Overruled.
State able to continue. We'll take it out.
Because of the certificate of authenticity, because the law that the defense attorney stated is essentially requiring that there's proof that this is actually from whatever app, that this one happens to be Facebook, that this is really from Facebook and it's authenticated. And he says that the certificate of authenticity does provide that, even though it's not notarized, which is what the defense was arguing, that it wasn't notarized in front of obviously a notary, but in case somebody imagine if McClellan was required to provide, they'd get lost or deleted. You'd be like, well, we did have that certificate at one time. The certificate is not, the certificate is, doesn't have a notary. It's sworn to by the person who did that in California. I don't remember who he said the name was. And it does have a certificate of authenticity along with it. It just wasn't notarized. Gull would have been like, it's okay, McClelland. It's okay if you don't have it. I believe you. And I don't think it was done on purpose that you guys lost every fucking thing you had. What'd you say, Law Junkie? Let me see. Proceeds to check emails for an hour. I know I sent that certificate to the defense team at one point or another. I'm going to find that email right now for you, Judge. It's okay, Nick. You're such an honest guy. I'm sure you did send it and they fucking lost it. Because they suck at life. I'm sorry, Judge. It looks like my email was hacked, and so every email I have that had all my certificates of authenticity have been deleted, but shared all over social media. But I can't be sure that they're exactly the same, you know. Hey, Jennifer. Okay, there's no sound. Come on, Court TV. Where's your mics? We're missing out here. That is not on my end. That is on the court's end. They have not turned the sound on. Or on the cameraman. I should say Court TV's end, not really the court. They're not in charge of it. Come on. What are you doing? There we go.
Yes.
Okay.
No idea.
And can you tell the jury why something like this is important pursuant to an investigation?
Essentially, why this is important is it shows that the records that we received for the specific count we received them from are accurate.
Okay. All right, that can be passed back down. Thank you. To your knowledge, do you know who owns Instagram?
Yes, Instagram and Facebook are both owned by Meta.
Okay. And were you able to conduct an analysis on Facebook and Instagram records of the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And were these records obtained via a valid search warrant for those records?
Yes.
Okay. In reviewing, I guess let me ask you this. Were you able to review all of the information, not just the Facebook and Instagram records, but all of the information that you were provided regarding digital evidence in this case?
Yes, I reviewed a number of different phone extractions as well as search warrant returns.
Okay. Based upon this, were you able to identify conversations pertinent to this investigation?
Yes,
Have you identified and reviewed those in preparation for court today?
yes.
I'm going to pass you 2 pages here. Take a look and see if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay. And what is it?
So there are conversations that were located on Ms. Boswell's Facebook account.
Okay. And is it a conversation between the defendant and someone else?
Yes,
And who is the other person?
it is Haley Spiro.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you reviewed on Megan Boswell's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes,
Okay. And can you tell me the date of that conversation?
this was on December 8th, 2019.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that be admitted as exhibit number 231.
Approach up here for a second.
I really hope somebody sanitized that microphone.
Subject to.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Agent Durant, is this the conversation we were just discussing?
Yes,
Okay. And can you tell me what the defendant states right after it shows that she called Haley on the phone?
so the defendant states, I'll have to double check with her dad as her, or her dad has her, but I should have an extra.
Okay.
And then it goes to, I don't think I sent them all with him, but then again, I might have because I'm irresponsible.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, this will be subject to my prior objection.
I'm going to pass you 2 documents. We're going to go through them one at a time. You could look first at the one with the earliest date on it, please.
Okay,
And do you recognize that document?
I do.
And can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant, I believe it was Alexia Roop,
Okay. And what's the date of that conversation?
December 18th, 2019.
Okay. And then for the second page that I handed you, who was the conversation with on that second page?
So this one was, and also a conversation from that Facebook social media proceeds, also between the defendant and Alexia Rue.
And what is the date of that conversation?
That is December 27th of 2019.
And are those both fair and accurate representations of the conversations that you reviewed on the defendant's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that those be made as separate exhibits for the 12/18 date, exhibit number 232, and for the December 27th date, exhibit number 233.
For the full exhibit subject to the defendant's prior objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Permission to publish. Okay, first we'll go to the December 18th message. Alexia Roop says, "So I'm probably never going to get this money, am I? LOL." And what does the defendant say?
The defendant says, "I'm really sorry. I've been busy. I've been so busy. My child's father took her from me, and it's been one thing after another. And I'm sorry I've not been able to meet and stuff. Sundays are my only day off and the only time I really had to meet."
And next, we'll go to the December 27th conversation.
Mhm.
Alexia says to the defendant, "You never sent it." And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says, "I honestly have to get a new one. Have to go get a new one. Can I give you my social? And you try that card. I put money on it again."
And then Alexia says, "Yeah, I can try." And what does the defendant say?
"I'm sorry. I'm just so busy and like in a custody fight with Evelyn's dad right now. And I'm exhausted, to be honest with you. And I'm trying to keep up with everything as is. I'm really hoping we can get that prepaid card figured out."
Okay. Has you one page and ask if you recognize it.
I do.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
It's another conversation from the Facebook warrant between Ms. Boswell and Jesse Rosenbaum.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate? Let me ask you, what is the date of that conversation?
It's January 13th, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you saw it on that social media extraction?
Yes.
Okay, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 234.
234.
Okay, permission to publish. Okay, if you could tell us what the defendant says on January 13th of 2020.
So the defendant says, "I lost custody of Evelyn to Ethan, and I've been in a mood. I really don't want to deal with their shit right now. I've not told anyone but you that. He told me our court date was a different date than what it was, and I didn't know, so I was late to it."
Okay. And then Jesse Rosenbaum says, "Damn, that sucks. Effed up shit. You could call a retrial." And then what does Megan say?
"I'm trying to. I've not even told anyone that happened yet. I just don't want to deal with them, you know." And then she also says, like they always drag me into their problems, then bitch at me for being in their problems after they put me in the middle. LOL.
So those messages were
2 pages.
those were two different people. Like, so the one was the Lexus lady, and the other one's Jesse Blum or something like that. So those were two different people. They're not really clarifying that as they're putting them on the screen, but they did when they had them identify them.
I'm ask you the same thing if you can recognize them.
I do.
Okay. And can you tell us what it is?
It's a conversation between Christopher Hall and Ms. Boswell.
Okay. And the date of that conversation?
January 26, 2020.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked when you analyzed Megan Boswell's Facebook extraction?
Yes.
We would ask that be made exhibit number 235.
What was that name?
January 26, 2020. Permission to publish? So Christopher Hall asks, how's Evelyn? And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says good, mean as fuck.
And he says, aw. And what does Megan Boswell say?
She says she hates me.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to pause it real quick and I'll read this post for you guys. So this is Alexia Roop. I don't know if I'm saying her last name correctly. She says, said it was Christmas gifts. She made two $200 purchases in October and paid me for both. Then made a $600 purchase in November and claimed it was Christmas gifts. I put it on my credit card and met her to exchange money and product, but she told me she only had enough to get $200 worth and told me how her dad had cancer and that some of the gifts were for her daughter's birthday, etc. I felt bad for her and gave her all the product and let her pay me later. Since she had paid me the other times, I trusted her to pay me this time too. But weeks and weeks went by and she never did and kept making up lies and even lied and said she put the money in my mailbox, but the mailman must have stolen it. I know this was a lie because I watched out my window all evening to see if she would come and put it in there and never did. And then 3 times said she would meet me at a certain location, but would never show up and stand me up. Then she quit answering my messages and I was fed up. So I tried to get her phone number from someone that knew her. And when I called, the woman answered and explained that she was Maggie's father's girlfriend and that Maggie no longer had that phone number, but that it was hers. I told her all the lies Maggie had made up and how she owed me the money. So the girlfriend put me on the phone with her father and I asked him if he knew where she was because I needed my money. I was getting charged late fees on my credit card and he informed me that he has no idea where she was, but that if I needed to get police involved, then so be it, because she stole $6,000 from him and wrecked one of his trailers. He owns a mobile home park and told us not to trust her at all. So after that, my husband and I figured we would never see that money. But I sent her one last message about how if she didn't meet me that week, if she didn't meet me that week, that I would get the police involved. And then she finally met me at Kroger. When I met her, she was trying to sell her phone in one of those machines to her money because she only had $220 to pay me. Well, it kept rejecting her ID because the barcode part of it was scratched up. And I was so fed up at this point, I just used my ID for her so I could get the money and pay my credit card bill off. It was a nice newer iPhone and she got $180 for it. She kept telling me crazy stories about how she was homeless and that her baby daddy got emergency custody of her child because he falsely accused her of being abusive to the baby, and all kinds of stories that, quite frankly, I didn't really care about at the time. I just wanted to get my money and never talk to her again. This was December 28th when I met her. When the Amber Alert came out for her child, my heart sunk because I know that this Maggie girl is crazy and a compulsive liar. So I called TBI and gave them all the info, including screenshots of messages she has sent me prior to meeting where she claimed twice that the baby daddy had her baby and how she was going through a hard time. Detectives came and talked to me last week about it as well, and we were able to find camera footage of us at Kroger and trying to retrieve her phone from the machine to see if she'd sold it because there was evidence on it. So that's those messages, those other messages, that's those. And then we've already seen the message where she says that Evelyn is mean as fuck. Well, we kind of saw it because they brought that up in one of the interrogations. But yeah. So. She's finally working the month of December. Where's all of her paycheck money going? Because she's not paying for anything in the trailer because she's not even living there anymore. I guess we're sidebarring anyway. I could have just kept going. But.
Okay, I'm going to pass you 2 pages. And ask if you can identify that.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
So it's this was a conversation on Facebook between the defendant and Miss Shirley Lowry.
Okay. And what was the date of that conversation?
This was February 18th, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation from the defendant's Facebook extraction?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 236.
Before the 236.
This name sounds familiar too. Lowry. I don't know why it's ringing a bell.
Permission to publish.
The messages first, and maybe it'll jog it in my memory.
Okay. For the first page of this, I'm trying to get a little bit bigger. Can you just read to the jury what the defendant says on February 18th, 2020?
So the first message that comes through is hello, ? The next message is, if you want to know what's going on, I couldn't bring Evelyn over because Ethan wouldn't let me pick her up, and I have court in the morning. I'm sorry, and I hate to be rude about this, but you don't have any rights to my child, and what goes on between me, her, and her dad stays between me, her, and her dad. So the following message is, I have court in the morning to set up a specific plan where he has her 1 week and I have her another.
Okay. And is that conversation, make it smaller. Okay. And then for the record, there's a photograph there, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and what does the defendant say after that photograph?
She says, this was her when I saw her last weekend, and then follows up with, if dad didn't flip out when I come on the property, I'd bring her by. Not that it's any of your business, though, and don't involve anyone else in it.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that up for just a second because I want to ask you some questions about this photograph. So again, we're looking at the date, February 18th, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's the date the message was sent to Shirley Lowry.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine, based upon your analysis of the defendant's Facebook, is that picture an accurate representation of being taken the weekend before February 18th of 2020?
No.
Can you tell me how you know that that picture is an old picture?
While reviewing the conversations from the search warrant proceeds, I located that same photo, which was sent to Ethan on November 30th of 2019.
Okay. Same thing. I'm going to ask if you're able to identify that.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
It's a conversation between Kristen Arnett and the defendant.
Okay. And is there a date on that conversation?
February 22nd, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation between the defendant and Kristen Arnett on that date from her Facebook proceeds?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 237.
237.
Who did he say this one was between? I missed it. Sorry. No medical
Permission to
examiner.
publish.
Not yet, Tammy. We're just getting into forensic extraction. I don't remember who this was, though. I didn't hear it.
Kristen Arnett says, honey, I pray that you come out of this. I pray you and that baby are both safe. All you got to do is be honest, honey. I'm praying so hard for you. And what does the defendant say in response?
I am being 100% honest and trying to help find my baby. I was scared of the person who took her. Thank you.
Okay, passed you a document. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
This was a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood, yes.
Okay, and is there a date for that conversation?
There is. It's December 27th, 2019.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it during your analysis?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 238.
Okay, so that was with Christy or Christine Arnett, and now these are with Hunter Wood.
And permission to publish. Okay. You can just tell us what the defendant says to Hunter Wood on December 27th and December 28th.
On December 27th, the defendant says, text me again so I have your number. I ended up just swapping phones with her. And then follows on with, hey, I'm going to leave here soon. Ethan and I talked, and he's going to stay home. And then is followed by, he thinks that what would be best also because I'm obviously not a very stable parent right now, and Evelyn doesn't want to come home with me.
That's interesting. Not a stable parent right now. Krista, thank you, Law Junkie. Krista Arnett. Fancy. Hey, Johnny. So the one with Hunter was December 27th.
Okay, same question.
Yes, I recognize this.
Can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Okay, and what is the date of that?
The date of this one is February the 19th of 2020.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you viewed pursuant to your analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
Okay, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 239. And permission to publish. If you could read to the jury each of these text bubbles from the defendant to Hunter Wood on February 19th of 2020.
Yes. It says, hey, I have no clue why you're mad at me, but I've been waiting for mom for fucking hours at the BP. Can I please come sleep in your truck if I get a ride there? And she says, like, seriously, I've done nothing. I've not done anything for you to be mad at me. I love you, and I was supposed to leave so long ago, and I tired as fucking hell. I'm also pregnant with your child, so you could let me sleep in your truck. I'm gonna just come anyways and sleep in it when I can find a ride. I'm so tired, and I needed you tonight, but thank you, Hunter. I might just say fuck it and come in. And then she tried to call, and Hunter missed the call. And then the final one is, I've tried to call.
Okay.
And that's the 18th? That looked like the 18th. I don't know if Hunter even replied. Oh, Tammy says 19th. It looked like the 18th to me, but it was kind of blurry.
Okay, I'm gonna pass you 7 pages. Take a moment to look through that. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to view that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Okay. Hunter Wood.
Hunter Wood. Yes.
Okay. And is there a date on that conversation?
Yes. February 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And is that also a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it when you did an analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 240.
He collected exhibit 240, subject to court's trial.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
We're just gonna go through it page by page.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. What does Megan Boswell start out saying on February 22nd of 2020?
The defendant states, "Hey, I texted you just so that you know it's really me.
And Hunter Wood says, change your Facebook name. And what does the defendant say?
I will in a few. Will you please bring me a change of clothes? TBI is in North Carolina with my mom. Literally, I don't care what clothes are. I just don't have anything at the moment."
And Hunter said, they said there was no baby with her though. I'm at my mom's. And what does the defendant say?
She's still under arrest and being questioned. Can you please do that for me though?
And then Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. And what does the defendant say?
Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing.
Then Hunter says, but please assure to me that the baby will be found and brought home safely.
Oh.
Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Then what does, I'll scroll down in a second. What does the defendant say in response to that?
Hunter, I have full faith in the TBI and everyone I've spoken to that they will get the truth out of my mom and bring my baby back to me. Can you come talk? ? Or your mom? ? I just can't disclose anything much more over the internet at this point in time or over the phone. And I hope you can understand that.
Okay, let me go up a little bit and if you could continue.
If you don't want to, I'll speak to your mom and she can tell you. Also tell her thank you for reporting the car missing. If mom has told you anything that is off-putting, please let me know. If she told you anything at all, please tell me, please, anything at all. Did she ever mention Mendota to you? She kept trying to take me there and I'm trying to find a ride up there to go looking.
Okay. Oh, this one's smaller. Okay. And what does the defendant, I guess it's a continuation from the last page. What does she say?
So please let me know if you know anything about Mendota. I know it's late, but can you take me somewhere in Mendota, along a river? Mom used to talk about it.
And Hunter says, get your dad or TBI to take you. And what does the defendant say?
I can't get a hold of David and there's no way in hell Dad will take me.
Okay. And then what does the defendant say?
David's not replying to me, probably because they're down in North Carolina dealing with my mother.
And Hunter Wood says, I'll contact Chris Wilhoit and see what he says to do. And what does the defendant say?
Who is that? I don't know exactly where it is.
And Hunter says, the leading TBI agent. What does the defendant say?
I just know a river in Mendota. Someone told Dad they wanted to talk to him.
Okay. And then what does the defendant say?
Same place Mom got arrested for trespassing in Scott County, Holston River.
And then Hunter says, what does that have to do with the baby? And what does the defendant say?
Only place I know she might be connected with in Mendota. Dad is on the phone with someone right now. Something about who reported the car she saw. She says she would only talk to Dad and that she had important information.
Okay. And what did she say in that last message?
Dad's on the phone with her recording the call.
This is the last page. I might have to make this a little bit bigger. Then Hunter says, what did they say? And what does the defendant say back to Hunter?
She said, my mom dropped the baby off behind the church 3 days ago. They're looking into the church thing right now. She said a church off 394. I think she said Feathers Chapel. Dad talked to her. Not sire, but I'm losing my shit right now and have no one. I have to find Evelyn now. It's been 3 days already. What if she's cold and hungry?
Okay. And then what did she say? Let me go up a little bit. Where it starts, Hunter, please.
Hunter, please. No one will take me to look for her mom. Had to have dropped her off somewhere. Please help me find my baby. And she continues, says, if you won't take me, I'm literally going to steal a car. I don't care. I'm sitting at Food City with the cops. Hunter, if you dropped her off 3 days ago, time is ticking fast. And she says, hey, TBI has some sort of update. I'm about to head up there now. I'll let you know. I'll let you and Melissa know. And then she ends with, are you up? ?
Okay. Thank you.
Hunter has no clue what is going on with this kid. And he's talking to the guy who testified right before this one, Wilhoit, or however you say his name. Hunter does not have a clue what is going on with this kid. Doesn't mean he never met her. Nobody said that yet. He hasn't said that yet. But he's like, just tell me where the baby, like where the baby's going to be back safe. He's probably like, what the hell is going on? She's lying to Hunter just like she lies to everybody else. People are going to think that that's probably staged, though, that they did it on purpose to clear Hunter or something. You know, like, I'm going to put in there, like, oh my gosh, what's going on with the baby? And then you're going to tell me all about, like, the search and stuff. So that when they pull your phone stuff, they know that I had nothing to do with it. Oh, absolutely, Blue Bayou. I agree with you. You Mary fucking Poppin. She's so manipulating lies as if it's just having a simple conversation. It's terrible. I know. She's just like, somebody please take me to look for my baby. Nobody will take me to look for my baby. Yeah, Hunter isn't faking that conversation and then saying he's going to take it to Chris Wilhoit. He's like, I'll just talk to him instead. Yeah, she's like, I'm going to steal a car if you don't take me. Yes, Sleuthy, a little bit, yes. Ems, I did. I just actually retweeted it. Because that's, wow. I knew he was going to help out with Turtle Boy, but, or last I had heard anyway. I haven't overly followed everything going on over there. I haven't dove back into the Karen Reed stuff again. Yeah, he won't be able to comment on the case anymore. He had good commentary. He's so dramatic, but in a genuine way. We should, Sleuthy. We should. Let's do it.
I had to go with the officer. I just been informed the lunch is here. We'll start back at
Oh, they're going to go to lunch.
1:15.
Everyone stand.
Going to lunch. I don't know, you guys. That, to me, it seemed very legit that Hunter was like, where the hell is your kid? And He was like weirded out. Like she was trying to come sleep at his house and he was like not responding to her. Like he didn't want anything to do with it. I put the screenshot of that first message that I couldn't tell if it was the 18th or the 19th. I put it in chat, but it's so blurry, I don't think it even matters. So. Yeah, we're going to be caught up. I know. I don't know how it happens. Every day. At this rate, we're still going to be at this trial on April 1st? Nah.
You might be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please have exhibit number 79? Thank you. Okay.
Absolutely legal, Lacey. We did a really big one before her first trial, and then we covered it every day of her first trial, or almost every day of her first trial. We didn't do it live, but I think we've got a better system to be able to cover trials between me and Sleuthy. So I think we might be able to do this a little bit more often than I was able to do before. So we'll see, especially with the timing, the difference in time zones and stuff. So, but we'll definitely do another recap we'll do a recap of the first trial going into the second trial. Yeah, that one's a really long one, Legal Lacey, because I did it like almost an entire, I think it was like an entire Sunday. I think it was like an 8-hour live. It was super crazy, but there was tons of info. Yeah, I think if we do it live, that's how I feel about this trial. I feel like I'm more productive because I'm not watching it, taking notes, and then going back over it. Like I'm still able to get like so much more shit done. So. Aw, I love Legend. I want to cover Corey Richins. Yep, I want to cover Larry Milletti. There's a few of them. There's a few of them that I would really like to do. So, come on, T. I watched all your videos in 2 weeks when I found you. You can do it. You can do it. I'd like to cover Corey Richins though too. It's tough because there's a lot of trials that are coming up that I don't have a lot of questions on, I guess, if that makes sense. Like I kind of just feel like most of them, I feel like they got the right person, and then we have August, we have Idaho 4 coming up. So I don't know. There's a lot in 2025, as long as there's no continuations. We're going to have to do a big recap for Idaho 4. I did cover a lot of that case, but it needs a big recap. Found you like the day of the Delphi trial and watched all of the lives for like 4 years. Oh, gosh. You're probably tired of hearing my voice after that long. Blue Bayou, I want to know if the Summer Wells churches are connected.
Attached to two documents. One has previously been marked as Exhibit 79. So for the one that's not marked, I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It was a image found on the social media returns of Megan and Hunter at Blowing Rock.
Okay. And based upon your analysis, were you able to determine a date of that photograph being taken?
Yeah, according to the search warrant proceeds, it was taken on or about January 20th of 2020.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that photograph be made exhibit number 241.
Subject to your prior ruling, yes, sir.
Be exhibit 241, subject to court filing.
And did you also recognize the exhibit that I handed up along with that?
Of the message?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So is this the photograph you were referencing
Yes.
a few moments ago, dated January 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Is that right? And based upon your work on this investigation, are you able to identify who the individuals are in this photograph?
It appears to be the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter Wood.
Hunter Wood. It's kind of difficult to see it, but
Okay.
it's believed to be Hunter Wood.
Yeah, I think it's always a little bit more difficult on these screens.
Mhm.
Okay, then previously marked exhibit number 79. Did you also locate that in your analysis of the defendant's social media extraction?
Yes, this appears to have been a message sent on Instagram from the defendant to Bailey.
Okay, and was that also on January 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay, were these sent together? Are you aware if they were sent together or not?
Yes, I think the photo came through first, and then the message came through right after the photo. But they were sent pretty much at the same time.
Okay. I'm going to pass all three up to you, but go through one at a time.
Okay.
Do you recognize each of those photographs?
I do.
Okay, and we'll go through them one at a time. The first photograph, what is that photograph of?
The first one I have is of essentially an image of a house
Okay,
with the text "So excited for our new home." It appears that Hunter is in that photo.
okay. And were you able to determine the date that that photo was taken?
Yeah, so this one was taken on or about February the 16th.
Okay, Your Honor, we would ask that be made exhibit number 242.
Exhibit 242, subject to problem.
Again, that came from the defendant's social media extraction.
Yes.
Okay.
So on Instagram.
Okay, on Instagram. Okay, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay. And is this the photo that you were referencing from February 16th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you can tell me the next photograph that you have in your hand.
The next one I have appears to be Hunter laying on a bed with the caption "Picking out furniture for our new house" heart emoji.
Okay, and were you able to determine a date of that photograph?
Yes. So this was posted. This appeared to be posted on Instagram on or about February the 17th.
Okay, so for both of the one before and this one, they were actually posted on the dates that you gave.
They appear to be posted
Okay,
according to the proceeds.
and posted by whom?
The defendant.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 243.
243.
And permission to publish. This one. Okay. So the photo you're referencing is being posted on February 17th of 2020
Yes.
on the defendant's Instagram.
Yes.
And then you've got one more photograph, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what that one depicts?
This is a picture. It appears to be Hunter in the picture with a car behind him. The caption at the bottom says "So proud of my baby!" exclamation point. New 2020 high country.
Okay. And are you able to determine the date that that was posted?
Yeah, this appeared to have been posted on or about February the 18th.
Okay. And did you also obtain that from the defendant's social media search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. We ask that be exhibit number 244.
Exhibit 244, pursuant to Constitution.
And permission to publish.
Go ahead.
So is this the photo you're referencing that the defendant posted on February 18th of 2020?
Yes.
Does anybody know if Hunter actually did get that car?
One second.
We know he didn't. Well, that house wasn't theirs. Twisted Gemini, I want to say September, but I'll double check on my spreadsheet.
Were you also asked to review the defendant's social media records regarding Ethan Perry?
Yes,
And were you aware, pursuant to this investigation, of who Ethan Perry was?
I was.
Okay. And did you actually review communications between the defendant and Ethan Perry?
I did.
Can you tell the jury a summation of what you noticed regarding their communications?
Objection.
I think they're out applying for an apartment, and yet now they're acting like that house being built is theirs. From my notes right now, it says that Soto, Maddie's case is supposed to go to trial in September 22nd of 2025. I wouldn't count on that, but you never know.
Okay, let me ask you a different way. Can you please give us, based upon your review of their communications, a pattern of behavior by the defendant to Ethan Perry?
Yes. So in the communication between the defendant and Ethan Perry, the defendant sent Perry a lot of messages, and probably at least a dozen messages every day from November 1st and onwards. So there were regular updates about Evelyn throughout those communications, and there were photos posted of Evelyn during those communications as well. And the communications went until about December 3rd. As soon as December 3rd hit, the amount of communications between Ethan and Megan went down quite a bit, and no unique images of Evelyn were seen afterwards. So she did send more pictures of Evelyn, but they were old pictures of like Evelyn and Ethan together. So I didn't observe any new photos after approximately December the 3rd.
Okay, all right, thank you. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Yes.
So no new photos of Evelyn after December 3rd is what he's saying? Is that what you guys picked up on there? She was sending photos, but they weren't actually new photos.
There's a potential for recall, but if so, we will be in touch with him and let him know.
Agent Grant, you're finished right now with the testimony.
Oh, defense isn't going to cross it.
You don't have to stay here for that. Make sure they can get all the.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
State called Marla Gray.
Nothing good's coming out of that cross. This is still puts her. I haven't seen anything that puts her death past the 6th. The 4th to the 6th is still where I'm at.
Marla Gray,
It's on the swear affirm testimony about to be able to get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You are Marla Gray, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where are you employed?
I am employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Knoxville Crime Lab.
And what is your position there with the TBI?
I am a special agent forensic scientist supervisor, and I'm assigned to the forensic biology unit.
And Agent Gray, if you would kind of give the jury an overview of what your duties are there within that division.
So we analyze evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and skin cells, and then we determine who those fluids or skin cells belong to, doing DNA analysis.
And what sort of educational background do you have that allows you to perform these duties?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in biology from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. I've also completed the in-house training program that is set forth by the TBI.
And have you had specific training relating to serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, during that 18-month training program, we cover serology, all the testings that we do, DNA analysis, and interpretation.
Approximately how many examinations would you say you performed over your years in the TBI?
Yeah, I've been there for 14 years, and in that time, I've worked almost 1,600 cases.
Do you hold any certifications?
I do not.
Okay. Does the TBI provide technical equipment that you're able to use in the performance of your duties there?
Yes, they do.
All right. And is this equipment standard across the state and within the scientific community?
Yes, it is well known, not just across the state, but in forensic labs all over the world.
Have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
I have.
And in fact, have you been qualified as an expert here in Sullivan County?
I have.
And after having been qualified as an expert witness, have you then gone on to give testimony as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And was your qualification as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, or in forensic biology, which encompasses both of those.
All right. Judge, we would tender Agent Gray as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis.
Judge, I agree. She's an expert.
Should be deemed to be an expert in the field of serology.
Agent Gray, you touched on this a little bit, but if you would kind of tell us a little bit about the differences between serology and DNA and what they are.
So serology is the screening process. When evidence comes in, we're determining if we're looking for blood, semen, or saliva, and then we'll take a portion of that through the DNA analysis. If it's an item that's been handled, we're not looking for a fluid, but we're looking for skin cells that were left behind.
All right. And what sorts of things are you looking for when you perform those types of analysis?
For, say, blood cases, we're looking for tests that change color, that indicate blood, and then we'll take that through the DNA process to generate DNA profiles for comparison.
All right. And obviously you work in a laboratory down there in Knoxville, correct?
I do.
Do you all have a process for how you handle evidence that comes into the lab?
Yes, we have policies and procedures that we follow. So in instances, every piece of evidence is worked one at a time. We don't have multiple items out at the same time. We wear lab coats, masks, gloves. Gloves are changed between every piece of evidence. Items are cleaned between touching evidence. Butcher paper is put out.
Okay. And each case, is that assigned a specific case number within the lab?
Yes, so when evidence comes in, the evidence receiving unit will give it a unique laboratory case number. All the evidence that is associated with this case will have that number, and all the requests for exams that come in. That way we make sure they match.
And I assume that you make sure that evidence, before you perform any testing, is secured and has not been tampered with in any way.
Yes, before it is accepted into the lab, the evidence receiving unit will make sure that it is in a sealed condition. And then when we get it to analyze it, we also double check that it is in a sealed condition before we begin our testing.
All right. Agent Gray, you were asked to perform numerous tests on evidence in connection with the Evelyn Boswell case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you received items in the lab on several different occasions. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the first batch of items that you received on March the 4th of 2020, which resulted in your first report that was issued on March the 10th of 2020. When you received those first items, what were you attempting to do or to find within the evidence that was sent to you?
For this first batch of items, the Evelyn had not been found yet. So these were items that said that they belonged to her. So I was trying to generate a DNA profile that could be put in the missing persons database.
Okay. So at this point in time, you had no profile with which to compare because the body had not been found, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if you would kind of describe for the jury the process that you went in trying to develop a profile from those items.
So this was a box of clothing that said belonged to Evelyn, bracelets, a baby book, stuffed animals. There was also items that were submitted from different areas that had been collected from previous investigations. So with looking for something I could generate a profile from, I was looking at the neck area because babies drool, so I thought that would be a good source of DNA. For the first batch, I didn't get anything. The items could have been washed, so her profile wasn't generated until the next report with the next batch of items.
Okay. And specifically, which item you mentioned that you were looking for drool? Which item were you testing in that first?
For the first report, it was the first birthday shirt from the baby box.
Okay. And I noticed in the report it says that staining was observed with alternate light source screening in the
Yes.
neck area. Okay. And was there any sort of profile you developed at all?
It was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but since it was a mixture, I could not use that as her DNA standard since it wasn't single source.
Okay. So essentially, and also looking at your report, it looks like there was a silver clip that you also, I guess, attempted to.
Yes, a
develop
hair
profile
clips and a diaper. I believe these were found in Mendota, Virginia.
Okay. And again, were you able to develop a profile from those?
No, there was no DNA on any of those items.
All right. Agent Gray, I'm going to pass you a document and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 10th, 2020.
Okay. And does that reflect your findings or lack thereof
Yes.
on the first batch of testing that you did?
Yes.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 245.
No objection. It's 245.
Now, Agent Gray, I want to ask you about another report. You were aware of an item of evidence, which was a trash can that was collected from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if there are, I guess, different disciplines or different testing that's going to be done, for instance, if an item is going to be tested by forensic biology division as well as latent fingerprints, is it possible that a piece of evidence would be sent between the labs?
Yes, the Knoxville Crime Lab does not have a latent print unit, so all evidence that requests latents are sent to the Nashville lab.
Okay. And so specifically in this case, was the trash can being sent to latent prints to have prints done?
Yes.
All right. And as a result of that, did the Nashville lab collect some swabs from the trash can in order for you to perform DNA testing at a later date?
Yes, Dr. Christina Proctor collected swabs for me to test later.
And Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you another document, ask if you recognize that.
This is a copy of the report that was written by Christina Proctor stating the areas of the trash can that she swabbed.
Okay. So that just reflects the fact that they did, in fact, collect swabs from the trash can. Is
Yes.
that correct? Judge, we move to make that report number 246. All right. Agent Gray, the next batch of items that you tested, those were items that had been taken from the trash can and from trash bags that were found in the area where the victim was located. At the point in time which you began your testing on these items, had you received additional information as far as the profile of the victim was concerned?
Yes, I received a call from Special Agent Brian Fraley the night that Evelyn was found regarding her condition, and they were just making sure that a body could generate a DNA profile after it had decomposed that badly.
Okay. And did you subsequently receive items from the forensic pathology department at ETSU after the autopsy had been performed?
Yes, I received a blanket that she was found wrapped in, her diaper, clothing, and an FTA card, which is a DNA standard from blood of the victim.
And so after you received the FTA card, were you able to generate a profile of the victim?
Yes, I went back and worked the pants belonging to Evelyn Boswell and a shirt that belonged to Evelyn Boswell. I compared that to the FTA card that was submitted, and it matched.
So you were able to perform testing on those items that you previously been unable to.
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. And if you would kind of walk us through the items, the first item, was that the pants?
Are you looking at the report, March 11th?
Yes,
Okay.
I am. Sorry.
Yes. Yes. the pants.
Item 1D, sorry.
Yeah, that was the pants.
Okay. What were your findings in regards to the pants that have been submitted?
So I tested the inside waistband, looking for skin cells that had rubbed off her waist area, and it matched. The DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, that the major contributor matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from the unidentified female, and then Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Is that unusual to see mixtures of 3 individuals on a piece of clothing?
No, it is not.
And why is that?
Just because of commingling in the laundry. When they get washed, of course, DNA is getting mixed together. Even with articles of clothing, if they hadn't been washed prior to her wearing them, you're looking at people that might have picked up the clothing at the store or people that manufactured the clothing. We could still get their DNA on clothing items.
And again, you identified the major contributor as being the victim in this case, correct?
Yes, there was enough major DNA profile to do a comparison.
And on item 1F, which was the shirt, what were your findings in regards to that item?
So the neck area was swabbed for that item, and the DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from an unidentified female, and Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Now, talk for a minute just about the fact you said that it included at least 1 male. How do you know that?
From the DNA profile that we generate, it has a sex indicator marker, which is, of course, the XY chromosome, and in this instant, the Y chromosome showed up.
But you cannot tell anything else about the profile other than the fact that it was male. Is that
Correct. It was too low to do any comparisons with it.
Were there any other items that were tested as part of your report that was done on March the 11th, 2020?
No, this one was just the pants and the buckle standard from Megan Boswell and the FTA card from the unidentified female. And then this report was given to the ME for identification purposes.
Okay. So that was the purpose of your testing
Yes.
of this report. Okay. And you prepared a report that you then sent to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy of the report dated March 11th, 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the report that you prepared of your findings?
Yes.
That day? Judge can move to make that exhibit number 247.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Full exhibit 247.
The next results that you reported, those would be on your report from March the 25th of 2020. The items there were ones that were taken from the trash can and the trash bags. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we'll start with the first item, which was a piece of chewed gum from the trash can, identified in the report as Exhibit 7A. Did you perform testing on that
I
item?
did. Yes, I did.
If we could we pass Agent Gray exhibit number 197? Should be a bag, small bag.
Can somebody clarify for me if the male DNA was on the
We take a look
member?
at that, see if you recognize it.
Yes, this is my exhibit 7A, which is the chew gum. This is the seal, has my initials on it. This barcode, this is what is generated by the evidence receiving unit that has that unique laboratory case number. And this is how the internal chain of custody is maintained throughout the lab. And these are, of course, my initials.
You recognize your initials there on that item?
Yes,
Did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were that you obtained.
The DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population.
Any other profiles besides that?
No, that was a single source profile.
Okay.
So chewing gum, Megan's.
And thank you. If we could hand her exhibit number 217. Again, should be a bag.
It says blue gloves.
Yes, do you recognize what's been handed to you?
It does not have a barcode or my ID on it, so I don't know if I work this or not.
Okay, all right. Hand that back to her, please. I'm gonna come back to that. If we could hand her exhibit 218. You recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is my exhibit 18A, which was a cold and cough medicine bottle. There's the barcode that is generated by the TBI and the seal that I placed on it after I was done with the evidence.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were of your analysis.
The outside of the bottle was swabbed. A limited DNA profile was obtained and is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained and the unknown number of potential contributors, interpretation is inconclusive.
All right. So you were not able to form any kind of profile at all. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So regardless of whose DNA, other profiles you would have had, there would have been no way for you to match that with anyone. Is that
Correct. It has to meet a certain strength before we do any comparisons to it, and this did not meet that quality.
And can we next hand her exhibit number 200? You recognize it?
Yes, this is my exhibit number 19A, which is a Dasani water bottle. Here's the TBI barcode, and this was the seal that I placed on it when I completed it.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the mouth area and inside of the cap was swabbed for testing. The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. It also had world pop stats, and the minor profile was inconclusive.
And if we could next hand her Exhibit 211. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is my Exhibit 20A, which is a great value water bottle. There's the TBI barcode, my ID, and the seal that was placed on it with my initials.
And again, I'd ask you, did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
The mouth and inside the cap area were swabbed in this item also. The DNA profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, with world pop stats.
No other profiles on that particular item?
There was an additional allele at one of the locations, but it was inconclusive.
Next, if we could hand her number 212. Do you recognize that item?
I do. This is my Exhibit 22A, which is a Misty water bottle. The TBI barcode with my ID and the seal that was placed on it when I was finished.
And did you perform analysis on that piece of evidence?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and the inside of the cap was swabbed for testing, and the DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, with world pop stats.
And next, we could hand you Exhibits 213. I'm sorry. Let me pick up where were you just handed 213?
Yes,
Do you recognize that? I'm sorry.
that's okay. Yes, it is my Exhibit 24A. It is a Food Club water bottle. There's the TBI barcode label and my seal that I put on it when I was complete.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and inside the cap was tested. Quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for analysis, so no further testing was performed.
All right. And next, if we could hand her 223, which should be one of the pillows. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is my Exhibit 33A, which is a white pillow. There is the TBI barcode and my seal with my ID on it.
And did you perform analysis on that?
I did.
Okay. If you would tell us what your findings were.
So the first thing I did was screen the item with the ALS looking for saliva where somebody slept on it. And the center of the area did indicate a positive result. So that area was cut for testing. And the DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and with world pop stats, but the minor contributor profile was inconclusive. The edges were also tested on the pillow, and this DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male, but due to the complexity of the mixture, it was deemed to be inconclusive.
So the only profile you were able to develop was the victim, Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
Yes, from the center of the pillow.
We could hand her exhibit number 224 next. It also should be a pillow. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is a white pillow with yellow staining. Here is the TBI barcode with my ID, and down here is the seal that was placed on it after I was finished.
And did you perform testing on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
There was staining on this item, so I first tested it for the presence of blood, but it was negative. The center of the profile was tested. The quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for further analysis, and the edges of the pillow were tested and a limited DNA profile was obtained, but due to the limited profile, interpretation was inconclusive.
We can hand her at 2:15 next. See at bottom. You recognize what's been handed to you?
I do. This is my exhibit 39A, which is a nuke baby bottle with contents. Here is the TBI barcode and the seal that I placed on it.
And did you perform analysis on that baby bottle?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the nipple area was swabbed and the DNA profile matched exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell. And the sides of the bottle were also swabbed. The DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile was consistent with exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and the minor contributor profile was inconclusive.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you an item, ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is my exhibit 9A, which is blue latex gloves with hair. This is the TBI barcode and my seal on the top.
And did you perform analysis on that item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to that?
Inside this bag are 3 blue latex gloves. The inside of glove 1 was a limited DNA profile of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive. The outside of glove 1 was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was also inconclusive. The inside of glove 2, a limited profile was obtained, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, interpretation was inconclusive. The outside of glove 2, a limited DNA profile was obtained. It was also inconclusive. Possible hairs were collected from this item, but returned with the evidence because the TBI does not work hair. The inside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile was obtained. It was inconclusive. And the outside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile obtained, which was also inconclusive.
So no conclusive profiles on any of the
No.
gloves, is that correct?
That's correct.
And no, Evelyn didn't find any DNA profiles consistent with the victim on any part of the gloves, is
No.
that correct? Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move to make the gloves as exhibit 248. I guess she probably needs to, I don't think did you open those up?
I didn't.
Okay. Do you care to open those
Oh,
up?
This is the first glove, glove 1. It has a 1 on it. And this is glove number 2. Or sorry, that was glove number 3. This is glove number 2. As you can see, they're shredded.
And those were the gloves that you tested?
Yes.
Testified to? Okay. I think we 248. All right. I just want to make sure. Agent Gray, did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to those items?
I did.
And I'm going to hand you a document. Let's see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 25th, 2020.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report that
Yes.
you issued on that date? Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 249.
Any objection? Those are equal exhibit 249.
Now, Agent Gray, obviously you've tested a number of items in regards to this case. Is it common when you're working a case, especially a situation like this where you've got a missing child that's later recovered, do you speak with investigators who are working the case in order to determine which items are best for you to test and which might have more or less evidentiary value?
Yes, we do.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, I spoke with Agent Brian Fraley and Agent David Gratz on multiple occasions regarding this case.
And as a result of that, were certain items, I guess, initially you thought may not have had evidentiary value, but then later on you decided to test anyway to see perhaps they had more value?
Yeah, there were some items that weren't tested on the front end because like the baby food containers, just because we expected if there was DNA, if it was Evelyn's, we didn't know how probative that was to the case. But later on, we did decide to go ahead and test those items.
Okay. And specifically, I want to ask you about a blanket, which I believe was your item number 36C.
Yes.
Was that in fact a blanket?
Yes.
And was that item initially not worked due to the amount of, or why was that? Now, let me ask you this one. Why was that item not initially worked by you?
Due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket, decomposition fluid contains waste and bacteria and water. And what that does is it binds the DNA and it doesn't destroy it, but it defragments it enough that we can't generate a DNA profile. So if I were to put it on my instrument, it's so fragmented that it can't resequence it. So in this instance, it wasn't originally worked due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket.
Did you all ultimately make a decision later on to take a shot at it, I guess?
Yes, after speaking with Special Agent Gratz, we decided to only see if there were areas that were not stained and possibly get DNA off of that. So I tested the areas that didn't appear to have decomposition fluid on it and did not test the stained areas.
Right. And were you able to develop any sort of profiles as a result of your testing?
It was a limited DNA profile that was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can identify it.
Yes, this is an accurate copy of my biology report dated April 22nd, 2020.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your report in regards to your findings on the blanket?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that full exhibit number 250.
Any objection? Yes, sir. Full exhibit 250.
Agent Gray, the next item I want to talk about is the foil sheeting. Talk a little bit about the condition of the foil as you received it there in the lab.
We received it. It was heavily stained with orangish brown fluids or staining. There wasn't a lot of staining or areas that were not stained. And there were pieces that were wadded up together, but I think there were 5 pieces in total.
Okay. If we could hand Agent Gray exhibits 201 and 203. One is that like box sitting right there. You recognize those items?
Yes, this is my exhibit 15A. This was my seal down here at the bottom. And this is my exhibit, also 15A, but it was just piece 3. And then my seal is at the bottom.
Okay. And is that the foil sheeting that you tested?
Yes.
If you would, tell us what the result of your testing on those items were.
So for all of the foil sheeting, presumptive testing, chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, but presumptive immunological testing did not indicate the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And for all of the stained and non-stained areas, which were 10 areas total that were tested, the quantification results did not indicate the presence of human DNA. So these items were sent to the Latent Print laboratory.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in regard to the foil sheeting?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it.
This is a copy of my report dated March 12th, 2021.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings in regards to the fourth sheeting you just testified to?
It is.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 251. Finally, Agent Gray, I'm going to, again, we mentioned the fact earlier that sometimes through communications you were asked to test additional items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this last batch of testing that you did, there's also some additional material that was found in the trash bag, where the victim's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a black spoon, some Gerber baby food. One was a apple mango strawberry flavor. The other was a banana blueberry flavor. And then there was a tissue.
Kind of walk through these one at a time. You mentioned a black spoon. What were your results in regards to that item?
So the mouth area was swabbed for testing, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA, so it was not taken any further.
And what about the Gerber apple mango strawberry baby food?
The sides of the pouch was swabbed. There was still food on the mouth area of the swab, so I stayed away from it just due to bacteria and focused on the sides of the swab, the sides of the pouch. And quantification was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA, so no further testing was performed.
And what about the Gerber banana blueberry baby food?
So once again, the sides of the pouch were swabbed, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA.
Could I see exhibit 164? I'm sorry, 214. I'm sorry, wrong number. 214. I want to say first, yes. Thank you, Graham. I'm going to hand you what's been previously introduced as Exhibit 214. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is my exhibit 37A, which is a tissue. Here's the part.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to the tissue?
So this tissue was heavily saturated in a reddish brown stain. So I initially tested for the presence of blood, and presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, and presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And the DNA profile matched exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, with World Pop Stats.
Okay. Using the expression World Pop Stats, what does that mean?
So right now, the current world population is over 8 billion people, and out of 8 billion people, no one in the world has the same DNA profile as the one that generated.
So you can say with pretty certain confidence that this was Megan Boswell's profile that you found. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that one.
This is a copy of my forensic biology report dated October 22nd, 2021.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings?
It is.
That was issued. Judge, I would move to introduce that as exhibits 252. Agent Gray, in addition to your responsibilities and duties within the lab there, are you also a member of the TBI's violent crime response team?
Currently, I am not. When I became a supervisor, they took me off of VCRT, so that was 2022. But in 2020, I was a team leader and a forensic biologist for VCRT.
Okay, so back in February of 2020, you were a member of that team.
Yes.
And specifically in regards to this case, were you asked as a member of the violent crime response team to perform a couple of searches?
Yes, I was.
All right, and specifically on February the 19th of 2020, did you go to Middlesboro, Kentucky to search a 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
We received the request on February 19th. We went to Middlesboro on February 20th.
Okay. And did you in fact perform a search on the 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
I did.
And what were y'all looking for?
In this instance, we were just asked to process for the presence of blood to see if maybe, since the victim had not been located, if there might have been blood in the car.
All right. And did you all find anything of evidentiary value searching through the car?
No, it was negative for the presence of blood, and we did not collect anything from the car.
And subsequent to that, did you also receive a request around February the 28th of 2020 to search a mobile home that was located at 967 Sugar Hollow Road in Blumpville, Tennessee?
Yes, we received the request on February 27th, and we went on February 28th to 967 Sugar Hollow Road.
All right. And again, what were you searching for there at that location?
At that location, we were searching for the presence of blood, and we were also searching for Evelyn.
Find anything of evidentiary value at that location?
No, everything was presumptively negative for blood, and we did not collect any evidence. VCRT did not collect evidence.
1 second, Judge. Thank you, Agent Gray. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott had for us.
Could I see Exhibit 249, please? No, it's a report. Good afternoon, Agent Gray. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. I am currently looking at Exhibit 249, which is your report of March 25th, 2020. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
I want to ask you specifically about the blue gloves.
Okay.
The blue gloves, there are 3 blue gloves. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 2 of those gloves had male DNA. You can confirm that.
Yes. The inside of glove 1 had male DNA. And the inside of glove 2 also had male DNA. And that was it.
And if you would explain to the jury how you determine something is male DNA versus female DNA, just briefly.
So when we see, it's called an electropharogram, which is a visual representation of an individual's DNA profile. You have your sex determining marker, which is called amylogenin. If it's an XX, that means it's a female individual. If it's an XY, then it is a male individual. And on those instances, that Y marker showed up.
Now, you talked about some of these DNA profiles not being able to be tested further. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that because of the TBI standards for testing, or it's just impossible to do?
No, we could do it, but we've done multiple testing, and there is a quantitation limit that we know we're going to generate a DNA profile versus we're not going to get anything. So in this instance, I do believe that all of these were taken through all the way through the DNA analysis, and just it was too limited to say anything about. But mostly across the nation, we follow the same QAS guidelines, which are set forth by the FBI. So it's not just TBI specific, and they are specific into the quality of DNA before we can interpret it.
Would other labs have greater capabilities?
Not to my knowledge, is if they are accredited by the same accrediting body, they have to follow the same QAS guidelines.
So it's your testimony that no lab in the world would be able to perform more specific testing than the TBI lab?
There's probably labs out there that might do a different type of DNA that we do, but that we follow like STR DNA.
Okay. So to your knowledge, these profiles were not tested by anyone after you got finished with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What about the glove, outside of glove 2, you mentioned hairs were collected from that exhibit?
Yes.
Did you photograph the hairs?
No, I did not. I just documented the hairs.
Okay. Did you make a note of, are they long hairs, are they short hairs, color, anything like that?
I do believe the palm was shredded with white residue and hair on the fingers, and the hair is dark.
Okay, the hair is dark.
Yes.
But you didn't make any issue, nothing about length or anything else?
No, it was just that it was dark in color.
Okay. talk about the pillow. I'm having a difficult time on the sheet finding the pillow.
32A.
Thank you. The pillow had Evelyn Boswell's DNA on it. Is that correct?
Yes, in the center of the pillow.
Could you tell if that came from saliva or what that came from?
I did not do any testing for saliva, but the area I did tested positive for what was indicated luminescence. So it could have been sweat or saliva.
And it also had male DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
Were those two mixed in the same spot, or?
Yes, it was the center area that I took a cutting from. So it would have been the same area.
Bear with me 1 second, please. And finally, there was a bottle, like a medicine bottle,
Yes,
found in the trash can. What number was it? Do you have that?
it was Exhibit 18A.
Yes, ma'am, 18A. That's what I'm looking for. And that item it was tested, and were you able to determine if it had male DNA?
I was able to determine that it had male DNA, but it was inconclusive for any comparison purposes.
And as far as other DNA, were you able to determine if you could link anyone else to the bottle with DNA?
No, not. But once it's deemed inconclusive, no comparisons are performed.
If I could have just 1 minute. Ms. Gregg, were you ever asked to compare any of these items to Hunter Woods or Preston Hunter Woods DNA?
I never received a standard for Hunter Wood, but I did not need it.
Thank you.
Agent Gray, I guess I'll follow up on your last answer there. When you said you didn't need it, why didn't you need it?
I didn't have any unknown male profiles to compare it to.
Okay, so there was nothing there that you would have been able to compare it to anyway, correct?
Correct.
So all these male profiles Mr. Scott's asked you about were also limited. There's no way you could have gone in. If I'd submitted to you every DNA sample from every male in the world, you would not have been able to tell me
Correct.
who it was, correct?
I wouldn't even ran them since I didn't have any unknown male DNA.
Thank you. That's all.
If I could just clarify, you did have unknown male DNA on those items we just went over.
There was unknown limited male DNA, but since there wasn't strong enough for me to do any comparisons, even if they would have sent in the standard, I wouldn't have ran it.
Thank you.
There wasn't enough to make the initial profile.
Yes, sir.
So they know that they have unknown male DNA, but you couldn't compare it because there wasn't enough to compare. It wasn't enough to ever come up with a match on any male, no matter who it was. Correct. Sniper. Unknown male, insufficient quantity and quality to test. Correct. But they know it's male just because it's got the Y. Well, I mean, in Delphi, they wanted to wait until technology became, more where they were going to test those hairs. So, to me, it's still a little different. I think I'm more upset about the lack of photographs of the evidence as she's collecting it. And then he does ask, but there are other labs out there in the world that could have tested it and figured it out and would have been able to figure out exactly whose DNA that was. And she says, yeah, there probably is, but not at our level. Anybody who's under any lab that's under the FBI follows the same protocols. And that's what she's essentially saying, which is not just TBI. It's, anybody under the FBI umbrella. Now, there are labs out there, which we all know, that can create profiles off of a much smaller amount of DNA and be able to compare it to people and find them. And that's why she said they only work with STRs and not SNPs. So there are labs that we know that work with SNPs, and they didn't utilize that. Now, let's be realistic here. I don't know necessarily if this pillow is just a pillow. Is it relevant to the case? Does she die by suffocation with a pillow? I mean, is there like, I don't know. I don't know how far into the testing you would go on an item that it has no direct correlation to the crime itself. It'd be much different if it was something that was in that bag with Evelyn versus a bag. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's see who we got here. I have not excluded Hunter at all. Well, remember, Law Junkie, you have to include him. So he is innocent until proven guilty. You don't have to exclude him. You have to include him. It was a pillow only. I don't think they said anything about the pillow case when it came to the unknown male DNA. You have to, yeah. So he obviously cooperated at some point because they interview him, and he's in contact with Chris Wilhoit, and they talk about that they contact him. This is exactly. This is about reasonable doubt. And is it enough? Is it enough?
Testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I did.
Well, once again, same issue. The gloves have no direct correlation to the crime. So this is what Sleuthy was saying. Like, it would have been really nice to hear from the ME before hearing some of this stuff, simply because we don't know if any of this shit's even important. We don't know. Does it have anything to do with the crime? Or is this just regular old trash?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And if you would state your name for the record, please.
David Hoover, David Hoover.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at the National Crime Laboratory in the Latent Fingerprint or Latent Print Unit.
And what is your title or position there?
I'm a Special Agent Forensic Scientist.
And Agent Hoover, if you would kind of give the jury a brief overview of what your duties are there within the Latent Print Division.
My duties typically include processing evidence for fingerprints, any developed fingerprints or any developed prints that I find on the evidence I photograph or in some way capture them, then compare them and make identifications to individuals if that's possible. Also enter stuff into the APHIS database, search through the database for individuals as well. I also write my reports and testify in courts of law.
You mentioned the APHIS database. Could you explain what that is?
The APHIS database is essentially a database of fingerprint cards that we have on file at the TBI. And then we're able to search unknown fingerprints against that database to see if we can find an individual who may have left that print.
And how long have you been doing this there at the TBI?
I started in March of 2000, so about almost 25 years.
If you would tell us a little bit about your educational background that allows you to perform those duties there at the TBI.
My background includes a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from David Lipscomb University with a minor in chemistry. Then at the TBI itself, I underwent a 2-year training period under court qualified fingerprint examiners with over 100 years of experience. Since then, I've also had training from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Mississippi State Crime Laboratory, Arizona State Crime Laboratory, I believe, other agencies that have produced classes, as well as gone to conventions and things that also had classes throughout those 25 years.
How many examinations would you say that you've performed over your almost 25 years there at the lab?
At this point, I would think it was in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands.
Do you hold any certifications in the field?
I do. I'm a certified latent print examiner with the International Association for Identification.
And what type of technical equipment do you have there that you use at the lab?
We typically use a lot of the same things you actually see on TV. A lot of times you will see the dust fingerprint on a car or window or something, and they'll dust it and lift it. We actually still do that. We also use fluorescent dyes, which fluoresce at different wavelengths. So we have light sources that do different wavelengths as well. We now also have a system that we've had actually for quite a while. It's called RUVIS, which is Reflective Ultraviolet Light Imaging System. And they've learned that under certain wavelength of light, in this situation, 254 nanometer light, it will the oils and the sweat of the fingerprints will reflect, and you can actually capture them photographically with that system.
And is this pretty standard equipment that's used across the country in various labs?
Pretty much, yes, I believe so.
Agent Hoover, have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
Yes, I have.
And after having been qualified as an expert, have you then gone on to give expert testimony?
Yes, I have.
And so then you've been qualified as an expert in the field of latent print identification. Is that correct?
Yes, in both state and federal courthouses.
All right. Judge, at this time, we would offer Agent Hoover as an expert in the field of latent print identification.
He's an expert. All right. You declared to be an expert in the field of latent print and fingerprint.
Agent Hoover, if you would, just tell us a little bit about what latent prints are.
A latent fingerprint is essentially a reproduction of the ridges of your fingers or palms, and it can also include your feet. This is called friction ridge skin. It helps you hold on to things. So a latent print is essentially a reproduction of those ridges on a surface after you've touched them. Essentially, you've touched something, you've left sweat or oil in that reproduction of your ridges behind on that surface.
Okay. And as a latent print examiner, when you look at an object or you're looking for prints, what exactly is it that you're looking for?
I am looking for the ridge formations that we have in our fingerprints. Predominantly, we'll look for what is called level 1 detail first, which is the ridge flow and the pattern types within the fingerprint. Sometimes we don't have the pattern types, and we can only look for the ridge flow itself. We're also looking for what we call level 2 detail, which is bifurcations, ridge endings, dots. These are the types of things that happen within the ridge flow itself. So a ridge is flowing along, and then it suddenly stops, and the two ridges on either side continues to go. That's an ending ridge. A bifurcation is essentially like a fork in a road. So you have the same thing, except for that ending ridge touches one or the other side of that those other two ridges, forming essentially a fork in the ridge flow itself. A dot is essentially what it describes. It's defined. It's just simply a small area that's just a ridge, and it's just a small dot that shows up.
All right. Are latent prints more than just what we talk about as being fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. What all is?
There can be fingerprints. There can be palm impressions. Your joints of the fingers also have the same type of detail that we can use to identify people. And like I said a little earlier, your feet even has the same thing, where you can actually develop feet footprints and then compare them to individuals, their footprints, and see if it's the same individual or not. It's rare, but it can be used for identification purposes.
Okay. If you would talk for a second about how a latent print is created or left on a surface.
Like I said, when you touch something, you can leave behind that sweat and oil on that surface, and it can remain there, and then I can process it and develop it to be able to actually see it and capture it.
Do certain things affect whether or not you're able to develop a latent print on a surface or an object?
Yes. Some surfaces are not very good at retaining a latent print. Rough surfaces typically are not something that's very good in retaining a usable latent print, because if you touch a rough surface, that rough surface is going to break up that ridge flow. What you're touching, what you're using to actually leave behind, like I said, is sweat and oils, which typically also have a lot of water to them as well. So you're talking about a liquid medium, and if you're touching something that's very bumped and bubbled up, then some of that medium is going to be lost in the valleys and crevices of the rough surface. Some of it's going to be left on top. So it's going to be very broken up, and you're not going to be able to see or use it to actually identify somebody. Because what we're looking for is enough information and enough clear information to be able to say this latent print was left by this person's finger or palm or footprint.
Okay. And does whether or not a surface is clean or dirty, does that affect?
That can also affect it, yes.
Okay. Now, you work at the lab in Nashville, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a process as far as processing evidence that comes into the lab there in Nashville?
Yes, we do.
If you would explain to the jury how that works.
So an agency will bring in a piece of evidence that will go through our evidence receiving section, in which case that piece of evidence is given a specific lab number and an evidence number. If that lab number is already created, then that's another lab number, or excuse me, another evidence number. As it goes through, it's then the case is assigned to an individual. In this case, I would receive the case. In this situation, I would receive the case. And then I would go pick up that evidence from evidence receiving to then do my testing.
All right. And prior to testing any items, do you make sure that they have been secured and not tampered with in any way?
The evidence receiving unit is involved in that, and they have a vault in which it is stored in, and that only they have the opportunity to get to. Once I get the evidence, I make sure that the evidence is in a sealed condition in some way, and then I go from there and then open it, process it from there.
All right. If we could at this time, I'd like to hand Agent Hoover exhibit number 196, trash can.
So this is the trash can that I received. It has our laboratory number. It has our exhibit number as well as my initials. This is the sticker that was on the side of the trash can. It also contains the exhibit number and my initials. And these are pieces of the rim of the trash can that I removed to be able to process better.
So at the time that you received the trash can there at the lab, the pieces that you just held up, they were
actually
It was a full-
attached. Yes, it was a full trash can with those pieces of the rim attached to it.
Okay, you removed them. They were not broken or anything like that. Is that
No,
correct?
they were not.
And you mentioned you held up a sticker. Is that like a sticker that would come from the manufacturer
Yes,
that was on there?
yes, it was on the side of the trash can. It's a Sterilite sticker, manufacturer of the trash can.
Okay, and you removed that as well?
I did.
Okay. All right, Agent Hoover, did you attempt to develop any latent prints off of that particular item in the trash can?
I did.
And if you would kind of walk us through what your approach to analyzing that piece of evidence was.
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Is that all right?
Yes.
On that trash can, I did pretty much a full process of just about everything that we can do at the laboratory, or that we normally do for fingerprints at the laboratory, including superglue, dust, the Ruva system that I mentioned, the ALS, the fluorescent dyes that I mentioned as well. The rim, especially the body itself, no, it looks like I did everything on even the body itself as well.
Okay. And what were you able to determine, or what were you able to find as far as the prints were concerned?
On the sticker, I found a palm print, and up underneath the rim, which is the reason why I removed the rim, I found the very far tip of a fingerprint. And when I mean a far tip of the fingerprint, I'm talking about the areas up here at the very tip top of your print, right as it goes into the nail.
Okay. Talk about the palm print that you found for a second.
The palm print that I found was very small. In fact, it was probably about my size of my palm. The whole palm would have fit in about that much of the palm print. So I'm confident that it's probably a child's print. Some people do have smaller hands, and so I couldn't totally discount comparing it to some other people. But it was a very small print.
Certainly didn't. Would you say it was not the size of a normal man's?
Objection to leave. It's a snake.
Well, okay. Well, you've already stated what you thought as far as that size was concerned. And so you excluded Megan Boswell as being the
I did compare it to Megan Boswell, and I was able to exclude it from her.
Okay. And you mentioned the fingerprint. And again, where did you locate that?
Up underneath the rim, I believe was on the right side.
All right. And were you able to make any conclusions as far as that fingerprint was concerned?
I was.
And what did you conclude as far as that was concerned?
Well, eventually I was.
Okay. But well, on the date that your initial examination was done in the report,
My
was
initial,
issued on April the 2nd of 2020.
that was inconclusive to her because in general, when you do a fingerprint card, if you look at the finger, when you touch it, if you're doing a fingerprint card and you're rolling the person's finger, this part of the finger does not touch. So you don't really get a good recording of that tip area. That happens actually quite often.
All right. Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It appears to be a copy of my report from April 2nd of 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, sir.
Judge would move to make that exhibit 253. Agent Hoover, you mentioned that you did not have good rolled prints of Megan Boswell. Is that correct?
I would say I did not have complete prints,
Okay.
at least in that tip area. Sorry.
Sorry. Did you then attempt to or speak with law enforcement and attempt to get better prints of Miss Boswell done?
I did.
Okay. And did they comply with your request? Did you receive additional prints from them?
I did. They complied.
Okay. And were you able to do any additional comparisons based upon that next set of prints that they sent you?
Unfortunately, I was not able to.
And why was that?
The prints that I was sent still were not of a good enough quality to actually compare to.
And did you, Agent Hoover, did you prepare a finding in that regards?
I did.
Report? I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I did.
And what is it?
That is a copy of my report from July the 31st of 2020.
Reflecting that again, you still were not able to perform any.
My result was inconclusive again.
Okay. And is that true and accurate copy?
It appears to be yes.
Judge, I'm going to make that exhibit 254. And so, Agent Hoover, did you then again speak with law enforcement?
Yes, it did.
And what was the nature of your conversation at that point?
That I still needed better prints, especially those around the tip area.
All right. And did they try yet again to get you a good copy of prints from Miss Boswell?
Yes, they did.
All right. Did they use a different technique this time?
Slightly different.
Okay. If you would tell the jury what type of technique they used.
They tried to use what is called hinge lifters. These are a product that some forensic warehouses produce. And it essentially is a small plastic, can be a square, can be a rectangle piece with tape over it. So that what happens is when you lift the tape, you're able to then lift it or put the tape over the print and then lift it, and it has its own backing already. And they attempted to do that and use, again, the same type of material to try to lift that print or to try to lift that area of her finger and send it to me.
All right. And any success this time on being able to do a comparison?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And did you again prepare a report to reflect that you were unsuccessful?
I did.
I'm going to hand you another document and ask you if you can identify that.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a copy of a report from February the 8th of 2021.
And is that the report that reflects your latest attempt to make some sort of identification?
Yes, it does.
Is that a true and accurate copy?
It appears to be.
Judge, I move to make that exhibit number 255. Agent Hoover, at that point, what did you speak with law enforcement about what needed to be done further?
I did.
Okay. And if you would kind of tell us how that conversation went.
I finally volunteered to come to Blunteville and fingerprint Ms. Boswell myself.
And did you in fact do that?
I did.
Were these prints that you obtained clear enough that you could make some sort of analysis or identification?
Yes, they were.
All right. And did you in fact make findings in that regard?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I was able to identify the fingerprint from the underneath the rim of the trash can to Megan Boswell's number 2 or right index finger.
And so that was, again, you found that underneath the rim of the trash can.
That is correct.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
I'll hand you another document, ask you if you can identify it.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated July the 8th of 2021.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be.
Judge, that would move to make that exhibit 256. Agent Hoover, I'm going to ask that you be handed exhibits 201 and 203.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize them?
Again, I have our laboratory number, exhibit number, and my initials on the bag, as well as on the box itself.
And these items, were they the foil sheeting that you were requested to develop latent prints from?
Yes,
Okay. And did you in fact perform an examination on those items?
I did.
Okay. What was your findings initially?
My initial findings
Yes.
from the May the 10th,
Yes,
21
sir.
report,
Yes, sir.
that I did not find any fingerprints of identifiable value on the foil.
Talk about the challenges of trying to develop prints off of
The foil.
that foil.
That foil was very wrinkled, for one thing, which is also very detrimental to fingerprint reproduction. The ridges of the wrinkling will break up the fingerprint. Secondly, there was either trash or decomposition that was all over much of the foil. All of that would also affect the ability for the fingerprints to remain or to develop on the foil itself.
And did you prepare a report of your initial findings
I
in
did.
regards to foil? And hand your document and ask if you can identify it.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated May the 10th, 2021.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be, yes.
Judge, I move to make that exhibit number 257. Agent Hoover, in regards to the foil, were you later contacted by scientists within the lab about performing additional testing on the foil?
Yes, it was.
And did you in fact receive that foil back in the lab?
Yes, it originally went back to the Knoxville laboratory, and then it came back to us in the Nashville laboratory.
And do you remember why that was?
Yes, part of the original packaging was a large box, and then inside that box was these other pieces as well. And this box had markings on it that looked like it was only for forensic biology. And so I ignored that box and focused on the other pieces of aluminum foil because that's what I was understanding was to be working, to be processing. That was the actual piece of evidence. I did not know that the forensic biologist had separated one piece out because she actually saw ridge detail that would be considered fingerprints. And so she actually separated that piece out and sent it separate so that nothing got destroyed or damaged. And it was my mistake that I did not recognize that that box was actually also part of the full exhibit.
Okay. And when you say the box, you're talking, it's actually in a separate, it's exhibit 203, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you had not performed testing on that piece initially?
No, I did not.
Okay. After it was received back in the lab by you, did you perform testing on it?
Yes, it did.
And were you able to develop any sort of latent print profiles as a result?
I developed a couple of prints on it. One print was not identifiable, meaning it did not have enough clarity or detail to be able to use to identify to an individual. One print was identifiable, and that print identified. Right.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
My findings on that one was that it did identify to Megan Boswell's left middle finger.
Megan Boswell, fingerprint was
One
on the
print that
foil.
there was no identification. You can't make any.
It wasn't useful for it. No.
Okay. And the only other one was identified to Megan Boswell. Is that
That's correct.
And did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to that piece of foil?
I did.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a report or document and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
It's another copy of my report from May the 6th, 2022.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, it appears to be.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 258.
Full exhibit 258.
And Agent Hoover, you also received several other items that you were asked to work. And those included a candy wrapper and a bed sheet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able to make any identifications or get any results from those items?
The candy wrapper, I was not. It didn't have any fingerprint detail whatsoever. Didn't have any ridges whatsoever. The bed sheet I did not examine as a latent fingerprint expert or individual because the bed sheet would not be something we would typically look for fingerprints on. It's a cloth folded up item that we wouldn't actually think of a fingerprint developing on.
And finally, if we could hand you exhibit 198. You recognize that item?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Again, this one happens to be a sticker, but we have our laboratory number as well as the exhibit number and my initials.
And that item is a black, if you can remove it, is that a black plastic bag?
Yes, it is.
And did you perform print analysis on the bag?
Yes, it did.
All right. And if you would tell us what you were able to find in regards to the bag.
On 17A, I originally developed 2 identifiable latent fingerprints and 1 identifiable impression. And what I mean by an impression is I can't determine if it's a finger, a palm, a joint. I don't know its specific orientation or its specific where it specifically came from, whether it was one of those types of anatomical positions.
Okay. And did you make any determinations as far as comparison was concerned on the 2 identifiable latent fingerprints?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what were you able to, what were your findings in that regard?
I identified 1 to the right middle finger of Megan Boswell and 1 to the right ring finger of Megan Boswell.
Damn. Only her
And
fingerprints
what
on
about
the trash bag.
Latent impression.
At that time, I reported that it was inconclusive with Megan Boswell.
And did you prepare a report of your findings
I did.
on that date? I'm going to hand you another document, Agent Hoover, and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of my report from February 27th of 22.
And is that a true and accurate copy?
Yes,
Copy report?
it appears to be.
Judge would move to make that exhibit number 259, I believe.
You pulled it at 250.
Agent Hoover, did you develop any other prints or any other, make any other findings in regards to evidence that was sent to you on this particular case?
The only other thing was that latent impression I eventually determined was insufficient quality for identification purposes due to its distortion, and some of the other detail and stuff was not as clear as I originally thought.
And that was from the black
Plastic trash bag.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you make a report of that particular finding as well?
I did.
Okay. And was that on your report issued on May the 6th of 2022?
That's correct.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document in that regard. Did you already have that one?
Look at 250 day. I wrote down it was May 6th, 2023.
Okay. I mean, that may be. That may be the same one, Judge. Which, does he have the one I just handed him?
I do.
That's, that's the same one. Okay. Agent Hoover, of all the exhibits that you tested in this particular case, were there any prints that you could have possibly identified, any other prints that you were able to develop
The only one remaining is the small palm print from the trash can sticker.
that you believe is from a child? Is that right?
It-
That's what he said.
They don't have anything unidentified. The only thing left unidentified is a small palm print that he believes belongs to a child. There's nothing to compare Hunter to. There's nothing left to compare him to. Her prints are on the trash can. Her prints are on the trash bag. Her prints are on the foil.
So again, Agent Hoover, the only print that you developed that you were not able to identify was the small print on the side of the trash can. Is that correct?
On the sticker, correct.
And based on your training and experience, did you have an opinion as to whether that was from an adult or a child?
My opinion would be that it would be from a child. However, I can't discount a small individual. But I do not believe it's from a normal sized adult.
Thank you, Agent Hoover. If you would answer any questions.
Indiana girl, I don't think that's what she's saying, that they didn't
Yeah, we'll take about 15-minute break.
remove anything that was tested. I don't know.
Stand, please.
We have video of them actually removing items, and we know based on prior testimony, and I don't remember which law enforcement officer it was. Was it Price or Gratz? It was one of them. One of those guys that said they did take the pillow. They found the pillow from underneath the trailer, right? Or was that in the shed? We don't technically have cause of death in the trial yet, Tammy, but we have positional asphyxiation from a pre-trial hearing, but we haven't heard from an ME yet. So we're still waiting on that. And now we're on break before we go to cross, and we're like literally almost caught up.
All right. I'll look at these and we'll talk about it. Probably more.
They've shown any reason to believe somebody else is involved at this point. That's my opinion. I know you guys have different ones, but in my opinion, they've not shown anybody else being involved.
Lesser included offense list.
Now, typically, the ME is not your first witness, but I think that
It was outlined from, and it does go back a ways, but I don't think it's been
it would have been beneficial before some of this.
overturned at least.
You need proof of life witnesses. You need.
As it relates to child abuse and child neglect, they're not necessarily lessers under the Burns test. They're lessers by statute. And I cited the subsection of the statute that makes them lessers.
think they're arguing about the charges being lesser included. So typically you have like your proof of life witnesses, your proof of death witnesses, and then you have like all of you have your investigation since she was actually missing. So you have the investigation. You can show all of her lies because that's what they charged her with. But I mean, if they didn't charge her with all those counts, we could have just gone through a couple of them, but they probably would have done it anyway. And then just to show she has a pattern of being a pathological liar. Then you have your proof of death witnesses and you have all your investigation. So we haven't heard from the defense yet. So, I mean, we'll see what they have, what evidence they bring forward for their defense. Right now, I'm not convinced that anybody else is involved in anything.
Yes, sir.
Just 2 felony murder counts and 1 first-degree murder, and then she also has a child neglect and a child endangerment, I believe. Oh, sure, he's coming back. Well, the best thing that you can do, Brittany, though, in this circumstance is he's not the one on trial. So if you have reasonable doubt, you have to make her innocent for it to be relevant here. And if you think she's involved in each of those crimes that she's alleged, it doesn't really matter what Hunter did because he's not charged with anything. So if you think that he did the things instead of her, which is what she's trying to confess, saying, Hunter rolled over on her, which then means that he's the one that killed her. Hunter disposed of her. And then, I was scared. And so that's what it is. So if you think she was involved in every step of the way, then Hunter's involvement doesn't necessarily matter for this case and purpose because we just have to get her convicted. Now, if you think that his involvement actually makes it so that she's not guilty, then there's your reasonable doubt. And that's what a juror might think. So.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. My name's Gene Scott.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I want to talk to you about that palm print
Okay.
that was discussed earlier. You did not include in your report exhibit number 253 that was a small palm print. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But what you're describing to me sounds as though that could have been a child's palm print, could have even been Evelyn's palm print.
It's very possible.
Were you able to check against her palm print or not?
Against Evelyn's?
Yes.
No, I actually did request to see if her body was still at the medical examiner's office, and if so, if they could send me the fingerprint cards, but I never received them, so I'm assuming the child was already gone.
Okay. And as it relates to, in your report, it appears to me that you also wanted to check it against Ethan Perry and Eric Smith.
No, I did not.
Ooh, Eric, he just brought up Eric Smith. Eric Smith, if you guys remember, is the very, very potential baby daddy.
You did not. Would you like to see your, but you said it will be compared with.
I said it would be compared with once I would receive known finger impressions or known palm impressions of those 2 individuals, yes.
So was it compared?
No, it was not.
Okay. So I guess you're saying it's probably Evelyn, but you're still going to compare it against these men.
If they sent it in, I would, yes.
Just to rule it out.
Correct.
Okay. And why do you say it could be Evelyn? Is it because when somebody, obviously your fingerprints are probably all over everything in your house. Is that a fair statement?
It can be, yes. I mean, some surfaces, again, are better than others.
Sure. Bed sheets don't take fingerprints as well as something shiny generally.
Not unless it's a situation in which, like, those fingerprints were in some form of material, paint, blood, something like that.
Right. So it wouldn't be uncommon, in your opinion, for someone's fingerprints to be on items in their home.
No, that's common.
As it relates to the aluminum foil and the one fingerprint you find of Megan's, you can't say when that print was put there, can you?
No, I cannot.
Possibly it was on the aluminum foil before the foil was placed on the child.
I have no knowledge of that one way or the other.
It would be possible.
That's a possibility.
Again, you have no knowledge one way or the other when the print was made there.
No, that's correct.
How long would the print stay there?
That's something you really can't determine, depending upon the situation. If the print was protected and like in a closed off space inside of a box, like a keepsake box or something like that, it may last for quite a while. In fact, I had one that they know of. It was a ex-wife's fingerprint in a case, and it was on a box that hadn't been touched for 5 years, but it was in a closet inside a box. It was perfectly protected. Once you get into places where you have water, rain, heat, cold, different things affecting the actual piece of evidence, you're not going to have typically a longer lifespan of that fingerprint.
What do you describe as a longer lifespan?
If I left a fingerprint here and then immediately did that, I could wipe it away right there and it would be gone. If I had something like on a beer can on the side of the road in the summertime, it may bake it off fairly quickly. If it's not raining or anything, but it's cooler, it may last a little longer. That's what I'm saying. There's no real evidence that shows us how long one will stay on the surface of something in a specific amount of time.
It sounds to me like you're saying cool and dry preserves it better than hot and wet.
Yes. Typically.
Just a second. Let me ask you about latex gloves. Latex gloves, will they prevent the leaving of fingerprints?
They can, yes.
So is that something that someone would do to not contaminate evidence or not leave their prints on something?
That's correct, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Nothing for the judge.
Is he free to go?
He is for the state.
Is he free to go?
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You're released from your opinion.
Thank you.
It wasn't very much for Cross.
Dr. Katrina Schmidt.
The only thing I can think is he's setting it up for his own people to come on the stand. So he's just asking some questions that'll make the jury think about it later. I don't know who he's got on his witness list, so. I'm really surprised, though, if he did think it was a child, that they didn't ensure that they checked it against Evelyn's. That would have just been. I feel like they just don't do that extra little step, and it's like without doing those extra little steps, they leave all these doors open for defense attorneys. I guess I don't understand why. Just do it. These are all state employees. They're getting paid by the hour or a salary. It's not like they can't they can't do it. They can just do it. And then he's like, I just assumed they didn't even have her anymore.
Are you ready for us to start your own? Okay. Can you spell your first and last name for the jury, please?
My first name is Matrina, Matrina. Last name is Schmidt, Schmidt.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
Brevard County in Florida.
Okay. And what is your official title there?
I'm an associate medical examiner.
Okay. And how long have you been there?
March of 2023.
Okay. And until present, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And can you give us a background of your education, please?
I have a bachelor's in biology. Got it at Aquinas College in Grand Rapids, Michigan, 4 years. Then I went to medical school in Medical College of Ohio in Toledo, Ohio for 4 years. Then I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at West Virginia University Department of Pathology. I did that for 4 years. I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in San Antonio, Texas. I returned to West Virginia and did another year of residency. And then I started practicing as a medical examiner.
Okay. And where did you first start practicing as a medical examiner?
West Virginia.
Okay. And where are you licensed? Which states are you licensed to practice medicine in currently?
West Virginia, California, Tennessee, Hawaii, and Florida.
Okay. And so that would go to say that in 2020, were you also licensed to practice medicine in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. And are you board certified in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Okay. Do you maintain memberships in any medically related societies?
Yes.
Okay. Can you or I'm sorry, have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
No.
Okay. And you stated that you're currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you do as a forensic pathologist?
I perform medical legal autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of pathology and in your role as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Have you been so qualified here in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. During this time, we would ask to qualify Dr. Schmidt as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection. Should be declared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Schmidt, where were you employed in March of 2020?
At the William L. Jenkins Forensic Center in Johnson City, Tennessee.
Okay. And is that at East Tennessee State University?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your title there in March of 2020?
I was an assistant professor in pathology / forensic pathologist.
Okay. And during that time, were you called to assist with the processing and removal of the remains of Evelyn Boswell in March of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who notified you that Evelyn Boswell's body had been discovered?
No, it was a law enforcement official called me.
Okay. And did you go to the scene there on Muddy Creek Road that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring anyone with you to help assist you?
No, I arrived on my own, but 2 of our medical death investigators arrived on the scene.
Okay. And who were those 2 people?
Laura Parsons, Kristen Osgood.
Okay. And what was their role to be that evening?
They're the medical death investigators. They investigate the scene, the death.
Okay. And was law enforcement present when you arrived that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day you arrived?
I do not. It was evening. It was
Okay.
dark.
Dark outside. Okay. Where was Evelyn's body located at the time of your arrival?
It was in a playhouse shed and inside a trash can.
Okay. So her body was still within the trash can when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe or assist in the removal of Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the jury what that process looked like?
We removed the trash can from the shed. Photographs were taken. And then we did a step-by-step process of removing the decedent from the trash can and the contents of the trash can.
Okay. And did you observe law enforcement with each of these steps of removal?
Yes, and our medical death investigators were also a part of the process.
Okay. And was this at your direction or at someone else's, the process that they used?
We had discussed the direction we were going to take prior to removing the trash can from the shed. So I was directing it, but I think we had all had a discussion on the best way to handle the process.
Give me just a second. Can you tell the jury what steps you took to ensure that the scene and Evelyn's body was maintained as secure as possible?
TBI was present, our medical death investigators, and everything that we removed from the trash can, in addition to the decedent, was photographed and it was written down as evidence.
Okay. And how did you protect the body from contamination?
I don't remember, but we always have a sheet and the body bag ready and prepared.
Okay. Can I please see? Exhibits number 20 through 38, please. In the past, what's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Does that help refresh your memory on how the body was placed at the time that at the time Evelyn was removed from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what you recall about how her body was protected from contamination?
The body bag was placed on top of, looks like paper, and then she was removed from the trash can directly into the clean body bag.
Okay. All right. We can pass that back. I'm just going to show it to the jury quickly so the jury can see what we are referencing. It's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Is this what you were referring to with the butcher paper and the body bag?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So at some point, Evelyn's body was going to be transported to a different location, I'm assuming. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And where was her body transported?
The Forensic Center in Johnson City.
Okay. And are you the individual that performed the autopsy on Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also performed at the same location in Johnson City?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe the process of this particular autopsy for the jury?
We re-photographed the body. We collected evidence from the body, and we removed the clothing, and I performed the autopsy, starting with an external examination, then an internal examination.
Okay. Was it more difficult due to the state of Evelyn's remains?
I don't understand
Okay,
the
let me
question.
ask it in a different way. Does decomposition of a body impact your ability to perform certain things during an autopsy?
It can.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you, for example, does the level of decomposition keep you from being able to identify mechanisms of death or possible mechanisms of death?
It can. Yes.
Can you describe how?
Sometimes with decomposition, the skin will change colors, and it can obscure bruises or contusions. Sometimes we might not be able to draw the sufficient toxicology specimens that we want to.
Okay. And did any of that happen in this case? Were you able to see any potential soft tissue injuries to Evelyn's body?
I did not identify any soft tissue injuries.
Okay. Did decomposition play a role in that at all?
It's probable, yes.
Okay. I know you stated in your report that there were leaves in Evelyn's hair. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were also at the scene. Did you observe leaves at the scene that night?
Yes, there were numerous leaves inside the shed playhouse.
Okay. Okay. So I'm assuming when you conduct an autopsy, it's not just the body itself that's helping you make your determination. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. What other materials do you as a doctor use in order to make a determination when you're conducting an autopsy and trying to determine a cause and manner of death?
Our investigators' investigation or summary, law enforcement's investigation. I can use medical records, sometimes histology. That's where I take the tissue and I look at it under a microscope.
Okay. Okay. And after you conducted the autopsy of Evelyn, are those results essentially generated into a report?
Yes.
Is that report kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And have you reviewed your autopsy report for accuracy and completeness?
Yes.
I'm going to pass you a document. I'll give you a second to look and see if you recognize that. Oh, okay. Are you able to identify that document?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
it's the autopsy report I prepared on Evelyn.
Okay. And is that a complete and accurate copy?
Yes,
Okay. Your Honor, this time we would ask that be made exhibit number 260.
No objection. Full exhibit 260.
Dr. Schmidt, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
yes.
Okay. What is your opinion?
The cause of death, homicidal violence.
Okay. And can you explain that for the jury? What did you base that finding on?
I based it on the autopsy findings, the investigative summary, the investigators that went to the scene, and law enforcement investigation.
Okay. Hypothetically, if Evelyn was alive when she was placed in the trash can, is positional asphyxiation likely?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell the jury what positional asphyxiation is?
it's your body's in a position that compromises your breathing.
Were you aware was how Evelyn's body was placed into the trash can? Do you recall?
Yes,
Okay. And when you say positional, are you referencing the fact that she was upside down?
yes, the body was in the trash can upside down.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 34. Pre-admitted as exhibit number 34. Okay. Okay. So hypothetically, if a blanket is pulled up over the face of a child who's then placed into a trash can upside down, could the blanket itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes,
Okay. What about the trash bag that Evelyn's body was in? Could the trash bag itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
yes, if it covered the airways, the nose and the mouth.
Okay. How many autopsies have you conducted over the course of your career, just approximately?
3,600 approximately.
Approximately how many of those were on children?
Close to 100, between 80 and 100.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted from, that you determined to result from natural causes?
Yes,
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted in or been caused by something accidental?
yes,
Okay. So if I gave you a hypothetical that Evelyn Boswell was sleeping in a bed with an adult or two adults and a rollover sleeping episode occurred, is that something that you would consider as being a possibility for her death in this case? Do you want me to rephrase the question?
yes, please.
Okay. Is a rollover incident possible? A co-sleeping rollover incident possible? Explanation for Evelyn Boswell's death?
My opinion, no.
Okay. And can you explain why that's not a possibility?
Evelyn is an older child, and typically we see the overlay in younger children. It's certainly possible, but with the investigation of the scene and law enforcement investigation, and the way she was found in a trash can, I don't have the opinion that it was a co-sleeping, bed sharing, or overlay.
Okay. Is there any scenario that I could give you that would change your opinion about the cause and manner of the death of Evelyn Boswell?
I don't know if I could answer that.
Okay. Do you, hold on one second. Let me ask it a different way. Anything about the autopsy, as well as the other things that you had said that you used to come to your conclusion, that led you to believe that Evelyn Boswell died from natural causes?
No.
Okay. Same question. Anything based upon the history that you were given from law enforcement, the scene itself, plus your autopsy of Evelyn's body, that led you to believe that Evelyn died from something accidental?
No.
Okay. Please answer any questions that the defense has for you.
I approach the court reporter, Judge.
I'm thinking. So she said that there's the two other ladies that were there that were doing the death investigation part of it, that were part of the ME. I'm wondering if I haven't watched that in a long time, so I don't know. But one of you guys may have watched it more recently. But that's that one of those ladies is the one that was testifying at that September 2022 hearing, and she's the one who talked about it being positional asphyxiation and that she went in the trash can alive.
Good afternoon, Dr. Smith. I'm Gene Scott. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good. Thank you.
I think we've met once before. It's good to see you again. I do have some questions about your report and your conclusions. And I guess I'd like to know what you relied on in forming your report. You talked about the investigations of law enforcement. Obviously, you did an autopsy on the body. Did you go through Evelyn's medical records, the OB records from when her mom was pregnant with her, and her pediatrician records?
I routinely go through the medical records. I remember going through the pediatric records, but I don't remember the OB/GYN, but I might have went through them.
Do you think it would have been helpful to have done that?
Yes, I always review the medical records on children.
And Ms. Massengill finished up by asking you if anything could be said to convince you this was by natural causes somehow. And it's your opinion it could not be, I assume.
Based on my autopsy examination, no.
Okay. Let's talk about your autopsy examination. Are there any medical findings of a cause of death, or is it simply the way the body was placed?
There are no natural medical disease processes to support her death.
Yet there are no medical bases for her death based on your autopsy, are there? For instance, give me a hypothetical. If the child were found laying on a table as opposed to in a trash can, would anything have changed about the findings you found in your autopsy report about her medical conditions?
No.
So you mentioned in your report that there is a possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in a trash can cannot be excluded, correct?
Yes,
You cannot conclude that either.
that's correct.
You don't know one way or the other.
That's correct.
Okay. So you talked about natural causes, and there's no sign of disease or anything of natural causes, correct?
There is signs of disease processes. Yes.
In this autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, what are they?
There is a patent foraminal valve, which is just the septum between the atria and the heart, did not close properly.
So there was an issue with the child's heart valve?
I wouldn't call it an issue, but yes, there was a defect in her heart valve.
I would think a defect, whether you take issue with the word issue or not, it is a defect. It's not good.
I don't know how to define good. I'm sorry.
Is a defect in one's heart healthy?
No,
Oh,
Could that defect have led to the child's death? Is that possible?
it's a possibility.
You can't rule it out in this case, can you?
Based on the findings of the histological examination, looking at it under the microscope, I didn't see any changes in the heart. The decedent in the medical records had no symptoms. Normally it closes around age 4 or 5 and they're not symptomatic. They can be symptomatic, but it's usually documented.
So you cannot rule out that as a cause of death.
I think I ruled it out as a cause of death.
How?
She did not have any symptoms or signs of there being trouble with her heart.
Is that not something that could come on instantly with your heart?
Yes,
So how do you rule out that that didn't happen?
Jesus criminy.
there were no changes to that show the effect of that. It's common to see it.
How did you rule out sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is a diagnosis of exclusion. If you're found in the manner that the decedent was, upside down in the trash can, it's not sudden infant death syndrome.
You can't say that, doctor. If the child died of sudden infant death syndrome and then was placed in the trash can, that is possible, isn't it?
Hmm.
Usually they die around 9 to 10 months is the upper age, but yes, you're right. It could be a sudden death and then placed in the trash can.
It could be possible in this case.
I wouldn't rule it a sudden infant death syndrome.
You said they usually die younger, but sudden infant death syndrome goes up to the age of around 12 months, and there's really not a defined end to it, is there? It becomes less common. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And there are factors that we really don't know what sudden infant death syndrome is, do we?
that's correct.
But there have been factors determined that can maybe lead to that say there's higher incidence of SIDS with kids who have these conditions, certain conditions. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware that there was an intrauterine growth restriction when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
yes,
That can be one of the factors that leads to a SIDS death, can it?
yes.
Were you also aware that as of her 10-4 visit, Evelyn suffered from acute pharyngitis?
I reviewed the records, but I can't remember everything that was in the records. I reviewed the records.
Would it help you to see the records?
Sure.
Withdraw item 67, please. Okay, may I show this to the witness? Doctor, I would direct you to her October the 4th visit. Page 37 and 38.
I'm sorry. Is it towards the back? I'm sorry.
Yeah, 37 of 38, if you look at the page numbers on the top.
Oh,
right-hand
I
corner.
see. I'm sorry. Let's- hold on, click. Okay,
Child suffered from acute pharyngitis, is that correct?
yes,
Acute pharyngitis is an infection,
yes,
okay? And it's a virus, is that right? A viral infection?
it can be.
Okay. And that infection can progress toward the respiratory system, can it not?
Yes,
Viral pharyngitis itself can increase the risk of SIDS. Yes or no?
yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I sounded curt with you and I didn't mean to. I should have asked you a direct question. So please don't take offense at the yes or no. Child also suffered from gastroesophageal reflux. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
It's when the food comes back up through the sphincter because food goes through the esophagus into the stomach, and there's a sphincter that keeps it from coming back up into the esophagus and to go down, continue into the intestines for digestion, and it comes back up into the esophagus.
And can that lead to laryngeospasms?
Yes,
What is a laryngeospasm?
this is where the muscle contracts.
A child can die from a laryngeospasm, can it?
Yes,
Child also suffered from ankyloglossia. I may not be saying that right, but you know what I mean?
it sounded good. Yes.
Okay. What is that?
They call it tongue tie. Your lower frenulum is not long, it's short. And so they really can't poke their tongue out very far.
The research shows that can lead to an increased cause of sudden infant death syndrome, doesn't it?
I don't know.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know one way or the other.
So with all that said, this child is in a state of, the body's in a state of decomposition.
That's correct.
You can't rule these things I've asked you about out as the cause of death, can you?
I ruled them out as the cause of death
But how? Based on what?
based on the autopsy examination and the circumstances surrounding the death.
Please tell me what medical evidence in the autopsy report rules them out. I'm not talking about the child is found in a trash can. What medical evidence in that report rules those things out? You can't rule out SIDS with an autopsy, can you?
I'm going to ask that he asks only one question at a time.
Yeah, sustain.
Sorry.
No, you cannot.
So you can't rule that out in this case, can you?
I ruled it out.
You did, but you don't have any reason to do that, do you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
A forensic examination is not based only on the autopsy. The autopsy helps you out. It's based on all the circumstances surrounding the death.
What circumstances allows you to rule that out without medical proof, doctor?
I did not see any bone fractures. I didn't see enough natural disease that I thought it would account for her death.
Bone fractures have nothing to do with SIDS, do they?
No,
Natural disease has nothing to do with identifying SIDS, does it?
yes, it does.
What does it?
It rules out SIDS.
Okay, so does natural disease, you say it rules out SIDS, it doesn't identify SIDS, does it?
No, it does not.
It rules it out. Right?
That's correct.
How did you rule out co-sleeping and being rolled on in the bed as a cause of death?
I used it based on the circumstances surrounding the death.
Again, if the body were found laying on a table, not in that trash can, you couldn't rule out co-sleeping as a cause of death either, could you?
I would review everything, the circumstances surrounding the death.
Maybe
Hypothetically, if
out
that
on the
happened,
table.
did you rule that out?
I would have to know why the baby was on the table.
So it is possible that a child that size and age could die from co-sleeping.
Yes, it's possible.
Let me ask you about the leaves you talked about in the baby's hair.
Yes,
Okay, was that wrapped up under the blanket in the tinfoil?
yes,
So you testified that there were leaves in the shed.
yes,
Are you saying inside of the shed?
yes.
Were there any in the trash can?
I don't remember that. I don't recall that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So
But yes, I'm sorry. They were in her hair inside the trash can.
I think I followed your logic there, but my question was more specific than that, doctor. There were leaves inside of Evelyn's hair wrapped in a blanket, wrapped in tinfoil in the trash can, in a bag, correct?
Yes,
Other than that, were there other leaves in the trash can?
I don't recall.
So when you described this death as homicidal violence, you described that as based on the child being found in the trash can. Is that correct?
And the investigation, yes,
Okay, but not your medical findings.
yes, my medical findings in
There were-
addition.
There were no findings of violence in your autopsy, were there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can.
Okay. Were there any broken bones?
No,
Okay. At this point, soft tissue, it was hard to determine any kind of damage to soft tissue. Is that fair?
that's correct.
So there were no medical findings of violence in your report, was there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can. I'm sorry.
I'm asking,
He's repeating the same questions. I can't believe that's her first objection. There's so many asked and answered already. Like, we're just repeating it over and over again, and she's just allowing it. The prosecution's just allowing the jury to hear the same thing over and over again. No, they're saying there would not have been a heart defect because there was no signs of any of that defect, like becoming symptomatic before she died. So yes, she did have the defect. but
Doctor, let's make sure we're on the
Yeah.
same page. I'm asking about medical causes that you would find in the autopsy. Now, being placed in a trash can, are you describing that as a medical cause?
No,
So medical causes that and medical diagnosis that you have, there is no medical issue showing this is a homicidal violence, is there?
no,
And you can't say that the child was dead or alive when it went in the trash can you?
that's correct.
Can I have just a minute, Judge?
The prosecution better come back with a really good, solid redirect. He really is, Jancy. He's totally mansplaining. She's like, no, that's not true.
Let me ask you this, Doctor. You talked about leaves in the shed. You were there directing when the baby was taken out of the trash can,
Yes, that's correct.
and I assume that you and your team were very careful that the baby, nothing got on the baby once it was taken out of the trash can and the trash bag before being placed on the body bag.
That's correct.
It would not have been a source of leaves from you all's contamination.
No,
He keeps saying there was leaves in the shed. Does he mean
Doctor,
that
based on your medical findings, not based on the baby being found in the trash can, but based on medical findings, is there anything to support abuse as a cause of her death?
I'm sorry, you have to define abuse.
Physical abuse.
I still don't understand what you mean by that.
Any broken bones?
No,
asked and answered?
I'm trying to-
Abuse, she wants you to define when you're discussing it, because abuse is putting a child upside down in a trash can, potentially alive, because she can't rule it out. As much as you want her to rule out that she was not alive, she can't rule that out either.
Any broken bones?
no,
Any signs of prior broken bones?
no.
Judge, that's all the questions I have. Dr. Smith, thank you. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Redirect.
He's trying to change the whole way it was found. He's like, what if the baby's found on a table? What do you do? Well, that changes the entire circumstance.
Stop.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Smith, thank you for your testimony today. You are released from your subpoena.
What?
Thank you.
No. What are you doing, prosecutor? You better have the other witness coming up. Yeah, another doctor coming up. Okay. I figured they had the other one coming because she was the one they had testify at the pretrial hearing. I don't know. They no redirect on that was stupid in my opinion, but I agree, answer. I agree. It was a very good redirect. It's just abuse of a corpse.
Why don't you set that on there?
Dr. Darinka Malusnik Polchon.
I don't remember that other lady's name. I'll have to see her.
I'll
I'll
let her
recognize
say
her.
it spelled for you.
Yeah, she said they could not tell anything with the soft tissue. But I mean, I think the prosecutor is pretty clear on the fact that she, and even in the interrogations, that she was very loving for Evelyn up until she started working at the chicken shack.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Darenka Milosnik Polchan.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would say and spell your full name for us, for the record, please.
My first name is Darenka, spelled Darinka, and my last name is Milosnik Polchan. Milosnik is spelled Mileusnic. Polchan is Polchan.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I'm the chief medical examiner for Knox and Anderson counties and the chief medical officer for the Regional Forensic Center in Knoxville, Tennessee, and also hold the position of clinical assistant professor of, actually associate professor of pathology at University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville.
And how long have you held those positions?
I've been acting chief and chief since 2008. I've been in Knoxville since 2002.
All right. What, if you would give us a little bit about your education that allows you to hold those positions?
So I graduated from medical school, University of Rijeka, Rijeka in Croatia. It's a 6-year medical program with the last year of internship because it's a different kind of system of schooling in Europe. And then I stayed at the same university teaching medical students and doing research for approximately 4 more years. And then relocated to Chicago area in 1991 to continue research and teach. And I joined the Department of Pharmacology and Neuroscience at Loyola University Medical Center in Chicago. And then during those research years, while I was completing my PhD, I also joined the Department of Pathology to get a training in neuropathology, anatomic pathology. That's where I spent about 3.5 years. And then after completion of those studies, decided actually to go into the field of forensic pathology. So finishing training in pathology at Loyola University at the same time as I was getting my PhD actually enabled me then to switch to Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner and then complete the last year of training in forensic pathology in Chicago area. And I stayed there with the Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner in the city of Chicago for about 4 years prior to relocating to Knoxville to continue the same line of work essentially. And during that time, I became board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
All right. Are you licensed to practice medicine here in Tennessee?
Yes.
And are you certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, I am.
Do you maintain membership in any sort of medical related societies?
Yes, there are a number of societies such as American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then just the regular pathology groups that College of American Pathologists and American Society of Clinical Pathologists. The membership in the name, actually, National Association of Medical Examiners is important because actually that's the accrediting body for the forensic centers in the state of Tennessee. And then, of course, we are accredited by the name, by the National Association of Medical Examiners.
All right. Have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I've published some papers and platform presentations and book chapters with the main interest in intersection of forensic pathology and anthropology, and then those mainly book chapters. And as far as the publications, I have a special interest in toxicology and child abuse.
All right. And have you done any presentations on asphyxia in children and strangulation?
That was actually one of the old presentations at the National Association of Medical Examiner meetings. It was a platform presentation.
All right. Now, you are currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
And are you board certified in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, the anatomic pathology and forensic pathology is kind of dual certification.
All right. And so what is it that you do as a forensic pathologist?
So in the state of Tennessee, actually, the forensic pathologists are medical examiners. And so because we don't have a coroner system, we have a medical examiner system, we are appointed to perform the duties of a medical legal death investigation on a county level. So essentially, that's what I do. I investigate with the help, of course, with the rest of the staff in the office. We investigate all the sudden deaths that happen, as I said, suddenly without medical attendance or due to violence. And our main obligation is to work not for any particular organization or the law enforcement. We work with the law enforcement to come up with an answer to what really happened and what the cause, manner, and mechanism of that in these situations where that happens suddenly, unexpectedly, without medical attendance or due to violence.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, in many counties in East Tennessee. Actually, I believe here in Sullivan County years ago.
All right, that was going to be my next question. And after having been qualified as an expert, have you gone on to give expert testimony in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to qualify her as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Judge. Right, to be prepared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Malusnik, at the request of the district attorney's office here in Sullivan County, did you review an autopsy that had been performed by Dr. Matrina Schmidt, as well as other case materials involving the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And if you would, tell us what materials you reviewed.
So I reviewed everything that was available when I was approached to originally look at the case, and I can list all the entries that I compiled in my report, if that's
sure
acceptable. So what was available to me at the time of review and writing of my report is a birth certificate for Evelyn Boswell, Indian Path Medical Center birth records, Premier Pediatrics medical records, Mountain States Medical Group Urgent Care medical records, Bristol Regional Medical Center medical records, then autopsy report performed and signed by Dr. Schmidt, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, TBI forensic biology reports, several of them. They were dated from March 11, March 25th, April 22nd, and then TBI toxicology report dated March 19th, that's 2020. And then national NMS, which is the National Medical Toxicology Lab, both technology forensic case report, summary of facts by the Attorney General's office, and the presentment State of Tennessee, Sullivan County Criminal Court case S72869.
And these materials, are they typical of what you would normally review in preparing an autopsy?
Yes.
All right. And based upon your review of those materials, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
So my opinion was that Evelyn died of asphyxial death, and that the manner of death was homicide.
All right. And again, you reviewed the autopsy that had been done by Dr. Schmidt. How, if anything, did your opinion differ from what she had concluded?
In essence, actually, our opinion did not really differ much, except that in my report, and that's the kind of luxury of writing kind of expert review report versus the just regular autopsy report is that I specify several different ways of asphyxial death or different mechanisms of it.
Okay. And when you say different mechanisms of asphyxia, what are you talking about? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
So asphyxia essentially means that the inability of a person to breathe or for the oxygen to be supplied to the cells in the body. And the different ways how that can occur is either by preventing the circulation to the brain or other organs and tissues in the body, or preventing the breathing, or putting a person in such a position that essentially compromises both circulation and breathing at the same time, with the end result of essentially depriving the tissues and organs of oxygen. And then in that with that respect, actual asphyxial death in general are very complex deaths. And if there is any compromise in the integrity of the person, such as decomposition, then they have to be really described in such a manner, these mechanisms, that are understandable, because in the end, the asphyxial death is the what we call diagnosis of exclusion, meaning when everything else is excluded, what we are left with essentially is that the findings in the body and the finding of the body within the scene that are going to come to essentially explain what really happened to an individual. What I'm essentially saying is that there's the asphyxial mechanism such as positional, mechanical, traumatic, or actually can be also the consequence of the positioning in the scene. And that information comes strictly from the scene investigation.
All right. And let's talk about each type of mechanism in regards to this particular case. What about the scene or the body would relate to positional asphyxiation?
So the forensic autopsy, just like any other autopsy, which is a major procedure, kind of cross-section and dissection procedure in the body, almost like a complex surgery, cannot be done in a vacuum. It has to be done in the context of the scene investigation. So that's why we have medical legal death investigation, and that's why medical examiner and representative goes to the scene in order to create a context in which this individual was found. And that's why I always say that the forensic autopsy cannot be performed in vacuum. It has to be performed in the context of the scene. And then that's how essentially we approach this particular case, whether it's Dr. Schmidt or me reviewing it, is that in the context of the case, we have an individual who is now wrapped in multiple layers, so we can talk about it in a minute, who is positioned upside down in a confined space and in a position that prevents essentially breathing. And that's why I say the components of positional asphyxia, that's being upside down in a contorted kind of letter S position, mechanical asphyxia with the different objects essentially covering the individual's face or the body, and then traumatic asphyxia because of the positioning that is going to prevent the movement of diaphragm and breathing. And then, as I said, finding the individual in a trash can essentially creates a confined space, which is going to lead to confined space asphyxia. And that's why essentially, that's where I listed all these 4 different categories of or mechanisms of asphyxia.
All right. Could I see exhibits 19 through 38, please? Dr. Malusnik, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as exhibit number 19. And if you would kind of tell the jury what they're looking there and how what they're seeing relates to the mechanisms of asphyxia.
Can I show on the screen? Or,
Is there a pointer up there? It looks like a
there's a
flashlight.
pointer?
Yes, if you don't care.
So what we are seeing is the trash can with the a child in a trash bag with the several layers on top of her, one of them being the blanket. That's essentially when, and that's how we all approach the scenes, is we go layer by layer, kind of uncovering the individual, whether it's adult or a child, in a similar fashion, because we don't want to lose any evidence, number one. And number two, we want to show all the kind of components of that asphyxia by approaching it in this layered fashion. And then we can see the body of the child in an unzipped kind of onesie in an upside down position with some of her body parts showing up. So essentially, when I was telling you originally positional asphyxia, she's upside down, and we humans cannot breathe like that. There is a confined space asphyxia because of the trash can and her head being all the way down. Mechanical asphyxia because several different layers covering her face, which we'll analyze in a minute. And then traumatic asphyxia just from her body being in like a kind of reverse S position, totally crumpled and compressed in such a way that she could not breathe. There is no expansion of the diaphragm or movement of the intercostal muscles between the ribs that allow us to breathe in a position like that.
Now going to show you exhibit number, previously admitted as exhibit number 30.
So on this exhibit number 30, that's actually now several stages down the investigation path. So the key is always, as I said, as little manipulation as possible, and then go again layer by layer. We lost several layers here: the garbage can, the trash can. There was also, the trash bag. There was also a black bag on top of all of that. That was all removed, and now the child is in the blanket, and there is a foil, which is actually a very curious piece of evidence because it was so tightly applied to the child's face and upper body that looked like a wrapped, almost like a part of the kind of mechanism that prevents her from breathing, because that would be another kind of example of mechanical asphyxia, because an object is covering the face and preventing her from breathing. And the other thing that can be also seen is that the body is actually contorted, and usually that would happen, with kind of force applied, because we know now she's upside down, and the force applied for her body actually to kind of fit in the bottom of that garbage can, and that would be part of the traumatic asphyxia component.
Now I'm going to show you exhibit 31.
So this exhibit 31 actually is kind of process of removal of the foil, because it was very voluminous and it was tightly applied to her face and the hair. One thing that actually happens with the decomposition of the body following a prolonged time interval after that is that a lot of our tissues start to actually break down and detach. So the hair starts detaching, the epidermis, first layer of skin, starts detaching. And so removing foil like this that is tightly applied actually takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to preserve the child and the facial features. And part of the problem was not just the tight application, of course, of the foil, but also all the composition fluid that kind of almost created a glue between the foil and the face of the child. And we can see her head starting to emerge in this particular area.
All right. Doctor, if you could talk a little bit about the decomposition. Is there anything as far as what you see there that would show you how long the child had been in that
You
position?
can see the photos on the
or anything
prosecutor's
based on
laptop.
the amount
So
of
screen
decomposition?
right here.
So the only thing that we
I don't
can
know
say
that yet.
really though, it was advanced decomposition, and there were two types of decomposition that happened in this particular situation because of the position that Evelyn was in. The upper body, which was actually head first in the trash can, actually changed in form of so-called wet decomposition. That's why there's a lot of staining and the decomposition fluid kind of staining the blanket and the foil because all the fluids and everything that accumulated after that are now creating the environment for so-called wet decomposition. But then the rest of her body, which we'll see later, that were kind of up, the feet and legs, they underwent so-called dry decomposition, or actually more kind of mummification. So the only thing that we can say it's advanced, but how long really it took, it really just depends on many factors such as temperatures around that body, and of course on the layers applied on the body surface, because that will prevent some of the flies or some other predators from coming to the body and expediting, fastening the decomposition.
Okay. And did you notice that in this particular case, you mentioned the flies and the larvae?
Yeah, there was some pupae, but did not really have like a direct access necessarily to the body, so there was not a lot of the maggot or activity at the time of her discovery.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
So the exhibits 32
Yes.
is actually just another kind of painstakingly removal of all the layers. Again, the foil is being further detached, and now we can see her head and face, and then part of the upper body, her arm, while the legs are still covered.
Does this photo show anything in regards to the positioning of her head as it relates to asphyxia?
So one thing that was becoming evident as the body was being uncovered is that her face was flattened because it was pressed against the foil and the blanket and the side of the trash can. And then, of course, it was also kind of a little bit contorted because the face is pointing in this direction. And then her neck was kind of slightly contorted, and the head actually is almost at the level of her buttocks. Essentially, her feet, buttocks, and head, they're all kind of compressed almost at the same level now.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 34.
So the Exhibit 34 now shows it's kind of similar phase after the foil is removed. The blanket is covering the face, so the face is in this particular orientation. And again, the difference between all the fluids and wet decomposition staining the blanket versus just dry desiccation of the arm and then feet. So two kind of different processes happening at the same time, wet decomposition and dry decomposition or mummification.
Anything that you could tell in regards to, I know that the foil's been taken off in this particular photograph, but in regards to the positioning of the foil and the blanket as well, is there anything you could tell as far as whether that was haphazard or intentional?
Well, the child appeared to be wrapped, so that would show intentionality, because it's not that she was just put in a garbage and then blanket on top of her. She was definitely wrapped in a blanket, and it took a while to actually remove all the layers and unwrap her. So the way how she was found shows intentionality. As far as the changes on the blanket, one thing that happens with the wet decomposition and the fluids kind of creating, things do become kind of slippery in a way. So there was definitely some shift in the layers from the wet decomposition. Wasn't a lot of it, but there was some. And then we will see when the blanket is removed, actually, that her face was pressed against the garbage can because the pattern of the blanket actually remains on the face.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 35.
So the Exhibit 35, now the layers of the blanket that are further removed. So the face is still covered. So we have the face, the shoulder, her buttocks and her feet, as I said, almost at the same kind of compressed reverse kind of letter S shape. And that's how she was presented after removal of the blanket. The blanket is still stuck to the face in this area, but that's going to be the next phase.
You mentioned this, she's in a reverse S kind of shape. Is that what you're talking about when you say positional asphyxiation?
Yes, so that would be a reverse S shape.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 36.
So on the Exhibit 36, now just removal of the blanket from the rest of the head. And as I said, it had to be done really carefully because of the layers of the skin and hair detaching at this point with the wet decomposition.
All right. Can you tell anything in regards to the onesie that she's wearing in that particular picture?
I'm sorry?
The onesie, the clothing that she's wearing.
Yeah, the onesie actually was unzipped. And there was also a diaper on the body. And that was one of the questions is that would that indicate what really kind of transpired? I mean, it's hard to tell, except that, of course, onesie was completely unzipped, which was unusual for a child who's just, let's say, hypothetically dying in her sleep.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
So Exhibit 37 actually is now next phase. The blankets, the covering, the foil, everything is removed. The onesie is unopened. And then actually this is her kind of side in the front of the face. The facial feature actually can almost completely disappear because they're so flattened against the side of the trash can. And there was a lot of kind of pupae. There was no maggot activity, which would essentially help potentially with some timing of the postmortem interval, because from what I reviewed and from what Dr. Schmidt described, we didn't really see direct maggot activity. So they did not injure or damage the body to that extent yet.
And now showing you Exhibit 38.
And essentially what's happening now is that her body is kind of being unfolded. That's what needs to happen in order for the clothing items to be removed and then for the photographs to be taken and an autopsy to be performed. Because with the autopsy, the head has to be open and the body has to be open in a Y-shaped manner with the Y-shaped incision. And that can only happen if the body is kind of unfolded now and for complete examination.
Dr. Malusnik, did you, as part of your review of the records in this case, review the child's pediatric records?
Yes.
Do you see anything in there that would indicate to you that she would have died from something that was medically related, any medical conditions?
No, she was considered a healthy child. And all the milestones were reached in timely manner.
All right. And what about the possibility of her dying from some sort of rollover death?
So she was not an infant anymore. So she already be in a kind of toddler stage, and I've never seen overlaying on a child older than 8 months. Actually, 6 months is even pushing it, because it's just not easy to overlay a child who can already move, flip, and it's just not that easy, even for an adult, to overlay a child of that age. And I've never had a case like that. The only overlay of a 2-year-old that I had was actually a homicide.
All right. Dr. Malushnik, are you aware whether the state of Tennessee Department of Health maintains statistics on rollover deaths as far as the age of children in Tennessee?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review those statistics?
Yes.
How many children last year under the age of, or over the age of 12 months died of rollover deaths in Tennessee?
None.
How many children in the last 10 years over the age of 1 in the state of Tennessee died from rollover deaths?
Yeah, we all of those we call like unsafe sleeping environment. That's a none of the children who died of overlaying, rolling over, unsafe sleeping environment were older than a year.
Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you. Do you want any of these photos? No. Okay. Just thought I'd ask.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good afternoon.
My name is Gene Scott. I represent Ms. Boswell. First thing I want to ask you about is you did not conduct this autopsy.
No, I did not.
You had no physical contact with the body of this child. You didn't go to the scene. You simply reviewed what Dr. Schmidt had done. Is that correct?
I reviewed what she did and all the pertaining documentation.
And accordingly, had Dr. Schmidt have made some mistake, it's very possible that could be incorporated into your work as well.
Pertaining documentation.
And accordingly, had Dr. Schmidt have made some mistake, that could be incorporated into your work as well.
That's a very complex question. I cannot answer yes or no. May I explain?
Sure.
So the point of having an autopsy report is to objectively describe the findings. And then the only subjective part of the autopsy report, the conclusion as to what happened, that's essentially Dr. Schmidt, in this case, conclusion as to what the child died of, cause, and manner of death. So the objective findings, such as photograph, tissue sampling, should be part of the description of the case that should not be influenced by one's opinion. Now, my opinion is going to be based on those facts plus the scene investigation. So the question was, if Dr. Schmidt made a mistake, she made objective observations and put them in her report that are corroborated with photography and tissue sampling. So anyone reviewing the case can come up with his or her own conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So if she made some wrong observations that are mismatched with the photographs, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, then I should be able to notice that and comment on that, but I haven't noticed any mismatches. So essentially, her conclusion as to the cause and manner of that is that's her subjective thing. I followed my own kind of line of reasoning and conclusion reviewing based on not just her report, but the scene photographs and autopsy photographs, which are documented for posterity, and anyone can review them and come up with the objective kind of a conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So the short answer would be, if she made mistake with observations, I should be able to identify that in the photographs, and I didn't.
Were there photographs of the internal organs?
The photographs of the internal organs were not available. We frequently don't take those during autopsies, but we do sample organs to look under the microscope, and that was done.
Okay. Now, you described this was a diagnosis of exclusion. Can you explain what that means?
So by saying asphyxial deaths are frequently diagnosed exclusion means that we found an individual in a position that prevents breathing, but there is no mark on the body. And I've done thorough investigation. Unlike in this case, there are plenty of marks on the body. But what we say with the diagnostic exclusion, for example, is that if I have a drowning victim and I have absolutely nothing else on the autopsy, no heart attack, no evidence of seizure, no evidence of trauma, no evidence of drugs, well, the only now conclusion is that I excluded everything else, and therefore drowning as a part of the asphyxial death is the cause of that. So that's what I meant by diagnosis of exclusion.
Okay. In this case, as it relates to the medical reasons contained in the autopsy, and I'm not talking about where the child is found at the scene, but the medical conclusions, were you able to come up with a cause of death?
Until this week, my dad did not know where he was from. It means the world to share that.
There was no evidence of infection or or tumor or anything like that that was identified at the time of the autopsy. And the review of the medical records, which is always mandatory for forensic pathologists to review medical records, birth records, pediatric records, did not indicate that anything was wrong with the child, such as seizures or anything of that sort. So this child had no objective way or reason to be dead. And as I said, the tissues were sampled, and even with decomposition that sets in the organs, if there is some major infection in the body, it would have been identifiable, and it was not there.
Okay. What is sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is actually an abandoned, antiquated term that was used to describe sudden death in a child that essentially had negative autopsy findings and negative scene investigation, which means that we don't use that term anymore. That was antiquated because it was never a syndrome. It always, syndrome means that there is a constellation of symptoms, findings, and signs that would kind of create this entity that one can actually have the reason for this person to be sick or dead, for that matter. So there was never a syndrome. It was never a constellation of findings. What it meant actually is that we didn't find anything at the autopsy. Therefore, it's kind of this SIDS, nebulous diagnosis. Now we actually know with the scene investigation and the advances in our field in forensic pathology that those situations where that is with no findings at the scene or in the autopsy are extremely, extremely rare. We call them sudden unexplained death in infancy, so SUDI. So that's a new term that we use. And I can tell you, with the proper investigation, the proper scene investigation, proper autopsy, and proper ancillary studies such as microbiology, histology, toxicology, the rate of those SUDI unexplained deaths is extremely, extremely low, actually almost non-existent.
So you're telling me that if another pathologist said this child could die of SIDS, they're just wrong?
Yeah, he's wrong, or she is wrong, because SIDS doesn't exist. SIDS never existed. So if that pathologist is using the term SIDS, that pathologist needs to go back to forensic school.
Probably not competent.
I'm sorry?
Probably not competent.
That's super interesting that she just said that. While I agree with her, number one. Number two, she's very, she's very like straight to the point. Like, if they said this is SIDS, then they need to go back to school.
Well, here's the thing is that other lady did not say it was SIDS or even could have been SIDS. He asked the question and he's the one that was using the terminology. And then she was like, you know, I've not seen that in, you know, children, you know, that was like major in like 9-10 months is like the oldest for even using that term. So she still said it wasn't SIDS. So he's like
Correct.
trying to say the lady before was incompetent, but he's the one who was using the terminology.
He's definitely right now trying to suggest to the jury, like they didn't just hear from that other lady that maybe that other lady was incompetent because she said it, because she didn't. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, SIDS is, I mean, she's not actually wrong. SIDS is something that is a term that is of the past, but people still continue to use it. But she's not wrong. It was a huge debate, what, like 3-4 years ago, on whether SIDS was actually a legitimate thing to even be calling anything.
Yeah. This
So,
is the defense attorney, Travis.
yeah, this is cross.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, we're going back on mute.
If he or she is using SIDS, that's not a competent pathologist. At this day and age, that's not a competent pathologist.
What did you call it? The new syndrome?
But it's actually not really a syndrome. It's a sudden unexplained death in infancy or unexpected death in infancy. It means that we exhausted all the investigative capacity and thoroughly done autopsy with sampling and ancillary studies, and we found absolutely nothing.
So how do you rule out that this child couldn't have died from a laryngeal spasm?
Because laryngeal spasm needs to have a reason for that to happen. And I've never had a case of laryngeal spasm in a otherwise healthy child. And laryngeal spasm is basically something that somebody would give a diagnosis or the reason for a child to be dead when they're really trying to kind of come up with stuff and create some new category. That's pretty much it.
Gastroesophageal reflux, that can lead to a laryngeal spasm, can it not?
But that would not.
Yes or no, can it lead to that? And then explain.
That's actually not something that is described in the forensic pathology field. Laryngeal spasm would not necessarily kill a child.
But could it kill a child?
I've never seen it.
Could it?
I've never seen it.
In Dr. Schmidt's report, she states that the possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in the trash can cannot be excluded.
That's correct. That's what she stated.
Okay. Is that your opinion as well?
I believe she died in the trash can.
Okay. You have no proof to show she was alive when she went in the trash can.
I have all the proofs of her not being able to breathe once put in a trash can.
Doctor, you don't know if she was breathing when she went in the trash can, do you?
She would not be able to breathe no matter what. And as I said, because of decomposition, of course, we were a little bit handicapped as far as being able to completely examine all her tissues and organs. But there was no reason for this child to be dead, other than being in the trash can and being able to breathe.
You can't say conclusively she was alive in the trash can you?
She doesn't have a reason to be dead. And I never had an autopsy on a child older than 1 year old for no reason to be dead, except that she could not breathe in that particular position where she was placed.
Yes or no? Can you say conclusively that she was alive when she was placed in that trash can?
She could not breathe in the trash can. So that's my main conclusion.
Are you refusing to answer my question, doctor?
No, I'm just saying that the child could not breathe in the trash can.
And I'm asking, if I may, yes or no, can you say conclusively she was alive when she was placed in the trash can?
No, she might have been dead because her foil was on the face before being placed in a trash can. She could have been dead because she was put in a plastic bag before she was placed in a trash can. Obviously, the foil, the bag, 2 bags, the blanket, tightly covering her face would prevent her from breathing. So all of those things had to happen before she was put in a trash can. So all I'm saying is that all those components, could have they actually brought her to brink of being dead before being put in the trash can? Sure. The trash can definitely did not help.
And like I said, even if she had died before the foil, before the blankets, before the trash bags, before the trash can, somebody wrapped her head in tinfoil, put her in a trash bag, put her in another trash bag, put her in a blanket, put her in the trash can upside down. So like, regardless of any of those things, like, it's almost like, I feel like I want to say to him, like, if you're not going to admit that she knew she was dead and then tried to hide her, then I don't know what we're getting at, because like, she could have died from any number of those things. That's like saying, okay, so you find a dead body and it's buried in the woods, and being like, well, so you can't say they didn't die before they were buried. And it's like, well, they could have died from like the gunshot that they have, or they could have been alive when they ended up in the hole in the ground covered with dirt. But if they were alive, then the dirt covering them in the ground would have killed them or contributed to their death. So does it really matter? Like, when push comes to shove, Evelyn did not put the tinfoil around her own head and the blanket around her own body and put herself into the trash can upside down, right? I mean, I must be missing something. Like, I
think they need to stick with the fact that she died from asphyxiation instead of this positional asphyxiation, because I think that's what he's getting around. Is like, you can't prove that she died from being in the trash can, and it's like, no, I can prove she died from being asphyxiated. Whether you want to say it's from the tinfoil, the blanket, and the trash can, or all 3 of them at the same time, she was asphyxiated, which is homicidal violence. Like, that's what she needs to stick to. And I don't think that she's not doing that. People in chat some are really liking her, some are not. I really like this lady. I liked her in the pre-trial hearing.
Better than the other lady.
Yeah.
I think the mistake that was made was the state did not go into detail. I have never seen a medical examiner on the stand for like 2 seconds.
That's because they wanted this lady on, and Travis made a really good like legal point on having like the repetitive, like they didn't cross the other lady because they wanted this lady to come on and answer these questions versus the other lady answering them, and the defense objecting to it. I didn't even think about that. So
yeah, I would have wanted her to explain it, but then the argument you have here is, well, you didn't do the actual autopsy. You just looked at all the pictures. You know what I mean? So, but I do think that they should get rid of like the word positional, because there was any number of things that could have cut off oxygen to her. And when you say positional asphyxia, like, not for nothing, but the thing that I immediately think of, and I said this earlier, is like, I mean, my kid's 7. Well, he's about to be 7. And I still, like, if he falls asleep in the car when we're on our way to my mom's or something, like, I will lean back and shove his head backwards if he falls asleep, like, and his head goes down, just because of all the horror stories I heard.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You know,
I do same.
So I
where
mean,
they fall forward and then they stop breathing.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Yeah.
But so she's backwards though. So like, that's another thing is like, she's backwards and then she's like smushed. She's like smushed down. And I mean, the fact that the foil is like shaped to her face.
It was pressed, like it was pressed to molded to her face, like as tight as humanly possible. And the only person's fingerprints that were on it was Megan's, not even the baby's. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like the baby did it.
Right. Well, and the trash bag that's on top of her, that's also only got Megan's. So like the hiding of her, I don't know. This is like a 50-50. Some people do not like her and some people do. I like her just getting in there and being like this, but she should just answer his question with, it's asphyxiation. Whether you want to say what it's from, whether it's the trash bag or not the trash bag, whether it's the tin foil, the blanket, or the trash can,
Right.
she was asphyxiated, and somebody had to do that.
Right. I agree. All right, I'm gonna put play.
Okay.
You can't say conclusively she was alive while she was wrapped in that blanket or tinfoil, can you?
She would have definitely died with a tin foil and the bag and the blanket. And there was
He
no
is so mad.
reason to put all of those things and tightly apply to her face and her body unless she was alive.
You can't say conclusively that she was alive when she was wrapped, yes or no?
All I can say is that she cannot breathe with a foil,
Judge, I would ask
with
you
a
to
bag,
ask the witness to
and
answer
with
my
the blanket.
question, yes or no.
Doctor, you need to answer this question. He's asking yes or no questions. You can explain afterwards if you want to, if you feel the need to, but you do have to answer his question.
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
You can't say conclusively that that child was alive when it was wrapped in the blanket and when it was wrapped in tinfoil.
She needs to
I
say
have
to a
no
medical
reason
degree of
for this
certainty.
child to be dead.
Yes or no, doctor?
Nobody can tell exactly of the state of her body except that she cannot breathe with the foil and the bag. and
Judge,
the
I would
trash can and
ask the
blanket.
court to instruct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
I'm not being mean to you. But he's asked you the question, the answer is either yes or no. And I'm instructing you to the best of your ability. Answer yes.
Oh goodness, DIY. 4 years old? Oh my goodness, yeah, that's very rare.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say with certainty what really happened to this child prior to the foil being put on her face.
So you can't say whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead, other than
Judge,
that.
this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
No, she's being very specific, and you want her to be evasive.
He wants her to answer very broadly, like
Correct.
and she's being too specific. Let's see. Are we all, let me see. Oh, you son of a bitch. They're on a break. Ugh. Why are
Well,
we on?
they shouldn't be going to a break. It's the end of the day.
Oh, so maybe he ended it and they just ended it?
Let's see.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Go back a little further.
I looked at her and called you ma'am.
Let me see if I can boil this down. Lowest common denominator. He's gonna
This
ask
is
you
after the sidebar?
Yeah, and I don't know what he said. I think he said he's going to ask you a
I
question.
understand this case and this situation.
You can't say conclusively that that child was alive when it was wrapped in the blanket and when it was wrapped in tinfoil.
I have no reason for this child to be dead.
Yes or no, doctor?
Nobody can tell exactly of the state of her body except that she cannot breathe with the foil and the bag. and
Judge,
the
I would
trash can and
ask the
blanket.
court to instruct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
I'm not being mean to you. But he's asked you the question, the answer is either yes or no. And I'm instructing you to the best of your ability. Answer yes or no.
She just needs to say no, she can't, and it's over.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say with certainty what really happened to this child prior to the foil being put on her face.
So you can't say whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead, other than
Judge, this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
Yeah, he's probably going to just end it for the day and be like, fix your witness. But she did say, she's like, nobody can say. She just kept going. Travis thinks she is being evasive.
All right. Let me see if I can boil this down. The lowest common denominator. He's going to ask you this question one more time.
Hi, Michael.
And I understand this case and this situation. But man, I'm telling you, if the answer is not yes or no, you'll be facing contempt of court.
Your answer is not yes or no. You're going to be in contempt.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
Travis was.
And yes or no, can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket and the tinfoil?
the blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered a different way.
Oh, she could have been murdered a different way? Is that what she just said?
She did.
Oh dear. No wonder they end. Okay.
Keep going.
Thank you, doctor.
And he just said, thank you.
I think he's done.
He looked at her like, what the fuck?
Well, you know, English isn't her first language. She said that she went to school, that she lived and went to school somewhere else, and that her education is different than America's education. That's.
Oh, he said nothing further.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yes, sir. I looked at her and called you ma'am. I apologize.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Your release for this opinion.
Thank you.
She said it was Croatia. Thank you, Glenda. I couldn't remember where. That was a little spicy.
Any other? Yeah, more witnesses.
I think we're a good stopping spot for today, Judge.
Ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen,
they're stopping for the day.
I have to give you these academics, even though you've heard them. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted.
Sleuthie said it was going to be a spicy day when she started this morning.
Incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or
Okay, so legally, how could that become a mistrial? So a couple people in chat have said that, that the defense could request a mistrial based on that testimony. I understand the holding her in contempt. I mean, I didn't expect that he was going to go there, but how would that become a mistrial legally? I'm asking genuinely because I have no idea how that would lead to a mistrial because she wouldn't answer his question. I could see how the defense could request to have her entire testimony stricken because she's obvious. I mean, she was showing her bias towards the prosecution 100%, but I just don't understand the legality of how it would result in a mistrial. No, a mistrial wasn't asked or her testimony was not struck. She said, no, she could not say that Evelyn could have been murdered a different way. But how would that lead to a mistrial? Because the jury heard that now? Is that what we're saying? The jury heard her completely biased answer? But I mean, that her medical belief was that she is murdered and died from asphyxiation. See, I guess that's right. I'm just not seeing how it's massively prejudicial.
I mean, the other medical examiner said that she died of homicidal violence, right?
Yeah.
So if this woman then says no, like meaning when she's asked if she could conclusively say that she died, or she could conclusively say that she wasn't dead like before she went into the trash can. No, she didn't say she was murdered by being placed in the trash can. Her answer was that no, she could have basically died from any of the other number of things, the tinfoil, the blanket, all of those other things that she didn't necessarily. Yeah, I know she's saying she was murdered, but that, like, hasn't that already been determined? Like by the medical examiner that was what it was? Is that the thing? Using the word murder instead of homicide?
I guess that's what I'm not understanding, because homicidal, the cause of her it's already homicidal violence.
But this doesn't make any sense because they were saying it could have been positional. Like, the point is, if he wanted her to say that it could have been positional, like these doctors are saying that it could have been positional in the garbage can, not in the bed. So it seems like the only thing we were, by we, I mean them, was like arguing about was whether or not they could say conclusively that she was alive when she went into the trash can, and they can't say that. And they were saying they couldn't say that. And she added in, it could have been any of those other things, the foil, the blanket, which I was thinking in my head, I don't know how else she would have testified to that, but that's the truth.
See, the defense isn't saying SIDS or infection, though. They're only now saying that based on what the ME testified to. I mean, their theory of defense is that Hunter killed her. So, I mean, they're going to switch up their theory of defense right in the middle of it. That's not going to look good for the defense either. So, I guess I don't understand, because she's saying she could have been murdered by any of these other things, which her manner of death is homicidal violence. So, I don't see how that's prejudicial.
Did she give a manner? Did they give a manner? Like, I heard her say the cause was homicidal violence, but did she give a manner?
The manner is the homicidal violence. Cause was positional asphyxia.
She said that was the cause, was homicidal violence. That's why I said, huh? Like, I don't know what that means. What is the violence? That's what I was asking. So did she mix it up, or did I hear it?
I have to walk up and grab a kid, so I can't talk murder for just a hot minute. I'll be right back.
Okay. Maybe somebody else can answer. I swear that's what she was asked about, the cause, and she said homicidal violence, and I was like, as the cause? Like, don't you have to be more specific than that? Like, what is violence? Okay, so wouldn't this be the manner? Okay, so what was the cause? See, now I have to go back because I don't remember hearing like them say, did you determine the cause and manner of death? And then her say the manner, blah, 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 and the cause, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so if the cause was asphyxia, then again, that's irrelevant to the trash can because it could have been caused by the foil on her head or the blanket or the trash bag. Travis says whether it was prejudicial or not, he didn't preserve it. And not for nothing, I'm of the opinion that even if, and I've said this already, but like, even if they can't find her guilty of this, like, again, somebody had to have put her in the trash can. So, and put the foil over her and all of the other things. And I think there's more than enough for them to find her guilty of other things, even if they don't with this. Yeah. See, that's basically what I was saying. If the jury determines she threw her child in the trash, which that's all I've heard so far was the foil had her fingerprints, only her fingerprints, the trash bag, I think also, and then the trash can, the rim of the trash can. And the only other one on the trash can was like that palm print that they said was child sized. And I know that the men or whatever weren't tested against it, but their hands are also not child sized. See, now you're confusing me again. See, homicidal violence is a cause of death when one person intentionally or unintentionally kills another person. It's one of the leading causes of death. And that's per Google. And Google is an expert. So even if that came from Reddit, what happened? She left. Okay, so they did for sure. So they said that was they said the manner was homicide. Yeah, she did say murder. Well, she said murder. This witness did say murder in response to the question that she was asked, which was specifically if she knew, she could conclusively say that Michael. I don't want to confuse people more. Oh, there she is.
Okay, sorry. Sleepy's left holding the trash can. Sorry, I was looking up something before I came back on. Manner of death, homicidal violence, cause of death, positional asphyxiation. That's what was testified to. Homicidal violence and positional asphyxiation. Manner, then cause.
So my problem with that is the positional then not rules out, but it like excludes, like, so the tinfoil on her face, that's not position, like that is intentional, someone wrapping it around her head. So they are then basically saying that after the tinfoil, after the blanket, all that stuff, that she was then put in the trash can alive and died of the positional, like, so while it would have been a contributor, the fact that she had the tinfoil and the blanket and stuff all there.
Right. Well, that's what she was saying. She's saying, if you want to say that it wasn't because she was in the trash can, then you have to say it's because of the blanket or the tinfoil. And if you want to say it's not because of the tinfoil, then it has to be the blanket or the trash can. And if you want to say it's not the blanket, then it has to be the trash can or the tinfoil. One of those asphyxiated her. So you can pick which one you want it to be, but that's how it goes. That's what caused her death.
But but if they're saying that they determined that it was positional, and the defense is taking this position that, well,
that's why I said they shouldn't have gone with the positional unless they could prove that she was. Well,
I mean, I guess the biggest thing is if she's not trying to get out of this, then it is positional because she's so tightly wrapped, and that's why they're going with positional, which is technically what it is. So she wraps her so tightly in tinfoil and a blanket that causes the positional asphyxiation because she can't move to breathe.
No, she's gone, Kathy.
Yeah, they were done with her. Yeah, they were done with her.
I don't know if there was tinfoil in her mouth, Glenda, but
They did say that before. Nobody's testified to that now, I think, except for one person who said there was like something that was like in her airway. But these guys, the ME and this forensic pathologist, have not testified that they found anything in her mouth, which is interesting too.
Or her lungs. Like I was trying to think if there was some type of like, okay, so you have the fuzzy blanket. Let's say that she was trying to breathe and she was inhaling.
Like fibers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't hear anything about that. But at the same time, was it blocked by the tinfoil?
Don't know. Michael, she was offered a plea deal and didn't want it. And then her and her defense attorney became on the outs because he suggested that she take it. And then she didn't like him anymore, so she asked for a new attorney.
Okay. See, look at this. Several people said this.
I think it was just the one. I think only the one said this before or during this trial, but before that had been stated before that there was something in her mouth. But the problem is these people haven't said it.
Well, yeah. I can't believe that woman, the first woman, like said nothing about the autopsy. That kind of blew me away a little bit. I was not expecting. Did she even talk really about her autopsy at all? It seemed really fast. Like
no, but I don't think they wanted her. I think they wanted this lady. And so they really just used her for the fact that you can't not bring the person. I mean, the prosecution doesn't bring on your medical examiner. What does that look like to the jury? Like the person who actually performed the autopsy?
True.
So I think they just brought her on for that purpose, but they didn't actually need her. They don't want her testimony. They wanted this lady's. I mean, to me, that's what I'm saying. She couldn't breathe. So that's the bottom line. This lady's saying there's nothing else that was wrong enough with her for it to cause this type of death. There's nothing else that happened. There's no other natural anything. There's no underlying health conditions that caused this to happen. So somebody made it so she could no longer breathe.
Yeah, but then the defense is bringing up all these things suggesting that those things were medical conditions that might have gotten in the, like when he brought up the acute pharyngitis or whatever. That's why I was like, okay, so was she on any medicine? When was this? You know what I mean? Was it 6 months prior that she was diagnosed with that and she was already done medicine and she was fine by now? Or did she have it, a week before that maybe had a reaction to a medicine? Or
are you talking about the gastro, whatever they were talking about with the esophagus?
Well, there was a number of things. He brought up the GERD, but then he also brought up that she had acute pharyngitis, like viral pharyngitis.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. So the suggestion was basically that respiratory virus might have stopped her from breathing. But again, I keep coming back to even all of those things. Let's say she walked in, she found her deceased. Let's say she was too scared to call the police or whatever. It still doesn't explain all of the lying afterwards, having her report, like going all over.
No, but they're trying to get her out of the felony murder and the first degree murder.
Well, somebody wrapped her in tinfoil and a blanket and put her in the trash. Sorry.
Right.
Whether she was alive or dead when she did it.
Just the irony of, she asphyxiated because of a different reason. So then we went ahead and asphyxiated her more with a blanket and tinfoil and put her in the trash can. Positional asphyxiation can happen with a baby who is in a crib with blankets or toys, stuffed animals. It's not always intentional. Yeah, but homicide doesn't always have to be intentional. We don't know what the plea offer was with the other attorney. These guys are not, the medical examiners are not testifying that during the autopsy there was any tinfoil in her mouth, though. So I don't know how much that's going to stick with the jury if they paid enough attention. And I don't think they're taking notes. They don't ever talk about make sure you leave your notepads or anything like that. Journey says the defense is saying Evelyn stopped breathing due to asphyxiation in the bed. Right, but then they're changing it with the ME and talking about that it could be from, I don't know, whatever that thing that Sleuthie just said. I can't, fair or whatever, or the defect to the heart. Especially if she was found with tinfoil in her mouth. Why put it in her mouth if she was already dead? Yeah, why wrap it so tightly around her face that it's formed to her eye sockets?
Well, don't we have video of her saying that she knew and saw her dead and that like her eyes were open?
So have we heard that the 25th one? Have we heard the one where she talks about Hunter rolling over on her and then getting rid of her? Have we watched that interview yet?
We literally heard that before the other ones. Like it was completely out of order. We heard that and then they went backwards and did all the other stuff.
I couldn't remember if we actually watched that video or if we just had somebody testifying to it, but I think you're right.
Yeah, we watched it.
Oh, I'm tired.
Yeah, we watched it. And so my thing would be, so then what is the story? Like, what is the story then? Are we just gonna say that?
Can you find that?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna start driving home.
You know what I'm saying? Find it, like, so you can put it on here?
Yeah, play it. Like find that interview because I'm not recalling it.
I want to say it was like day 2.
Like yeah, it probably was, and I'm just not. I just can't remember. I don't remember seeing it. I remember them talking about it, but I don't remember watching it for some reason. They may just have it like on court TV, because they sometimes will post the interview parts like separate for people to watch.
I think I have it. Hold on.
All right. If baby dies of asphyxiation in bed accidentally and is put in tinfoil and a blanket once dead, then that's abuse of corpse, but not homicide. That was interesting that they talked about the lack of bugs, lack of maggots. I mean, the discussion we're having right now and the chat is having is literally what the jury's probably going to be having.
All right, I have it. I'm going to put it in.
Okay, I'm going to mute.
You'll have to let me know, like, if this is okay place to start.
This is the one from the 25th?
Yeah, is that what it said?
I can't see, so I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't want to rewind more.
That's the shirt she's wearing in her mugshot, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, this is the one where the guy was like, we confronted her. Like this is the confrontation one.
Okay.
He's asleep. No, eyes are open.
Turn on closed captioning.
Trevor was gone. I didn't want to ask.
Oh, see, I got to go back. I got to go back.
How did you try to give her CPR?
Mouth. What are you all going to tell my dad when you go to search his property?
Oh, you probably want to go back further still.
Why don't I just play it all? Like,
Just play it.
No, it was
Right, you know. Help me with this, Maggie.
okay.
When he took her out with the driver, how was she dressed?
You know that picture I have of her? She's got her old penguin suit.
She's in the penguin suit. She wrapped up in her blanket.
She was wrapped up in.
Did you give her to him?
Picked her up
You picked her up, or was she?
on the bed. I held her for hours. I didn't want to let her go.
And that's okay. We need to bring her home. Okay? We need to bring her home today. Just tell us where we can go get her.
I don't know for sure how old you are. I think she's at.
Okay, hold on. You held her for hours.
Yeah.
She was in what? How was she dressed?
You know that picture of me and her were sitting outside.
So he said you held her for hours. So she's saying she found her dead. She held her for hours.
On the trailer, and she was falling into a little purple thing on.
Yes.
So she was sitting
And she was wrapped up in a blanket.
like a dark colored blanket, a big fleece blanket.
And he took her from you? Where did he put her? What car was he driving?
I read the car.
The red car? Did he put her in the trunk?
I don't know. I didn't go out
Did
there.
you go outside with him? What time of day was it?
It was close to the dark.
Was it close to dark or was it
It was
dark?
close to the dark.
What day was it?
I don't know what day it was for sure, to be honest with you.
So, how long was he gone?
Less than an hour.
Was it 15 minutes or 30 minutes or 45 minutes?
Maybe like 45. And he kept saying, she's super close, Papa.
Did he ever take you back to where it was? Between then and now? And this was in December, early December. Was it after you started working at the chicken? How long after?
Not too long.
You started on Monday, right?
Right?
Was it Tuesday?
No, it was a week or two after.
It was a week or two after.
Closer to 2 weeks.
So about December 10th.
We've got passion, we've got determination. Like, and if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
What do you remember about that day? Did you wake up or what happened?
I don't know. I rolled over on her. I don't think I did. I think he did it. It was an accident.
So he was sleeping in bed with you? Was the three of y'all together? In the bed?
Between us.
Okay.
I should have put her in outside. I slept with her almost every night of her life before that, and I never once rolled over on her.
But when you woke up, she wasn't breathing. Is that what you're telling us?
Her head was like buried in her pillow. She wasn't breathing.
Okay. So there. So you tell him, hey,
I was panicking. He was like, well, you can't call anyone. We're both going to go
why
to
can't you
jail.
call someone
Because he said we were both going to go to jail if he didn't care of it.
for her just rolling over, or you rolling over on him or on her?
I don't think I rolled over on her. I don't know if he did an accident or what. But like I said, I slept with her like her whole life before that. With her up against me right next to me, I never rolled over on her.
We need to bring her home. You need that peace. Mom needs that peace. Everybody needs that peace. We need that peace. Help us bring her home. You're the only one.
I told you all the only places I know he could have went.
Where? Name it.
My dad's in his house.
When you say your dad's, where are you talking about your dad?
I'm ready for you.
Because he wouldn't have taken her inside the house and said, hey, Tommy.
Well, I don't know. I think there was
I
a
want to take her back to Tommy's.
he said he was going to take her somewhere close.
See, I don't think he would have taken her to Tommy's. That's too much of a risk. Why would he do that?
I don't know.
What if your dad would have caught him? So I don't think she went there.
Look, can you all just please check and then check?
We're going to check everywhere we believe she may be.
Okay.
But again, we need to understand where she's at.
I don't know for sure where she's at.
When you say for sure,
I just have guesses and I've told you two what they are.
why has Hunter never spoke to you about this?
I don't want to
When
know.
he came back, what did he say?
I put her somewhere close.
Did he say how he put her?
I
Did he
didn't want to
throw her in
know.
the trash can? Did he throw her in the lake? Did he bury her?
I didn't want to know.
What did he say?
Just that she was somewhere close and not to worry about it.
Okay, can you pause it? Okay, so she's saying she didn't roll over on her, that she just had her tucked up next to her. And then she woke up and she was dead, and then she held her for hours, and Hunter said they're both going to go to jail. So Hunter takes the baby and says, I'm going to put her somewhere close. And the only places she can think of is either at her dad's house or on Hunter's property. And this, she doesn't know exactly when this happened. She has no idea what date it was. She knows that it was a week or two after she started working at the chicken shack. Doesn't have any idea what date it was. That doesn't make any sense.
Even if it was an accident, like,
Even if that story was completely, yeah, it was a week or two after I started working there. What? You know exactly what day it would have happened if it happened.
but when she had that box, she knew exact dates of like random ass things that make no sense.
What the temperature was outside, how fast they drove when they went there. So anybody who has questions, so this, I do remember watching this now. I don't know, it just was not, I could not visualize it in my head. This was because they had Fraley on the stand. And this was from the 25th. She's not arrested yet, but she gets arrested that night. So this is February 25th.
Do you want me to keep going?
If you want to, you can. I'm still driving home, so
Yeah.
it's up to you.
Megan, you lied to us for 6 days now. I need you to be truthful with me today.
I am being truthful.
No, just hear me out, okay? I need you to be truthful with me today. We're getting there. We need her brought home. She don't need to be laying out in the woods in the cold anymore. She needs to be buried. She deserves that. You need to help us bring her home. Please. Tell us where she's at.
I don't know for sure. I really don't. I don't want to know.
I think you do, Maggie. I think you're scared to tell us.
I don't. I told you go into places I think she could be.
When you say the boat dock, what do you mean by the boat dock?
I don't know. Maybe he buried her there or what.
Did he mention the boat dock?
No, but he said he took her somewhere close and he wasn't gone very long.
Did he drive away with her? Was she placed in the trunk?
I don't know for sure.
You didn't look out the window.
No, I didn't want to.
Who did you call?
Nobody. I was scared to call anybody.
Did he call you while he was gone?
No.
And it was dark. Close to getting dark.
It was dark by the time he got back.
It was light when he left and dark when he got back.
What were they laying down for a nap? What's that about? There was light when he left, but he was only gone less than an hour?
If she's laying out there somewhere, she deserves better than that.
I don't know. I told you go into places I could think he could take her.
Correct, Trav. Yes. Not rolling over, just holding her tightly to her while she was sleeping.
What should we tell?
I don't know.
She's about to get into like what she looked like, any life-saving measures that were taken. Spoiler alert, the answer is 0.
Right. And then she said that she was wearing the penguin PJs. And this is also the interview where she tells them that the trash can was taken from her house.
And the fleece blanket.
And the blanket.
Yeah.
Taking the time to savor Thomas's crunchy yet soft
Girlfriend, I gotta
bagels.
get you
Thanks,
premium.
Tom.
It's Tom.
I know, I hate it.
She's buried on that property.
I don't know if she is or she isn't. I really don't know. There's a village places I know that he didn't have time to go to because
Did her take a shovel?
no.
Did he take a trash bag? Did he carry her out in that blanket, a box, or in a box? Jump in the
I
box?
stayed in the bedroom. I just had her wrapped up in a dark colored blanket.
How big was his blanket?
Now, I just want to say this. I don't know, and this is just me, like if someone came into my house, if the Grinch came in and stole my trash can, I don't know that I would notice like right away, like unless I was going to throw something away specifically in whatever room that trash can is. So like I have a trash can in just about every room because I don't want any excuses to not throw out the freaking trash. So I don't know that I would notice it right away.
But it was her kitchen trash.
So if she was in the bedroom and she was with her and she was holding her for hours or whatever, and he came and took her from her and left, she happened to get up and notice that the trash can was gone.
Yeah, she notices the trash can is missing. And she knows she had it wrapped in a dark blanket.
Well,
And he couldn't have
there were
gone
no
far.
fingerprints. There were no other.
Nope.
So
but that
the
people
only
are going to
person-
say that he was wearing those latex gloves, but then there's no DNA from Evelyn from him touching her or anything along those lines. So I don't know how they're going to tie that in.
So those gloves, there was no DNA from her on the outside of the gloves?
No, there was male DNA on the inside of glove 1. And then there was DNA on glove 2, but I don't remember. I think it was inside also, but then the hairs were on the outside. Don't quote me on that one though. And then glove 3, nothing.
I mean, the fact that the trash can like only had her fingerprints on it just makes me feel like she knew she was in the trash can and she was trying to say that when Hunter took her, the trash can was gone. Like this is her knowledge of the trash can being where she is.
All right. So she admits to this blanket. She admits to the purple penguin PJs. She admits to the trash can, but she doesn't say anything about that he wrapped her in tinfoil and then, or I wrapped her in tinfoil because it's her fingerprints on it.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Unless she did and we just couldn't hear because she talked so fast.
It was like a normal size, like fleece blanket.
So when you say wrapped her up, you describe that.
Like, you swaddle a baby.
Okay, this is what I was trying to say earlier. If you swaddle a baby correctly, they can't move. They cannot move their arms. They cannot kick their legs out. Like the purpose of swaddling them is to make them feel like they're like in a cocoon.
Yeah, but I don't know anybody that's ever swaddles their almost 13-month-old.
No, but also it didn't look like she was swaddled.
No, it looks like she was smashed.
Right. Well, and like haphazardly just rolled up in it. I wouldn't even say rolled up. I would just say like you put a baby on a blanket and then you like throw the edges of the blanket around the baby.
Right.
Like that's what it was. I mean, it was very loose and all. But oh no, you're supposed to leave the baby's face out, obviously.
Yeah. Hi, Bushi. And is there any evidence that Hunter was ever at her trailer? No, not yet. Nobody's presented any evidence that Hunter was ever there. But I think I would leave that up to the defense because they're the ones who are trying to make it about Hunter, not the prosecution. They're not going to want to just bring in Hunter stuff knowing that's the defense theory, you know?
Okay. So did you leave her face exposed?
So stupid, I never heard me cold, so I wrapped her up in a blanket.
So she was
What'd she say? He said you left her face exposed, and then she said something about something after in the blanket. I can't understand her.
Do the subtitles catch it or no?
No.
So stupid, I never heard me cold. Like, you know, you swallow a baby.
okay. So did you leave her face exposed?
So stupid, I never heard me cold, so I wrapped her up in a blanket.
So she was
What did she say?
I didn't want her to be cold, so I wrapped her up in the blanket.
So he said you left her face exposed.
She said, yeah.
Nodded. She nodded and then said, I didn't want her to be cold, so I wrapped
She said,
her
I wrapped her up and I did because I didn't want her to be cold.
So she nodded, but she did not answer that, yes, she left her face exposed. She just answered his question about her face being exposed with, I didn't want her to be cold.
Correct.
I don't know about you, but when my kid leaves this place, he can barely breathe, but especially when there's snow. I mean, I put grown-up sized scarves on him. He'll tell you, well, he's on his thing right now, but he'll tell you, like, I zip his jacket all the way up to his, I mean, I cover as much of him as I can. I'm just like, breathe through your nose. So if you're trying to, I don't know. Yes. Ew. It looks like it.
her whole body was wrapped up.
Except for her face, you know how you swallow a baby? You know how you swallow a baby? So I wrapped it up. I didn't want her to be cold.
We don't want her to be cold anyway. She's still out there and I want to bring her home. And you can help us with that part.
There's a lot of places I'm trying not to go look for it. I need that.
So Hunter's dog. Underneath Hunter's dog.
Or just around the dog.
Okay.
No, thank you if he did take her to his house. He's not stupid enough to, you know what I mean? Put her somewhere inside the house. That owns property right next to that place too.
How long did you hold her?
For a long time.
All day?
I didn't want to let her go.
How did you know she was there?
Because she wasn't breathing. Her eyes were open.
Her eyes were open.
She wasn't breathing. I tried to give her CPR. She was already gone.
How did you try to give her CPR?
Mouth to mouth.
So she only did mouth to mouth. So there technically then wouldn't have been any evidence of CPR, actual CPR.
What else?
That's it. I just held her. Like,
Did she gag or anything while you were trying to give CPR to her?
no.
How did she feel?
What do you mean?
Was she cold?
No.
She's still warm? What about the color?
She was
Was she blue?
No, not really.
What did she look like?
Just like her. As the day went on, she got colder and put up her in the blanket because I didn't want her to cold.
Okay, so she says she was obviously dead. She tried to give her CPR just by doing mouth to mouth. As the day went on, I actually think she said hours, she started getting cold. So she wrapped her in the blanket to try to stop her from being cold.
I do think you're getting some truth there. There's probably been hours and she probably was getting cold, and so she wrapped her in that blanket.
I just don't understand not calling or doing, like, I just don't understand it. And you can make
she doesn't say anything about changing colors. It's a good point.
Yeah, I just, you can get me to a certain point with like, I was in shock, I'm young and I'm an idiot and I didn't know and this and that. But then like, then it's the things that happen then after that, like after, just after, all the after. I don't know.
Hunter, they've never been able, nobody has proven yet that Hunter was ever at the trailer or had ever slept there or anything like that. We do not have any proof of that yet. That doesn't mean that we won't, but as of now, we don't.
Wouldn't one of the ways to be able to tell if she died before going in the trash can or after would be like her like fluids that would release after she died? So for instance, if she was alive when she went to a trash can, those fluids would go down or up her body, which is kind of what the onesie looked like to me. Like I'm just thinking she wouldn't have any on like her legs or her feet. You know,
I'm just struggling because she had a diaper on, so I don't know how much would have gone any direction.
Well, a diaper doesn't stop it from going. Like the diaper stops it from going down your legs when you're vertical or when you know what I mean?
Too much decomp to tell? Yeah, woman Hunter's the boyfriend that she's trying to say disposed of the remains.
This is a good question. I don't know what, if anything, on foil would be inhaled. Like, I don't know. I know we were talking about that with the blanket, but I'm just not sure about foil.
Yeah, I have no idea.
You don't remember what day that was?
No. I know it sounds bad, but I'm just trying to block it out of my memory as much as I can.
Where would you look at your dad?
I don't know, it has a lot of property and I couldn't there.
Back behind his house? So where does that connect to? Where does the back of his property connect to?
I don't know. I don't know.
So
Yeah, that's what's there, and then that creek and like right up to the asphalt, stuff like that.
you're shooting one of those asphalt piles.
I don't know, I really don't.
Is there a lot of asphalt piles on his property?
I don't know if there is any or not.
So I've not been out there. I don't know. I'm asking. Again, that's what I'm trying to do. And help us bring her home. She don't deserve another night out there. In the cold, alone. She needs to be brought home.
I don't know, I really don't. I don't know if he took her in the trash can or not. When he came back and was gone, I didn't want to ask.
Your trash can and the trailer was gone.
I didn't want to ask.
Was there a dumpster anywhere that close?
I don't know, you have to look.
No, to where when you lived there. What did you normally do with your trash?
Took it to the road and the trash can.
So you said to the trash can, the inside trash can, the outside trash
The
can?
inside.
Just when you kept in the kitchen.
I don't know if he took it with her or not. I didn't want to know.
You said you sit there and looked at her.
Yeah.
When you woke up and she wasn't breathing, tried to give her CPR. What did her eyes were open? Were they bloodshot?
No.
Were there any bruising around her eyes?
No.
She just looked like she always did, just like she was at peace asleep.
No, her eyes were open.
Her eyes were open.
I put a poll up. You want to pause it real quick? I'll tell them about the poll. So I put a poll up. Do you guys think that she's guilty of everything? Do you think that she's just guilty of being a liar? Do you think that she's not guilty of anything? Or do you think that she's just guilty of getting rid of Evelyn's remains and it was an accident? I want to kind of see where the chat's at, just where we're at so far in testimony. If I could vote, which I can't because it's on my channel, I think she's guilty of all charges. So you think she's just guilty of getting rid of Evelyn's remains? There might be people that think she's not even guilty of getting rid of her remains. So that would mean that you just think she's guilty of being a liar. And that Hunter actually did that. You're essentially believing this story that it was accidental and that Hunter got rid of the remains. Then you think she's just guilty of being a liar. Guilty of just getting rid of her remains means that getting rid of Evelyn's remains means that you don't think she did anything to her on purpose and that she just disposed of her because she's a scared teenager. So it looks like most still think she's guilty of all charges, but there are some that think that she's only guilty of getting rid of her remains and that probably whatever else happened is an accident. Nobody believes that Hunter actually got rid of the remains. So nobody thinks that she's guilty of just being a liar. So we think that Hunter may have been involved in the death, but not getting rid of her remains. That's interesting. Okay. So she's saying that her eyes were open. I'm wondering if that's where your foil comes in. She's like, oh my God, I cannot have her looking at me.
Absolutely. Yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
All right, you can keep going.
Because I can't help but think that's probably a lasting image that you think about Evelyn. So you'll know her bloodshot eyes were bloodshot or not, or black, and you're not saying they were. Okay, but they were just open.
She wasn't cold when she started getting cold. I thought that the blanket around me, but I didn't want her to be cold.
What woke you up? Was she choking or crying?
No. I just woke
Or
up.
kicking?
No.
If we talk to Hunter, what will he tell us?
The same thing he's been telling you, that he's never met Evelyn because he told me not to tell anybody that he would go back to jail.
If he has never met Evelyn, how do we make that connection that he has?
I don't know.
A 3% IRA match with Robinhood Gold. The reckoning has commenced.
We're Lulu in Georgia, here to inspire you to live beautifully at home. Driven by a passion for design and
Was he ever out in public with her? During this time, how long did you all start dating?
Not long.
Talking about not long, like a week?
Yeah.
A couple of weeks, a month? So prior to you starting at the Chicken Shack,
No, I didn't know Hunter.
you didn't know him? So the first day you met him was an interview for that job?
Yeah.
When was that?
I don't know.
You started on Monday.
Right? I think it was a couple
The
days
day
before.
before, like on Friday or Saturday?
It was probably like a day or two before.
Did you go there in person and fill out an application?
Yeah. Evelyn said the
And that's the
car was
first
like
time?
Bailey.
Okay, and that's the first time you ever saw him.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
I just filled out an application, that's it.
Did he ask you out on a date? When I'm
No, not until I started working there.
So you started working, he said, okay, you're hired. You started working on December 2nd, on a Monday, correct? And then start farting at work. And tell me what happened, Joe, got on a date, Monday night, Tuesday?
I
Tell me
don't
about it.
remember the day, I really don't.
Whatever day, whenever you say the first day after the application, that the first time you met him, you started working, which that We know that was on a Monday. That's easy. Y'all started flirting at work. Did y'all go out Monday night, that first night?
No, I don't remember what night we went out. I'm just being honest. I really don't.
Okay. But at some point, he started staying with you at the camp or at the trailer.
Just one night.
He stayed one night. Then you said he stayed a couple of nights.
I didn't say that.
You said he had slept together.
Just the one time.
Said y'all slept together in the bed with her between.
Me and him.
Not with her.
She slept in between us.
And so I'm saying you said you'd done that a couple of nights and
No, I said I've done it 1,000 times where she slept with me. Like her whole life, she slept with me in bed.
And then the one night he stayed was the first night he met her, correct?
I mean, no, he'd seen her like in the car with me at the chicken shack.
Okay. Like a couple of days when you went to get the application, when you applied with Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
And
I came to measure the parking lot. They wanted it redone, and I had her in the car with me.
when was that?
I don't know a day.
But you told these guys the other day, y'all went through a timeline. I think I wasn't in there. But y'all went through a timeline.
I don't remember what day I measured the parking lot. I really don't. The day they opened, I came back to the drive-thru after I left, and she was in the car with me too. In the back seat, her car seat. The pink and gray one you all have.
Mm-hmm. Do you think he took her in that trash can?
I don't know, but it was gone. I never wanted to know.
And that's the only two places.
I don't know where else it's close. I think my dad owns those storage units across from the trailer. You know what I'm talking about?
I do. Does Hunter have a storage building rented from him or something there?
No, but I mean,
Or do you?
no, or abandoned.
What do you put the baby at there?
I don't know. You are asking me guesses. I'm giving them to you. He likes the lake a lot.
Does he have a boat or anything like that?
He used to.
When you talk about a boat dock, you mentioned boat dock. What do you mean by that? Does he own a boat dock or?
They're behind his dad's house. If you go to 217 Point Drive and look in the backyard, there's 3 huge ass boat docks. I promise you, you will not miss them. They're wide.
And that's
Have you
one.
been to that house?
I
Do you know what I'm talking about?
did.
Okay.
But of those 3 huge ones that you had, which,
I don't know.
where would you think?
I really don't know, to be honest with you. The other thing I think of is maybe put her in the lake or something.
You think you would walk in from there and walk down to the lake?
What do you mean?
What do you?
There's no water there right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You would have to walk down the dock and walk to the lake.
Well, you can get to the lake not too far from my trailer. Because it was Lakeview Mobile Home Park before my dad.
Is there a place you can drive down from there?
I really don't know, to be honest. Isn't there like an access something on Sugar
That's
Hall?
what I'm asking. I don't know.
There is. You're talking about the ramp, the new ramp they built down there? There is. You talking about the one on Sugar Hall, or you talking about the one on the Duval Bridge? Just before the bridge. They built a new ramp down there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay. Which one are you talking about on Sugar Hall?
Well, I just passed the one that's the Sugar Hall access part.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me talk to my mom.
You're welcome. Let us participate in your rent. Okay? You come off that part. All right, we talked.
Those are the only places I know for you all to go work, I swear.
You're positive.
Positive.
Because this,
Those are the only places you could
so
get there.
you're telling me all these other stories that you told me. All those before, those are lies. This is the truth.
This is the God's honest truth.
Okay, that timeline, all the dates that you gave, all that stuff prior, all that stuff was made up. And you why do you want to come clean now? What benefit do you have
I don't, but you talk to me. To be honest with me.
Is it for me or is it for your baby?
For my baby, but you're the one who were like, hey, like, it's been going on long enough, you know what I'm saying?
It's time to put it into. You have no idea.
I told you the only place that I think you could have went in that short time frame.
I'm gonna stuff in here. I'm gonna try to look in the mail for most places.
If you bring me a map, and I'll try to mark on it where I think.
You did a great thing. All right, I'm gonna grab a chair. Here we go, some maps. Let's see. We got that one.
I wonder if this is the last time they actually interview her, or if they do talk to her again.
Is that his dad's?
With her, with an attorney.
Okay, so we got 3 maps.
What?
Well, she's arrested after this, so I'm wondering if this is the last time they actually talk to her, or if they do actually talk to her again with her attorney. You know what I mean? Because she keeps wanting to put a little bit more to the story every time she talks to him. So I'm just wondering if this is the last final story that she actually gives them.
I don't have to play the whole thing if you don't want. I wanted to hear what she said
No,
about
play it. I'm good. I didn't remember it for whatever reason, and so it's because they put Fraley on at the beginning, and it just threw off my whole timeline of life. No, that's almost done. Let's listen to the rest of it.
It was so bizarre to play this first. Like
maybe he wasn't available to testify. Maybe he's gone or something, and they had to put him on first.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
So here, just take this. Again, I know they're kind of small. This is that's where you were staying, I think, right?
That's Boswell Road.
Okay, this is Sandy Point Street. This is Muddy Creek Road. And this is where your trailer was, right? Is that right there?
Well, where's the access bar on Sugar Hollow?
So
Is this it right here?
you got Sugar Hollow, and you should have the Ball Bridge here.
And there's Sugar Hollow away. Because it's right across from here, there's like storage building, like going back up towards that, whatchamacallit.
But you said those are empty, right? Or,
I don't know.
okay.
I thought my dad might have gone to the trailer.
You just mark wherever you think, like I said, you'd mentioned that he had just a limited amount of time.
Well, those are the only places I came on this.
Okay, but then you just mark where.
This is like the storage unit.
And is that for both of them?
That's the access part of Sugar
Where's
Hollow.
his dad's house? Is that here?
Yeah. Well, I don't know anywhere else except for there and Muddy Creek.
Okay, well, just mark that, mark what that is, both dots. Put your lakes down. Is his,
So I just put Randy's house.
yeah, that's fine. Okay. Anything else you can think of?
Matching. The sound you hear if your employer matches your 401k contribution. It's free money, so take advantage. Click the link for more money wisdom. Add words of wisdom.
Family proof your family with Life 360.
And if you don't care, just mark, I don't think storage. I think from what you're telling me, if she's in one of these 2 places, so just write what she was wearing if you don't care. And that just whatever, what'd you say her clothing was? Was it her little jumpsuit, purple fleece? And a sleeper, was she wrapped up in a blanket? Now, I would say this might be hard for her to write down how she was. Her eyes open. Just like she was sleeping, right? No bloodshot, but they were open. She was warm. And all her color was there. She wasn't blue or gray or anything like that, right? Okay.
How is she not freaking out at those things that he's saying? Like, I feel violently ill, like just at the thought of somebody saying that to me about my child, asking me about I just, and she just like keeps writing and like everything's fine. I don't know, man.
I think that's why he's doing it too, so you could see her reaction. I mean, I felt that way when they were going through that memory box of stuff, and she's just like, do, like so happy, do. Like, I'm like, all these memories of my baby, like my babies are all, they're alive, and I look at their baby stuff, and it still makes me sad because they're not babies. Like, her baby was, quote unquote, missing, and it's not like emotional trauma looking at this, like, oh my God, I can't handle this right now. Like, I just want her, you know what I mean? Like, she's just so, like, I don't give a shit. I just don't give a shit. All right. You want me to write that my dead baby's eyes were open? Okay, sure, no problem. What?
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, I would throw up like right then. There's just absolutely no way. Especially if I had seen him, like, in different degrees, like them telling you how they found her versus now he's describing the way that I saw her my last image of her. I just don't know. I mean, she's perfectly fine. I don't know. Yeah, I agree with this.
She said that those were her first pair of shoes. I started crying, and she's not my kid. Yeah, she's like, those are her first shoes she had when she was like 6 months.
Yeah.
I see. For me, like her personality, like what we see of her in all of these interviews, I can't picture like this loving mom that they've tried to put out there. And both sides have said it. Like I said earlier, both sides have put out that she was like really attached to her. Like, how does she just become so like, I don't give a fuck. It's almost like when she goes to see Ethan in Texas, she was going to just give him the baby. Like, she was done at that point. Like, why? And you don't drive 24 hours and he doesn't even know you're coming. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't see her ever being attached to this baby. I just don't. Her personality doesn't show it to me.
All right. And that would have been 1st of December. Okay. Is that right? Like the first week?
Second week, probably.
Second week.
And then to not even know when this story of yours, you don't even know the date that it happened.
Anything else you can think of? Anybody else you think Hunter may have told his best friend is? I mean, I'm just asking. You may or may
The
not.
only person I know that he's really close to is his mom.
Do you think she knows anything?
His mom would defend him like to the end of the earth.
Okay.
Because I know exactly he's gonna be like, well, I didn't have anything to do with that. He's gonna go back to jail, and his mom like that and support him on whatever the hell he says to her.
What else has he been in jail for?
I don't know.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I don't.
Okay. All right. Let me go out here. Do you need to leave, or you want to hang out here? What do you want to do?
Well, I can't leave.
Huh? Why not?
I figured you all were going to arrest me after I told you.
For what?
For withholding information.
Why would we arrest you?
For withholding information and impeding an investigation.
Well, here's how this works. And again, I'm not talking to you much, but I need you to understand. Number one, I need you to understand that I'm not going to lie to you about anything, okay? That's not what I'm in the business of doing. I need you to understand, too, that we confer with the DA's office, okay? before we make any kind of decision like that, that's out of our hands. But I need you to understand that I can help you. Okay? You've not helped yourself at all during this whole ordeal. You know that. You're not done. No way in shape or form are you done, Maggie. You're smarter than this and what you've let on. You have lied repeatedly. More times than we, and to be honest, didn't you go on the news last night and say that TBI, who? You go on the news last night and tell that TBI is not doing our job. You've been up here 100 times. How many TBI agents you see running around? How many Sullivan County investigators you see running around? How many FBI agents you see? We are breaking our backs to bring her home. Then you go out there and do that. That bothers us. But again, we're not in it for anything but to get and bring her home. And you hold the key to that. So with that being said, we're the only ones that can help you. And what I mean by that, and I want you to hear me out, what I mean by that is that when we talk to that DA's office and they say, hey, what did she, well, they're going to say, hey, because we have talked to them, we know she's lied for 6 days now, 5 days, whatever it is. I haven't seen many of us have not seen a full night's sleep in well over a week because of this. But when they go to and say, hey, what did she tell you other than the lies? Because how many lies have you told us? How many? Dozens?
This only has 3 minutes. I have to walk away for just a second, but I'm gonna play. I should be back by the time it's done.
Okay.
Just say it. Let me help you. I'm here to help you. How many lies have you told us? A lot. Every day you talk to us, right? I need to go to him, the DA, and say, look, I get it, she lied. She was a scared mother who didn't know what to do. Okay? But today, when he and I were in here and talked to us, when you first talked to him, she started to tell us the truth. That truth is what's going to be able for me and him to go to the DA and say, hey, we know she told all these lies. She's telling the truth now. If we can help her, we'll go to bat for her. And that's what we're willing to do, is to go to bat for her. Regardless of how many lies you told, we can start over right now. And I can go to bat for you and say, hey, look, she was scared. We just need to bring her home. Hey, you need to help us do that. This is a start. But you should, again, you just need to understand my perspective. You've been lied to before. How did it make you feel?
Bad.
And that was over probably something trivial. A boyfriend lied to you about going out with a girl or something like that. We're trying to bring her home. Dozens of guys out here and women out here, and in Quantico, Virginia, Nashville, Tennessee, and Atlanta, Georgia, are all working this thing. That's all we're working right now. To bring her home. Help me tell the DA she was finally the key that brought Evelyn home. I need you to be honest with us. Can you be honest with us?
I am being honest with you.
Is there any place other than here that she is that you know of?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Anything else you think might be important? Anything else you want to tell us? Okay. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
I mean, I can't go to
You're not under arrest. I say all that to say that to be clear. You're free to go. Just you tell us you want to hang out here, that's fine. We'll continue to help you out. But again, the lies are over. We can't help you unless you tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
Okay.
Go outside.
Can I just stay here?
Yes, if you need anything, you know, come out the door.
Is Angie?
Who?
Angie?
Yes.
Can I stay over here?
Was it there in here?
Can I stay over in her office? Or can I just sit?
You'll be fine.
Sit tight. You got food here, is that right?
Thank you.
Yeah, she gets arrested this night. So, all right, hold on. Let me check the poll. I don't know if her thing's going to start playing anything else. I'm not going to remove it, so I'll just take it down until she gets back. Our poll is that 87% believe that she's guilty of all charges. 1% believe that she's just guilty of being a liar and that Hunter essentially probably did everything else. 10% believe that whatever happened to Evelyn was not intentional or it was just an accident and that she just got rid of her remains. And then 1%, no way any of you guys think that she's not guilty on all charges. That's got to be a oopsie. So, but I mean, it only takes for her to be found not guilty on first degree. All it takes is one. All it takes is one. I don't know if they've proven first degree. I think they could get the felony. The felony murders are felony murder due to child. What is it? Child. I'll bring it up so I can just tell you guys. This is a felony murder for aggravated child abuse, and then the other one is felony murder for aggravated child neglect. And then she has aggravated child abuse and aggravated child neglect as separate charges. She has tampering with evidence. She has abuse of a corpse, and then she has all the false reports, which they ended up dropping one of them. And I don't remember which one it was. So, I don't know. That's a tough one. Yeah, 1%, where you at that thinks she's innocent? Somebody tell me. Candace and husband sold Summer Wells. That is what I believe. I have a different opinion on Summer Wells. I think somebody took her, but that's me. I'm still of the fact that I think that Summer Wells could very potentially be out there alive somewhere. I know I'm one of a very few. I would be the 1%er on that, on the Summer Wells case. But I still think that somebody took her and that they kept her for themselves or they sold her. You want a Summer Wells live? Oh, goodness gracious. You know, I did a lot of interviews when I was with my other channel, when I was a co-host on another channel. I did a lot of interviews in the Summer Wells case. The jury makeup is there's 8 women, 6 men. No, 8 men, 6 women. It's 8-6. I think did I write it down? Tell me I wrote it down somewhere. That would have been the smart thing to do. It's 8-6, I believe. Yeah, 8 men, 6 women. Yeah, I think that somebody took her. I don't know why. I can only go with my gut on why the fact that I think that she could, that because most of the time I don't have like a good feeling, like I'm like they're gonna find this baby and they're gonna be dead. For whatever reason in the Summer Wells case, my gut has always said that she's one of those that's out there somewhere. I don't know why I think that. I have nothing that can substantially support that as evidentiary. It's just my gut feeling on that case from being so close to it for so long when she very first went missing. I think that Don and Candace are shit-ass parents. Do not get me wrong. I think that they absolutely were neglectful, and I am glad that the boys ended up being taken, but I don't think they did anything to her that caused this disappearance, besides the fact that she was easy to pick. She was easy to get. Now, Sebastian, on the other hand, I've not overly done. I started to follow it, and I was going to do some stuff on it when Sebastian very first went missing. And that case took a very bad route on social media. And I already have been involved in cases that take that route. And I just, at that time, I didn't have the emotional bandwidth to deal with the Sebastian Rogers case in that capacity. So I just didn't cover it. I kind of followed it when he first went missing, and it just went. You want my opinion on Sebastian Rogers? I think he's deceased. Now, You can take that and take it or leave it, because like I said, that's just what I think. I don't think that he's alive, but I'll remain hopeful, because there's nothing so far that indicates that he's not. So, and then I don't know if you guys were paying attention, like when we were chatting earlier, but Don Wells at one point had said that he actually helped search for Evelyn Boswell. That was one of his things, was like how he helped search for her. I don't know if he ever actually did. I don't know if he ever actually searched for her or not, but he did state at one point that he did search for Evelyn Boswell. That's what I think, Law Junkie. I think somebody took her. I think they planned on taking her. So the tough part about Sebastian's is that, well, and it's not even just Sebastian's. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in Tennessee with these parents that just can't be. They're just not honest. I don't know what it is. It's not just Tennessee, but like those three cases, they're just not. They just lie a lot, and that makes it very hard to ever know what really happened. So the body they found in Tennessee, though, from what I'm seeing when I was looking at the maps and stuff, doesn't look like it's anywhere close to either of those cases. I think that Sebastian Rogers died in an accidental death. If I had to guess, I would believe that they'll find him in a body of water somewhere. That's just me. I'm not a psychic. I didn't do any tarot on it. I'm just saying that that's my thought on that case. I read in chat something about foil in her mouth, but haven't heard testimony about it. Did I miss it? So Bushi was like day 1 or day 2, and one of the detectives said something about her having foil in her mouth, but the Emmys have not testified to that. So I don't know if maybe it was just like I don't know. We have not heard anything else, and so I don't even know how the jury's going to remember that it was even said, if they'll even remember it. Let me see, what did Kathy say? Oh, in Rockwood, Tennessee, there was remains that were located. I think it was the 8th or 9th, maybe. What other witnesses could the prosecution be calling? I don't know. It seems like they're pretty much going to be wrapping up their case here soon. So they said by the end of this week they would be done. So they may be done tomorrow, Thursday. Katie is. Who said Katie? Oh, Katie is devastated. Yeah, I don't know. There's still see that. I don't know if I would dive into Sebastian Rogers. You get in that, and then you just end up. I don't know. I don't know if I would do it on here. I might do it if that's what you guys really, really wanted to do, but I just feel like it's such a case of social media bullshit, which is exactly what Summer Wells turned into and why I stopped wanting to even cover it. Because it just becomes like channel fighting over. Like Lacey really wants it. I thought he said a ball of foil, but maybe it just ripped and went into the mouth when they put her in the bin. No, because the one that's around her face is pretty intact. They did a pretty good job of unwrapping that one, but that one that was attached to her face doesn't really have any big holes or anything like that. Sniper says, I believe that Sebastian will be found within a mile and a half of his house deceased, unfortunately. I hope I'm wrong and he's alive and healthy somewhere. But statistics are statistics for a reason. And I am right with you, Sniper. That is exactly what I think. Katie knows way more than what she is saying. I'm in agreement with you. I don't think that she's, not to say that she's not devastated. I don't know, but I just think that she would, I think that there's more information that, and maybe they're purposely not telling the public, and that's fine if that's, you know, what the law enforcement wants them to do. By all means, do what law enforcement wants you to do to help find your kid. That's what I would do. Don't tell social media. But I think there's definitely information that is lacking in the public. And then so what happens in cases like that, when it comes to social media, our brains don't like to have gaps. We want to fill in the blanks. It's human nature. So then we all start filling in blanks, and we do it on our, you know, from our own history and our own life experiences. And then it doesn't, you know, align with some other channel who, you know, has a different theory of what those gaps mean. And then it becomes fighting and shit like that. I don't have the emotional bandwidth to deal with that bullshit. I just don't. T, can you play that video sometime and see if people might want to know the real story? Hold on. Which video, Carla? Of the case that you sent me? Yeah, I will do something on that for sure. See, this is why I need you to dig in, because I don't know Katie or what she may know. I don't know. The little advice is like, I wouldn't do it. Don't do it, Teresa. Just don't do it. Don't do it. See, with Delphi, we were open-minded until we saw the BS evidence. I tried my best to be. There's many people who'd say I wasn't open-minded, and I always leaned towards the defense. But I think my problem is, and I've told people, in Legal AC, you went back and watched all my videos from the beginning on my playlist. You probably saw the videos. So I used to cover Delphi when I was with the other channel that I used to co-host. And when they arrested Richard Allen, I was like, fine, they got the guy. Good deal. I did a couple lives, you know, recap on Delphi, and I was like, all right, we'll just wait it out and see what evidence they have against this guy, and we're gonna just go with it. So if you like watch my first two videos and then you watch like how I feel now about it, it's completely different. Because I tried to stay as open-minded as I could, but as things kept happening and the prosecution and the investigators were just becoming so shady, I was like, I can't trust these people. And without trusting them, I can't trust that they didn't do something shady to set up somebody. I just can't. I just don't. I don't believe them. But I did trust them. They lost my trust. So by the time that trial was happening, I was like, they don't got it. They don't have what it's going to take to convict this guy. Not in my opinion. If I was on that jury, there's no way Richard Allen would have been convicted based on what we were told. Now, Sleuthy and I have both said this publicly. We were not at trial. We didn't get to see it because it wasn't obviously streamed. So maybe there's something that happens during the trial that we would be like, oh, nope, totally understand that this is what happened and this is why the jury did what they did. But we don't have that. So what was reported, and I am a firm believer, I watched both sides present the case, people that were in the courtroom that thought he was absolutely guilty, people that went in there totally unbiased, just wanted to watch a trial, and people that thought he was completely innocent. I watched all of them. And I still walked away with the exact same impression of they didn't have the evidence to convict this guy and that they left out a lot of shit. I know I would not get off the fence. But then once I was done, once I was off, I was like, I can't get back on. I just can't, there's no way to do it. It's really hard to not trust the system when it's a system that you do. I truly believe in our system. This is why I believe in law enforcement for the most part. I really do support law enforcement. I think that we're seeing, even in a trial like this one, even though I can call out some mistakes and stuff that I think are made, we're looking at law enforcement that, in my opinion, has a lot more integrity than that last trial. Most follow the garbage with Sebastian. I spread positive awareness and give support to the family. You do, True Crime Lullabies. I agree. You absolutely do. But you still take heat for it. You still take heat for it. CT girl, is it really? Aw. Say tacos. I'm having tacos tonight. I think we're going to have carnitas. Let me see. I thought they'd got the right guy with Rick Allen. Then the state came out with all the bullshit, and I switched completely. That was me too. I only know that Sebastian had some home stuff happening and then disappeared. What's also a case now that's like they have come out, like both sides of his family have come out and done so much social media. that would just be, I think that'd be exhausting. And we have other trials that are coming up after this. So we have other cases that we need to get back into. There's big stuff that's happening with the Idaho case that we missed because I was either not here covering Delphi or now covering Evelyn Boswell. Karen Reed is coming back, to trial April 1st. So that's right around the corner, you guys. I mean, it's already the 11th of February. And getting into Sebastian, I think, would just be, I don't know. I think it'd be really tough. Then there's a couple of side cases that I want to do at least one live on. Tammy, I don't know if she's still here, but Tammy had shown me a case where a mom is still looking for some answers for her son, and I'd like to cover that. I still have an entire presentation I did for the Flora fires that I'd still like to do. Michael Vaughn. I do have a couple videos on Michael Vaughn. Absolutely. I don't know why. That doesn't make any sense that there's not an update in that case. That drives me insane. I was on Delphi verdict day. Only like 8 people cheered outside the courtroom. Greeno and Frank Meister and a few more trolls. There was no victory dance. None. No. Hi, holy shnikes. It's okay for us all to have different thoughts. You are true to yourself, T. It's what we all love about you. Oh, I love you. True Crime Lullabies does videos, yes. I am not in a position, I don't think, on my computer where I can share. You're with the family, aren't you? I'm not thinking about the wrong thing, I don't think. Are you talking about, oh, you're talking about a different case. Yeah. I can get in here. Oh, you just have shorts, no? Is that what it is? Maybe I just see you in the chats. That can't be right. No, I've watched your videos. Hold on, I'm pulling up the channel. No, you've put up stuff about Sebastian Rogers. That's how I knew your name when you very first came in here. You have to have. Or I've seen you in Sebastian Rogers chats. Because as soon as I saw you, I was like, that's the Sebastian Rogers case. Like, I knew it immediately. So maybe I just know you from the chats. But no, you have Sebastian Rogers videos up. I'm looking right now. Maybe my memory is just that bad. Yeah, the goose probably just was like, I'm going to go eat my fish sticks and these people are done. Oh, Ellen Greenberg. I followed that for a long time now. So I wouldn't be opposed to doing that case. I wouldn't be opposed to following that case because I've actually followed it on my own for quite a while. Tyler Smith. That's the case. Tyler Smith. I'm considering doing something on that. We are now up to 813 public filings for Idaho and many other that are sealed. Jesus. Law Junkie says, I ask questions. That's how I process this information. I love that you give answers and ask questions too, but respect differing opinions. I tell you guys that all the time too. And I know people with like Delphi get really frustrated with that, but I just don't care about what people's opinions on the case are. As long as we can just discuss it and it's not like a fight. I always say, like, I don't cover just one case. So what happens when I just like start throwing down with like somebody over, over my opinion of the case, and then the next case I agree with them. So I really just don't like to do that. I just kind of go with how people treat me. And if you have a different opinion than me, like at the end of this, we're going to go cover another case, and then we're going to be on the same page. So. T, if I knew how to do the join lives thing, I'd love to come debate Casey Anthony. Oh no, I feel opposite of most of the world. Oh, I've actually considered re-streaming, and I've talked to my husband about this because he knows how invested I am in the Casey Anthony case. Like I went to Florida and went and like visited all the spots and things. And I named my daughter Kaylee. So like I'm really invested in that case. I was really, really invested in that case. As it was as it was all transparent. I was on bed rest with my oldest son when she was missing, and had just had him a couple months prior when they found her. So I was super invested, and that's like how I got into like Nancy Grace, and people are like, I hate Nancy Grace. Sleepy's arch nemesis. But I've considered like doing like members only, like just rewatching like the Casey Anthony trial, because it's such a good trial. Legal Lacey, I am not in disagreement. I understand why the jury ended up where they did. I do not agree with it. I don't agree with the jury's outcome, because I know that she's absolutely guilty. But I don't. I mean, it's tough because I actually respect that jury's decision, even if I completely disagree with it. I mean, I completely disagree with it. And this case reminds me of Casey Anthony. It just does. I mean, it has similarities to some Letitia Stout. It has similarities to some Leilani Simon. But it really reminds me of Casey Anthony.
Here's my problem. I have a huge problem with like being in a trial and still being confused, or like still having questions. Like, I don't feel like I should. I feel like, and then it really irritates me when I think that somebody actually did do something and they just dropped the ball. I mean, I don't think everybody's actually innocent. You know what I mean? And it's really frustrating when I see, like, I mean, we're sitting here. I could think of many explanations of what happened, but I should know what they are. Like what actually is the thing that happened? Do you know what I mean? Like, we're day 6, you're saying they're almost done. Like, I'm still confused. Other than I'm like, somebody had to put tinfoil on the baby's face and wrap her in a blanket and throw her into the trash can head first, because that's what happened. Obviously somebody else did that.
So for me, it's like, I think that the biggest thing with this case is just proving that nobody else had access to Evelyn. Nobody else was with Evelyn. That's the only way I think that as a juror you can just get to the fact that like nobody else is around this baby. But she's the only one that could have done it.
But you have her, like, I get that she's not testifying, but you have her, they're using her words against her, which we're warned that they will do. And they're playing all these interviews, and you do have her saying that Hunter was in the bed with them. That's a problem for me when you can't then get Hunter to come in and say he wasn't in the bed with them or he never saw Evelyn. Like, I wouldn't have even played that. And if the defense wanted to play it, do you know what I mean? I mean, they probably didn't have a choice.
The defense couldn't play it because it's an interview with her, but she's the one saying Hunter was in bed, but all she's done is lie.
Yeah, but like that one we just rewatched, like, the details of it were not a lie.
But she doesn't bring up the tinfoil.
She doesn't. So that is interesting. But, here's the thing. Where did he get the tinfoil? Let's say he actually took her from her after she wrapped her in the blanket. She was already deceased and left, right? She knew that he took the trash can, but didn't say shit about any tinfoil. So where would he have gotten tinfoil? Or somebody else? Where would somebody else have gotten tinfoil? Was there tinfoil in the playhouse?
Well, I'm thinking like tinfoil, like from her house, from the trailer, before she puts her in the trash can. It's from her house. But then people are like, they think it's like the sheets of tinfoil, and then does that possibly come from the chicken restaurant?
Oh my God.
She also tells the truth, but I have a firm theory on this whole if all the shit that they come out with is lies, then you can't believe any of it. Like there's always some truth in a lie, always. I do believe that. But if every one of these quote unquote stories she tells is a lie, then you have to essentially knock them all out to be a lie. Otherwise, if we're two jurors, you're going to pick what you believe she said, and I'm going to pick what I believe she said. And if they're two different things, then how do we come to a
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If it happened as she said it did, she wrapped her because she didn't want her to get cold, even though she was already turning cold because she had held her for hours supposedly with her eyes wide open. Which I'm sorry, but I don't see you sitting there holding your dead baby for hours with their eyes open, staring at you. Wrapped her in the blanket, gave her to Hunter, noticed that the trash can left with him. But the only prints on the foil that you neglected to, so how about this? What if all those other things were the truth, but the thing that she actually did, she left out, meaning didn't bring up the tinfoil at all because she is the one that actually did put the tinfoil on the baby. Because she wasn't going to sit there and watch her staring at her.
I mean, and if it's from the restaurant and he does it, then why is there's no prints from anybody else from the restaurant?
Well, if he took it from the restaurant, it wouldn't have her fingerprint. Like unless she was the last person that fingered all the tinfoil at the restaurant, which I don't know why you would do that.
Just going around fingering all the tinfoil.
Yeah. It still doesn't explain. Even if he did put her in the bin, it doesn't make sense. Now, he said they folded that up. So I think it's reasonable to assume.
It was wrapped. It's wrapped around her face.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so like if you go to the hair store, for anybody that's ever done hair, like if you do highlights or whatever, they come in like smaller, maybe 5-inch wide strips that you pull out. And it's like a 5-inch by, say, 12-inch strip of foil. And then you could pull out another, they're all individual ones. That's not what that looks like. That looks like one that you pull out to line a cookie sheet or whatever.
Yeah, because this would be two pieces if it was the ones that you pull out, right? I mean, that's about the size of two pieces. It's like one here and one there.
Right. So that was a strip pulled out and then like ripped off like you would, with normal tinfoil. And so 90% of that would have been within the tinfoil roll. So how did it get her fingerprints on it if she didn't touch it? Like, you're not getting past her touching it. I mean, she touched it. She touched the tinfoil.
And the garbage bag that was put on top of the trash can.
And the trash can itself.
And the trash can itself, which is fine because it's her trash can. And then and also if she's deceased, why are you wrapping it so tightly around her face?
I mean, it was the way they describe it. We can't see, obviously, but the way they describe it and as crumply as it looks, make it seem as though it was like molded, like pressed into where, like if you were to make a ball of tinfoil, say you're wrapping a ball with tinfoil, or no, let's say you're wrapping something shaped like a ham, and you're not just gonna like loosely cover it, like it's like you pressed it in so that it looks like then the shape of the ham, just covered in tinfoil.
Right.
They make it seem like it was that form fitting to each of the folds of her face. And then on top of that, today we hear about how it was so pressed against the trash can that it flattened her facial features. I mean, that is horrendous. So if she was touching the inside, look at that. Is that the tinfoil crumpled up?
Yeah. This is when I thought they were going to go into like, was this the part that was found in her mouth or by her mouth? But they didn't.
Oh, it's way too big. I mean, that's huge. Unless it was shoved down her throat. I mean, like meaning unless that were the shape of her esophagus. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, they never told us really. Like, we never got clarification on which pieces were from which part. You know what I mean? They never really clarified that to us.
Did he unwrap this piece though? Or
No,
did he
he
leave
just
it
holds
that
it up
way?
just like that. He holds it up just like that.
So then maybe that was something that was, I don't know. I'm not sure why. I mean, if that were the case, I could see you then removing it in one piece, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't unfold that one. I thought I had the other one where it was like crumpled up though that I had showed at one point, but I don't see it now. I don't know what I did with it. Night, Kathy. I'll see you tomorrow. You know what? Let me go back. Let me look at the ones that. Okay, so here's the little miniature trigger warning of I'm going to show the ones. I'm going to show where she's wrapped up and they're bringing her out. So just anybody who doesn't want to see that. So feet and then head. So that it's just up here, and then there's like that
But
weird.
zoom
I
in
want
for
the
me.
one.
I don't.
Hold
I
on,
don't mean to be
I think this
gross,
one I want.
because like were
No.
her like was a leg wrapped?
The
Was it
leg is
just
like
her
kind
head?
of sticking out. No, the leg isn't wrapped. Only the head. Only the head area. I'm trying to find the one that you can see the.
Yes, this right. This is what I was trying to basically like pressed into where before you even took the foil off, you would be aware that it was the shape of a face. God bless. I mean, that is just.
I'm trying to find the one where you can see the weird, like foil coming off of her. I think it's this one. Yeah. So like here's her head and her face, and then you see like there's like this bunch of foil that's like over here. It's kind of blurry, but you see what I mean?
Is it like I'm gonna try to explain myself? Like imagine a mason jar. You put like a ball on top of the lid of a mason jar, and then put a piece of foil over it, and then like put a rubber band where the lid would be. Is it like loose like that? How the bottom of the rubber band would be, where you've not formed it?
Well, this is almost like it's formed and then it's like off and then you kind of smushed it all together. Labyrinth, that is, I mean, first of all, I need to thank you, and I hope you know what I'm thanking you for, so thank you. And then two, the reason that you press the foil against the hand, like,
well, to get the air out.
I mean, it's so it stays fresher.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, you want to let all the air out of it and get it. Just like if I put something in the freezer and I let all the air out of the bag. Was it her head and upper body? Because that would make sense. Like maybe they started to peel it off and then but then again,
this is in sequence to her being brought out of the trash bag. There's a whole row of photos that comes out. Like
I guess they didn't have to remove the foil. They knew it was her because they saw her leg.
Yeah, they didn't. This is like there's a whole sequence of pictures of her coming, like the trash bag coming out, her, and then her coming out of the bag, like a step at a time. So there's photos that show like the whole time that she's coming out. So this is like the first full picture where she's out of the trash bag. Because here they have like this one. So I don't know if you can see it better here. But see, like, it's, I don't know, maybe it's her hands. No, I'm wrong. I don't know. It's just weird that it's like how far off of her face it comes, or off of her head.
Yeah, I mean, I thought of the whole like concealing the smell thing, but you would, if that were your thinking, I would imagine that you would do it to the whole body.
Yeah, there's something about just not wanting to see her face.
Yeah, which would make sense if what she said was true and she kept her and held her for hours and her eyes were open.
I mean, you think if it was the refrigerator that they would have tested the refrigerator. I mean, look at what they were able to do in the Harmony Montgomery case when Harmony's remains were in the refrigerator, and they went back and got that refrigerator years later and were able to find stuff. You know, you'd think that we would have heard about a refrigerator if she was in there. If hopefully they would have tested.
I wonder
it.
if they. I was gonna say, did they say anything about testing it?
Only that one lady, the one tech who used to be out in the field too, said that they went and did the camper or the trailer, and that nothing of evidentiary value was really taken from there, which I thought was kind of interesting. Because we also know that they did take something from underneath the trailer at some point that they put in a bag. And I thought that one guy had testified to that it was a pillow that they found underneath there. Because I was always told it was a pillow and a blanket. But then somebody else said they'd always heard it was just a pillow. And they did find the pillow under there. But we never heard anything about that.
Did they say if when they recovered her, if her eyes were open or if they were able to tell?
I think I don't want to be gross, but I'm thinking that there's too much gone. The forensic pathologist talked about her skin, the epidermis was already coming off. So let me see if you can tell in this one. I don't even think you can see the foil in this one. No, this is like they removed the trash bag from the top, and then they lift up the blanket and they see the leg, and then they call. You can't even see any of the tinfoil here. You can't see the PJs and you can't see the blanket. Yeah. What's that we're looking at? Oh, the other one, that was the left was the inside of the trash can. It was the actual, that's the garbage. That's the garbage from inside the trash can plus decomp of the trash and the baby. If you hold her for hours and can't look because her eyes were open, you use a blanket, not tinfoil. That is if you love your child. Yeah, this is what was in the trash bag after they've taken out her remains. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad that we ended up watching that because I needed to watch that in the right sequence for my own brain's timeline. Like I needed to see it after I saw the other stuff. And I think that's maybe why I was like, did we actually watch it? Because it was so out of order in my brain that I'm like, it didn't make a lot of sense to me. So now I'm glad we watched it more in order, knowing what we know from all the other interviews and then watching this one.
Yeah, I think it's more telling when you watch it in that order, because you're like, okay, so she didn't know anything at all. Then she was blaming the mom, and then she was sending them there, and then she was, the first time really that I noticed any kind of emotion, which I'm sorry, I still don't believe, was that one. And in that one, she's still blaming somebody else. She's like, I think, rolled over on her. We were asleep, but she slept with me her whole life, and I've never rolled over on her.
Yeah,
so,
she said she tucked her into her. Like she just tucks her into her. So who else do you think would be left to testify? The arresting officer?
I mean, I don't know.
They would really need at this point. I mean, they've gotten proof of life. They've got proof of death. They've got the lab. They got the evidence text. They got the lab. They got, I don't know. I mean, they got all the friends and family. I don't know. There can't be very many left.
I would think ending on the... Did we even get, cell phone data?
No.
did they not have data of her like going to the playhouse or like? I
don't know. No, we didn't. No, we did not get that. The most we got on forensic tech stuff was what we got today from Facebook and Instagram with what's his name? Durant.
I mean, we'll see, I guess.
So maybe they have something else.
Like if I'm the defense, I'm not even feeling really obligated to put on anything really at this point.
Yeah, I think they want to do a little that I think they're going to want to stick on the Hunter stuff some more for sure. And then that's an interesting thing about that tracked phone. He brought that up multiple times now. I don't know. He's going to have his own experts come in talking about, what the autopsy would show. Cat Girl says, what about the mental health workers that are taking care of Hunter? Can they testify? No, because he's not on trial. They literally have no right. I'm actually very curious on how he knows that Hunter has a diagnosis of schizophrenia.
If he does, I'm also
right. Nobody testified to that he did. Just the defense attorney keeps saying it.
But when he said it to the dad or whatever, like he didn't say no. Like he was like, what did he say exactly? He's something like that sounds right.
You could say that, or that you could say you could say that or something like that. Yeah, it was very weird.
Yeah.
But nobody actually testified to that he has schizophrenia, except for Mr. Defense Attorney. I think right now the biggest thing is that in my opinion right now they poked holes in is the fact that they've gone up and saying that she's never had any neglect, she's never had any abuse. People considered her a loving mom. Even the investigators in the interview said that they believed she was a loving mom up until December. They said, no, his dad did not say yes. He played it off like, yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, but he didn't say no, and he also didn't confirm it either. He just basically was like, I mean, he's fucked up. Like, yeah, you could maybe say that. Like maybe he hasn't even been confirmed, like, to have anything yet. Like, maybe he's still in the process of, they're still in the process of, like, he's still there, right? How long's he been in the hospital for?
2 months.
I mean, that's a long ass time. That's
right.
not like I'm going there to be stabilized kind of, I mean, that's a long time.
Right. Hunter has been to jail many times. He's been arrested for all kinds of stuff from his youth, for like shoplifting, the last DUI, failure to appears.
I mean, those are different, dude.
I mean, he's been arrested a lot. I mean, he has at least probably 10 to 15 mugshots. I don't remember all the exact charges. I know it last was in July of 2024, where he was arrested for not appearing. But both of them, Hunter and Ethan, both got DUIs like within like a year of each other. I think that the prosecutor needs to be worried about their first-degree murder charge, which I was surprised they added anyway, because the trial would have already been done. It doesn't even make sense that they waited until 2024 to add it. But whatever. And I think that they're really going well on the fact that she doesn't die from child neglect or child abuse, because she was a loving mom. There was no injuries to this baby. Nothing happened to her. Nothing happened to this baby up until then.
I don't know, man. Like, could you look at the? Well, I guess you guys were saying that the house, like, that she wasn't lit, but then again, like, if she wasn't living, let's say the house was spotless while she was living there, and then she left in a rush. That doesn't explain, like, shit in the floor, dirty diapers in the floor, and the shit was stuck to the floor. Like, it had been there for a long time. Like, it was stuck to the floor. They didn't have animals. Like, they didn't have a dog that was shitting in the house.
Nope.
So, I don't know how many excuses you could make for that. And so would one then consider, you can love your child, but is it neglect or abuse to love them in a shithole like that, which is dangerous to them. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you can be a loving parent and not have your children in safe living whatever. You know what I mean? Like if there's a kid that's walking around or trying to walk or learning to walk and there's shit and dirty diapers in the floor, like whose shit? Like it almost felt like they made a distinction between like the diapers and the shit. Like I don't know, man. I like my kid baby, he when he was being potty trained, like we tried the whole no diaper thing and like that ended quickly because I just couldn't bear it. Like
what if all that stuff supposedly happens after Evelyn's no longer there? I mean, is that going to be, is anybody even going to fight that? Are we going to go with that it's child neglect because we think Evelyn was in the house when that was happening? Because
now
we know that
she
abandoned the trailer.
Yeah.
So, but we do have her friend Caitlin who went to lunch with her at Chili's and said that Evelyn smelled really bad. We have, I think it was Bailey who testified to her not locking her in her car seat. But then said it was fine because they just locked her in her car seat then. So, I mean, maybe they do have the neglect. Those are just the charges that I'm thinking that the prosecutor needs to be, really nailing home because that's where the defense is really worried. And the defense is really poking holes, and that's what I'm worried about. That
I will say
that there's another situation.
I will say with the diaper rash thing, like, so.
Oh, yeah, the diaper rash.
Well, by the time he was that old, like, it was already figured out. Like, it had already been figured out by then. But I have to say, and, like, I'm not a bad mother. And I've probably put us in more danger to get us out of dangerous situations. Like, you know what I mean? And so anyway, when my kid was born, I had no way to know. But, like, I would put a diaper on, he'd get a bad diaper rash. And when I say bad, I'm like really, really bad. And it would happen really fast. Okay. And my mom would be trying to help me. And so like one time she went to BJ's and got like a whole bunch of diapers. I put one diaper on my kid. And when I went to go change him again, his butt was like bleeding. It was so horrific. I was in absolute tears. Like I feel like I'm going to cry now just talking about it. And anyway, long story short, come to find out, my kid could only wear Pampers. I probably cut out, and he could only use Pampers sensitive baby wipes. Like it took a minute to figure out that like the stuff like that his skin was just very sensitive. And so, trying to figure out what a baby can have. But again, time he was 13 months old or whatever, I knew it. I wasn't putting him, you know what I mean?
But here's the other thing though, too, if you were going to give him at that time, if you gave him to your mom to babysit.
Fuck. My stupid ass timer went off. Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay. But I'm just thinking, if you give your kid to somebody to babysit and they have a really bad diaper rash and you would say, hey, babysitter, here's some ointment because, my mom was putting her in Loves and she could only wear Pampers and now she's got this diaper rash. So here's the ointment, just an FYI. I think the bigger issue is that this lady just randomly finds that this baby has a bad diaper rash, but also right around the exact same time as we're talking about. And it is, it's like this last week and a half, 2 weeks of Evelyn's life. Everybody around her is saying that this kid isn't really taken care of anymore. So the neglect could be, they could go with that. They had not in anything that was given to the babysitter. That was found in like the trash bags. Somebody had a couple questions up here. Hunter. So one of Hunter's is like an assault charge or a DV charge because he had a baby mama that supposedly he cannot have any contact with that baby anymore because of an abuse charge on the baby mama. I don't have the documentation that shows that he's not allowed to be around the baby, but that's what's been reported. Somebody asked about the diapers. So how would there be diapers in the house if Evelyn's not there anymore? Well, so somebody takes all of her trash and just dumps it around the house, right? Like, here's all your trash. You just left it here, and then they just dump it everywhere. There'd still be diapers, maybe. I'm trying to just play devil's advocate here. She was fine until she lived on her own. Yeah, well, because then she actually had to be a full-time mom, and she definitely didn't like that. And look at all the people that were helping her.
That's actually a really, really good point in the sense that, let's say, even if you're not talking about like a parent, like let's pretend you're not young, let's say you're older and you have a husband. And I cannot relate to this because mine did not help me. But let's say you're married and you have your husband and you're used to him. Maybe you don't even realize it in the moment how much they are helping you until they're not there anymore and you don't have that help. It can get overwhelming very quickly. So for a teenager who's then on her own, she might have thought she was parenting, you know what I mean, before, but really it was just that everyone else was taking care of everything. Like, I know when my mom's here, she'll be like, you sleep in, I'll get him to the bus stop, you know, and it's only a week and like it's helpful. But if I wake up with them or I pack his lunch and stuff, you know, I'm doing things, but it's not all the things. Like if my ex-husband had to get up every morning to get our kid ready for school and get him to school, like it would not be happening every day. I'm sorry.
Thomas says, I was a first-time dad at 39 and I'm still winging it.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's all about winging it, really. I'm still winging it.
We know that Hunter's a liar too. I mean, he's in these photos acting like they're moving into this brand new house. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like there's just weird shit. Like they're just he's telling everybody in the world that he owns the chicken place, and his dad comes on and testifies, and he's like, I own it by myself. I mean, it's on his LinkedIn that he owns it. And then this whole like, so let's think about it like this. So now we've gone through that 25th interview, and she admits that she knows Evelyn was dead and she held her and how sad she was and everything else. I mean, for me, like it takes me back to that one cop saying, like, you're at peace with whatever happened, whether she's dead or you know where she is, because you're out enjoying your life. You're out going to, you know, blowing rock or whatever it is. You're out going to like the aquariums. You're out going on trips with your dad and Hunter and your mom, who you say is such a bad person. You're out doing all of these things, having lunch with your friends, buying food for other people. You're just out living your life all normal. And now that it's confirmed that, you know, you knew she was dead, you were doing all of those things, I would think that a juror is going to be like, you weren't that sad. You were out living your best life. Once Megan was alone, she couldn't have been able to go see friends. Before that, maybe people would watch E while sleeping so she could go out.
I think that's a good argument. The whole, here we have you in this interview, like the one we just watched, and come to find out you knew all along because you held her for hours the night she died or whatever, and you went and just did whatever you wanted. You moved on real quick and just was about you even lied to people saying that she was still alive, saying you're going to reschedule appointments that you knew you weren't going to reschedule because she was dead. And I think that's all a great argument. But I also thought it was a great argument when they were talking about Casey Anthony, and that doesn't seem to matter. So, I mean,
it's a fair point. See, I don't know. Law Junkie, that would have been a perfect out for her of saying, like, when she was doing all the lies that somebody else had Evelyn, was that they were applying for this apartment with 3 because of the 2 of them and Evelyn. Like, that would have been the perfect thing for me right there. Like, you know, I was planning on having Evelyn still. That would have been
but
more.
she wasn't.
No, she's talking about having a brand new baby.
She knew she was dead. She didn't even have a baby. She was moving on. Like, that's probably what she told him to get him to, like, want to have an apartment with her. Let's be so for real right now.
Right.
Like, we're girls.
It's for the brand new baby. Nobody's confirmed that she lied about this pregnancy yet, by the way. I think that's also an interesting just little side piece. The prosecution hasn't confirmed that she lied about the pregnancy. Like, that's a pretty big deal. Like, Why aren't they saying that she really wasn't pregnant? I mean,
So let's say she was pregnant. All that is motive. I'm pregnant. He doesn't want that baby, but he wants this baby, who is his baby.
he obviously doesn't even want that. He's not even responding to her when she's like, I'm pregnant with your kid and I don't have anywhere to sleep. He's like, whatever. I'm not going to talk to you.
I mean, and also, and I think it was CH that said it earlier, and I know that I can't get past it either. But one of the things I can't get past is, even if everything happened the way she said it, what the fuck are you doing letting some man that you just met, like, sleep in the bed with you and your baby?
That doesn't make any
Like,
sense.
I wouldn't even let a man I just met sleep in my house with my child here.
Okay, so here's just another little side part of her lying, though, is because in one of her interviews, she says the first night she spends with Hunter is the 14th, 15th. When she, remember that, because that was a huge thing, because we're like, that can't be true. You were at the Econo Lodge with Bailey, supposedly. So how are you first spending the night with him? But now we know that Evelyn is gone 100% by the 8th. Evelyn is gone. I'm still going with my timeline of the 4th, 5th, 6th, but 100% by the 8th, she's gone.
Well, don't forget, she stopped sending pictures the 3rd.
Right.
Well, so it's a whole week.
There has to be a picture, or there has to be pictures from the 4th, 5th, or 6th, because that's the days that Aunt Sue believes that she watched her, was a couple of those days. And we have the picture of the diaper rash, and we have the picture of Evelyn with the pack and play behind her. So there's some aliveness the 4th, 5th right there. She's still around at that point. There's not. Hunter's not even. She doesn't even say Hunter's even staying with her that first week. She's saying she met him when she started working at Chicken Shack.
And she says in that interview that they only like slept together at the house the one time. They only spent one night with her there. Yeah, they tell you, like, when you, of course it doesn't apply here, but like when you get divorced and stuff, that was actually like one of my things. Because I'm sorry, but not everybody will treat like a child that's not theirs like they're theirs. Like, I know how I treated my stepdaughter when I when I first started dating my now ex-husband, she had just turned 1. And I mean, my family just, I like can't even talk about her now. But not everybody's that way. And they do tell you, like, when you get divorced, like, not to bring people around the kids. And like, people are fucking scary, man.
Well, she definitely doesn't follow that, because remember, she starts dating Caleb Stacy and immediately has the baby around him and his mom.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. So they think it was around this time and that time, but like all of this, the picture, let's say, of the diaper rash should have metadata. They should know exactly what day.
2-3 days now. It doesn't even make sense. Yeah, it just says December. Her thing just says December because they don't know when she died. But we know, like I said, for sure she's gone by the 8th. So that's the bottom line for me. Like there's no Evelyn after, at minimum, the 8th.
I feel like after multiple years, they were able to narrow down when Harmony died better.
Yeah. And the one night he stays there, the baby dies.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's not even like, hey, meet my guy that I'm starting to date. It's hey, come sleep in bed with my baby.
Yeah. Oh, you had a good point too about when she said he left when it was light and came back when it was dark.
He was only gone for an hour.
Yes, and you were like, and then when you said it, I was like, wait a minute. So wait, what? So they woke up that late in the day that it was dark as soon as he left, but
together.
Well, now we know that she supposedly held her for hours. So let's say she woke up at 7 in the morning and realized she was dead. She held her for 10 hours, 11, 12 hours. And then he left. And then he came back an hour later. It was dark.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true, because she does hold her for hours. So that's a good point.
And she never says, like, when he says, "What made you wake up?" Like, was she making noise or whatever? And she says, "No, she just woke up." She never says, like, she says she tried to do CPR just by breathing in her mouth, but she didn't say, like, what Hunter was doing. Did she start slapping him and tell him to wake up because the baby was not breathing? Did she, like, she never says anything about what Hunter was doing in that moment or for those hours after. I don't even think he was there.
He's just watching her hold the baby.
Mm-hmm. Well, they say he's in the loony bin, Tammy, because he was accused of being a murderer of a baby.
That he's been having a mental crisis since he was been accused of being a baby killer. We don't even know that he ever actually stayed there. This is just what Megan said. Megan said that he stayed there, and that Evelyn died. That's what Megan says. Nobody's proven to me at all that I don't think Hunter ever even met Evelyn.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She says that he stayed there. She blames rolling over on him, and then she says that he disposed of Evelyn's body, basically. But there's a huge gap of time from the minute she realizes she's not breathing, where she doesn't say anything about what Hunter's doing. That's why I don't think it's real. That's why I don't think that any of that, and then him coming in and taking her with the trash can, I don't think any of that is real, because we're lacking, like, 10 to 12 hours of her admittedly just holding this baby with her eyes wide open and wrapping her in a blanket, neglecting to mention anything about the tinfoil, casually mentioning that the trash can was gone, and she can't say a single thing that Hunter was doing throughout that entire time.
No, which is weird. And this is another really good point.
And why didn't they ask her? Why didn't they say, was he freaking? What was he doing when you were like, oh my God, the baby's dead? Why didn't they ask her that?
Right. What was he doing this whole time?
Yeah.
Look up December 24, 2024, sunsets at about 4:30. Somebody else said less than 12 hours of daylight there in the winter time. It would have been December of 2020 or 2019. I apologize. So I don't know if that changes it, or we're just going to go with the same. But CT Girl says, like, weren't they working 24/7? So if they spend this basic entire day, they should be able to narrow that down too to a day that neither one of them showed up to work. No. What's a day in the first 2 weeks where neither one of them are at work, supposedly?
Or did he get up and go to work? But again, nobody asked what Hunter was doing. And did he get up and go to work and she neglected to mention it, or was she still asleep when he left? Or did he just then come back and you were like, oh my God, the baby's been dead all day. I've just been holding her. And he just decided to take it upon himself to take the baby from her and then leave her close and put her in the fucking playhouse that was hers as a child? That makes no sense.
Right. And like, how does he even know to go there?
Exactly. And why not put her in the shed that was right in front of it?
Yeah. Legal Lazy's like, Hunter, a drug-addicted psychiatric patient with a history of lying. Nobody would believe anything he had to say on the stand. Well, he's not going to testify anyway. So
now, someone said that she was motivated by men. I totally see that as a thing. And if you remember the other day, I was like, oh my God, she reminds me exactly of somebody, even in how she looks. Thankfully, that person that I'm thinking of did not kill their child or whatever happened here, but was very young. Parents bought her a trailer that she lived with this baby when she had her. Didn't know who the baby's daddy was until like a month after she was born. Never had to pay no bills. Never had to buy anything for the baby. And literally just sought out men to take care of everything, and then ended up marrying a man who had never had a girlfriend before. And so he works like a dog. It's now, if she was 16 then, she's probably 26, 27, 28, something like that now. Still has never had a job. And so I could see, let's say Hunter did do drugs And in an effort to, what's the word I'm looking for?
Placate?
No, like, I don't want to use the word impress, but like impress him, she decides to actually do drugs with him, whatever drugs he was doing, and
I absolutely
did something.
I think there's drugs involved in this whole situation that they can't prove, so it never comes out. They don't have anything to. I just can't get over that she just starts being so freaking weird and just neglecting the baby so much because she's 8. I don't know. That just doesn't make sense to me. This whole theory of she was such a good mom and she always had Evelyn on her hip, blah, 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 and then just starts letting her start to smell, and it doesn't add up to me unless you get onto drugs.
Right. True. Yeah, definitely. And also, how do you explain the like quick movie, even with the overdosing her on cold meds, all that, like, even if all that stuff happened, if it was an accident of some type, I just don't understand the afterwards. And even like the kid that I'm thinking of, like the kid that before I had my kid, my only kid was my stepkid. And like, she was mine. Like when we got her, I was the one that bathed her. I was the one that did schoolwork with her. I was the one, I did all the things. And even now, she's alive, very much alive, and like looks like a teenager now. And like I still can barely bring her up without crying. So how was this person, if it was some type of accident, how did she's doing interviews where she's smiling and I just want her back. I just want her back. My mom had her as in Mendota. I'm gonna go there and get her if the police don't. And it's just so fucking bizarre to me that even here at the trial, like I haven't heard any wail. Like I would be wailing, I'd be throwing up. Like just even the thought of, like I said, listening to them again talk about my baby's color and the like. There's just there has to be some type of disconnect there. And while trauma can take you to a certain degree, maybe it's possible she went into some kind of whatever and she doesn't remember all the things. I don't know. I don't know.
So here's another little side weird thing is, why didn't they, she tells them, they say they're following up on all the stories that she tells. Well, she tells them on the 25th that she thinks that Hunter went to either her dad's house or to his parents' house or his family's property, and that's where he disposed of her. They don't actually go back and check.
Did they not?
I don't think so. I think they only searched there the 23rd with the dogs.
So maybe they knew.
Is when Tommy, does anybody in chat recall them going back to the compound anytime between the 23rd of February and the 6th of March? I do not recall another search in between there.
Is it possible that the reason they didn't, or the reason that they didn't like get a warrant for his DNA and all that stuff, was because they also, maybe they had no evidence that he was even at the house? Like, is that possible?
I think that the issue with not getting Hunter's is because they had no probable cause to get Hunter's, but they could have used other investigative techniques to get his DNA. But I absolutely think they didn't have probable cause to get Hunter's DNA, to get a warrant.
How did they not? So if she's saying he was here, that's number one. We somehow all the cell phone shit is lost. I have no idea why we're not hearing about location, unless, like, even living in the middle of nowhere, which I've done before, I would still imagine that they'd be able to like locate me on my phone, especially when you live in the middle of nowhere and you don't have any cell phone service. Typically you'll have Wi-Fi, so it'll show that you're connected to Wi-Fi.
Yeah, she was not. I mean, she's not really in the middle of nowhere.
So I don't understand where the cell phone stuff is at.
I don't either. That's an interesting point. Why we don't have, and she doesn't get rid of that cell phone, according to the Sensi rep, which I'm wondering if it was actually Sensi product.
My God!
Well, come on. What the hell is she doing with $600 worth of Sensi stuff?
Well, it had to have been. She was probably selling. So, I mean, don't all country girls like eventually Country
think that
girls and country moms get sucked into selling that stuff. Oh, what was the pills? Then there was like pills and patches. They were like patches you're supposed to stick on your fat and they get rid of it or whatever. That was the next best thing after Sensi. I know someone will know.
Well, Thrive was the Watts case.
It was green. It was some kind of green something, just green patches that you'd put on your whatever. Bullshit, as always. Couldn't even be interesting and do like
I'd still be curious if it was actually really Sensi, or maybe it was to cover up the odors. I don't know. But she had that cell phone until the end of December, and
But they said it didn't really smell.
But that lady goes and says that they got the footage of her and Megan like doing that phone at that drop place. You know, they were able to go get the phone that what's her name in Harmony Montgomery's case dropped. Why didn't they go get the phone? Was it too late? Maybe it was gone. I don't know. That doesn't.
No, it was like
phone data.
It was soon. It was like soon after. We're very much lacking in the phone stuff. I'm surprised. I don't think the phone stuff will be tomorrow. I think they're going to end on these two medical exams. I do.
They better not end on that last one. I think that's not going to bode well for the prosecution if that's their last witness. We don't see any Sensi trash anywhere. So, all right, I'm gonna wrap it up. It's almost 5. I'm done. I'm done with Megan Boswell for the day. I'm gonna go clear my brain of Megan Boswell's nasty.
It's only Tuesday.
God, I know. I guess I got to set up the stream for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you do that, and then you do that. Are you gonna make dinner or something?
I do. I gotta make tacos. Not yet though.
Oh, it is Tuesday.
Yeah, Taco Tuesday.
I have some things I could do.
Well, I don't know. Somebody was saying some things were popping off in the Karen Reed case, but all I had seen on Twitter was that Betero was had joined. I don't know what else was popping off. I missed anything else, I guess.
Well, did you see the SJC?
Yes, no, I did not see that. I think somebody mentioned it.
Yeah.
Real quick, Elena, no, they do have Hunter's fingerprints, but there was no fingerprints to be compared to. There was nothing that they didn't actually identify. Everything that they had for a good sample was matched to somebody besides that tiny palm print on the side of the trash can. That was all that they even had to compare, so there was no unknown fingerprints anywhere that are like outstanding. And according to that one lab tech, she said there was unknown male DNA, but not enough to be able to compare to anybody. So even if they did have Hunter's DNA, it wouldn't have mattered because she didn't have male DNA to compare. She didn't have enough male DNA to make a profile to compare it to. So tell me about the SJC thing for Karen Reed. What's that about?
Remember they went to the Supreme Court over the whole jurors coming out afterwards saying that they had all made a decision on the one or on whatever counts, and then my brain feels like mush. And that basically if they continue to try her on the first-degree murder, that it's double jeopardy.
Right.
And so they've put out an opinion.
They did? Do they agree with them or no?
They do not. There's also oh
my God.
I have to check that email. There's a motion to reconsider reciprocal discovery order. I haven't put out a lot of these. I only just did add a bunch of things to the Delphi one. I guess I might as well post these too. I don't check. I have to create separate emails. So when I email about a case, I'll typically make a new email so that whatever documents are coming to that particular email is all
For
just
that
that
case.
case. Yeah.
That's actually a really smart idea because I lose shit all the time.
Yeah, like somehow spammy shit gets my emails, like even the ones I use just for that. And I'm like, where did I use this? That the spammy shit got it, but I have to
I mean,
check.
absolutely makes sense to do it that way, especially like when you have like a case like Idaho 4 too, because that one just keeps popping out stuff that I'm just
Yes.
really behind and I don't have the time to catch up. So it is what it is.
Yeah, Beth denied the double jeopardy stuff, so they took it to the Supreme Court, and now the Supreme Court has also denied it.
I am really surprised by that. I thought that would be a bigger deal, but I guess they're going to have to just. I mean, I don't know. I don't think she's guilty, so there's that.
Yeah, I don't either.
So there was somebody else who had a question in here. They have. Tommy and new wife have smaller kids. I thought the two younger ones were with the almost ex-wife, but they're apparently not. Those two kids are with Angela also. That's Elijah and Charlotte. I never really paid attention to the fact that they were with Angela, so it's just something that just kind of just went to the wayside, and me assuming, which I should never have done. But Tommy Jr. has little people. They were little around the time of Evelyn being little, so I mean it could be one of theirs too. But I mean that should have been an easy. That's another one that I think that should have just been an easy comparison. How do you not have the victim's entire prints to be able to compare it to? That's just to rule out anything.
Well, maybe they didn't. Maybe it wasn't there. Like maybe she didn't have it. Maybe they couldn't get it. Like,
but he just says like I assume they didn't have her still. Like why wouldn't? There's no follow up. There's no nothing. Like why wouldn't the answer be that? Like there was not enough left after decomposition to be able to collect a full, palm print or any. You know what I mean? Like why wouldn't that have been clarified? Instead of, well, I emailed them and asked them if I could get it if they still had possession of her remains, but then nobody bothered to email me back, so I just assumed that they didn't have her anymore. Well, why are we assuming anything? Like that's just not. We shouldn't be doing that. You're the law and lab people. Like you're supposed to have the follow through. I don't know. Whatever. All right. Well, we'll see what tomorrow brings. We'll see if there's anybody left. Maybe we'll get some phone experts and see what happened with her phone. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out whether she was actually pregnant or not. Somebody will tell us that she lied about that too.
I don't know. I feel like they're wrapping it up.
Yeah, I feel like they're getting real close to being done. We may have them resting tomorrow.
But I thought it was going to be like multi-week. We're only on day 6, right?
Well, it's supposed to be 2 to 4 weeks. So technically we're on days. They want to say it's day 8 because of the 2 days of jury selection. And I don't ever count jury selection because I like to actually count it by testimony. So we're on day 8 if you include jury selection, and we're halfway through the second week of trial. So they said 2 to 4 weeks, which we kind of just averaged at the 3 weeks. We figured they'd probably be done next week. So they were supposedly going to be, the state was supposedly going to be resting by the end of this week. And then next week was going to be the defense team. So, I mean, so far they're really somewhat on track with what they were guesstimating at least.
I guess they overestimate.
Not if your goal. You could have done.
No.
If this was goal, she would have had this shit done in 2 days. One day for the prosecution, 3/4 of a day for the defense, and then rebuttals, and that's it.
One day.
One day. She would have had this shit wrapped up.
I hate her.
Me too.
Like,
all
I
right.
hate her.
Before we go down that path, let's go. We're gonna go. All right, you guys. Thank you guys for being Sleuthy. Thank you so much for helping me and taking over the stream and doing all that, because it's really not easy because I can't control anything that's happening on the screen while I'm on my phone. So it's so nice that you come on and help with that. And I hope we can actually do the Karen Reed retrial, because I think that would be really good to do.
I do too.
It would be way less exhausting. But I don't know, you may have to like take vacay from work,
Well, honestly, like the way we do it is pretty good. I think this is way better than like watching it all day, well, especially Lally, but I don't see Brennan being any easier to listen to for
God, me either.
all those hours. But Lally was just horrible. And then to then try to gather the strength and energy to then do a live where you're talking about everything you talked about is just a lot.
Yeah, no,
Talk
I like
about
the
it in a minute.
And then we've got like these really awesome people who have been taking photos of all the evidence and doing notes.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's just been like such a team effort to be able to cover the case. Like it's so helpful because it's like sometimes you feel like you're doing it all by yourself and you're just like, I can't do it all by myself and get my regular shit done.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it.
Great.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, we're gonna wrap it up. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Day 7 of State of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell in the case of her 13-month-old daughter, Evelyn Boswell. And as always, I know that you guys have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time and watch trials, but you choose to spend your time here with us, and we love you for it. So thank you. Love you, Sleuthy. I'm sure I'll talk to you later anyway.
Yes.
So, hi, everybody. Have a
Love
good rest
you.
of your Tuesday. Love you.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.